in their house.
Okay, it is 9:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, June 12th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic GWEN pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant for a year straight. In fact, I've been an informant since 2017, as the Everett Police Department has known about, when I reported their officers, including a former commanding officer who since attempted to retire in order to prevent his detainment and arraignment, named Jared Irving, for threatening a series of felonies that the imbeciles upstairs directly above my condo of 13 years from the Everett Police Department have made actionable over their last 3 years of stalking and terrorizing me. They are, in fact, a domestic terrorist organization. This is not a joke. I wish it was. It's not. Currently, the only remaining felony they have left that I have not perpetrated is to murder me in a way that is deemed a suicide, something they've been attempting to do in a variety and litany of ways for the entire 300 plus days they've been illegally detaining me. They're also actively attempting to starve myself and my cats. A neighbor next door has had my debit card and my house key for over a month. He received them last month and has been ordered by the Everett Police Department not to provide food and basic necessities. Read the description of this video. Check out the 2 videos referenced therein, and check out the talking and tour provided by me and multiple of the videos that are here on this channel. Be advised, this is my son's YouTube channel. It is the only way, I repeat, the only way I have to record any sort of video. Every device in the house, because of their BIOS hack and root access, criminally and illegally obtained after they kidnapped me, has been set up to eject extra storage and not to save in any way, shape, or form. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, be aware that I did not end it and that the imbecilic domestic terrorists of the Everett Police Department are responsible. That being said, my address is 2120 Highland Ave. I'm in Unit 105, Everett, Washington, 98201. They occupy Unit 207, as they have for a very long time. 3 years these individuals and officers have been stalking me, and I realize what I say sounds absurd. I assure you it's not, and if you watch the 2 videos described in the description and read the description on prior live streams here on this channel, particularly from the day before yesterday, you will yourself realize wholeheartedly, unfortunately, that every fucking thing I've said is true and correct. There is a tour of my house in the preceding live stream. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, so I'm disinclined to go through everything that's therein. I'll read the description of this video aloud. See prior live's description and chat replay for additional info. Tour of my home. End the video before that one for 3.5 hours of info that you can also watch on my real YouTube channels, youtube.com/mysticgwen. Videos titled 2:16 3 a.m. debrief and 12:30-24 Mystic GWEN versus the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. As of 11:11 a.m., men and women upstairs of Everett Police Department terrorist cell, excited I am taking a nap to cut video, break in, murder me and/or assault, and kidnap me again. Their only remaining felony that hasn't been made actionable was reported to FBI as of 2017, is the murder. At 11:20 a.m., a female terrorist upstairs rigged the Google feedback button to boot me off the server, disconnect the live, then said C and C to the male officers planning to break in today or tomorrow while trying to skirt their 300 plus days of illegally detaining me and holding me hostage, etc. She did it again without the Google feedback button. This is why the FBI told me to take no countermeasures, as she is going to be charged with this. At around 3:50 p.m. to 4:12 p.m., Unit 207 Everett Police Department has guests with plans, like at noon and times before and in between. Plans equal coordinating their domestic terrorist organization. This is being recorded on Lenovo ThinkPad via eldest son's email. HP Chromebook is running on YouTube handle at North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. tagged the FBI. They're attempting to block tags and believe they are because they're delusional. Attempted to tag the Department of Defense. Everett Police Department has known I am an FBI informant since 2017 when I reported every felony that they have since made actionable, lest my murder to be deemed a suicide. As reported due to Jared Irving and others' threats, lest the other felonies threatened 2023, reported then and after, and notably in August 2024, all since made actionable during their 300-plus days of illegally detaining me at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201. They continue to attempt to starve my cat and I, instructing a neighbor who has my house key and debit card, as he has since last month, to not buy or bring my cat or I food. Everett Police Department is set for prison. Hoorah. Someone rolled up to eastern side of building outside of 207, had officer meet them shortly after 4:22 p.m. Then in last 10 minutes, multiple car doors heard opening/closing. Worth noting, since 3/6 at 9:30 a.m., they were discussing tactical maneuvers before their kidnapping, assault, unlawful entry, vandalism, fraudulent court order, unlawful committal, reported in August 2024 via tort claim of 814 filed in case number 10-500-5934. Made actionable 3/6 after Everett Police Department criminally and illegally shut off internet due to inability to terminate live stream successfully on youtube.com/mysticgwen. Then, while detained elsewhere, the neighbor currently under instructions not to bring my food, house key, debit card, or cat food, saw the officer that entered with USB with co-conspirator John Owens, that entered with USB for evidence planting, tampering, BIOS hack, root access, etc., and criminal and unlawful credential fingerprint certificates, mostly fraudulent Google certificates with fraudulent expiration, on all devices under control of male stalker of Everett Police Department. To be clear, credentials, fingerprints, fraudulent certificates requiring USB was active before kidnapping of March 6. Note, one of many stalkers of Everett Police Department. Last count provided by Bureau was 16 total stalkers, which may include Andy Kelly, multiple times convicted stalker, et al. 8:54 p.m., Unit 207, Everett Police Department believe that root access and use of hacks on HP Chromebook will apply to blocking next and future lives again. Obviously, 9:13 p.m., that didn't work. The live is rolling. Okay, this video is still set to unlisted at present. I'm going to throw this into the chat. They keep disabling live chat replay. So I'm double checking that's functional on here. It is right now as of 9:13 p.m. Let's post this in the chat, and then I will make the video public. Now, worth noting, Unit 207 has a lot of people that have blown the whistle. So I don't always know when they're actually pissed off about something and when they're just trying to blend in because they're at risk of retaliation. But it is worth noting at 9:16 p.m., a guy upstairs is acting like he's perturbed by the fact that there's yet again a live stream running on YouTube, suggesting that the plans that they had for today to break in and murder/assault and kidnap me again, it's got to be the murder. The only felony reported to the FBI in 2017 that hasn't yet been made actionable. And the only thing that would make sense for a complete disregard of video and audio footage and an active and overwhelming criminal coordinated attempt to prevent that, including kidnapping me in order to obtain illegal access to my house and my devices. Anyway, I will note underneath as an update in the description his annoyance that a live stream is running. Okay, that addendum regarding the guy upstairs has been added like he was desiring. Setting the visibility to public and saving it at 9:21. Okay, now previously in the preceding live stream, I believe it was, when I clicked the Google feedback button to send this, as the FBI instructed me to do, Unit 207 disconnected from the Google server. So clicking send feedback, it's loaded. Showing once again that they want me to refresh this page because they've applied new settings to attempt to block live stream ability, and the report was sent to Google. Remember, if this live stream ends for any reason without me or Lynn explicitly telling you the end time, that I didn't end it and I'm most likely asleep.
House.
And that the Everett Police Department did via the officers upstairs.
Really had some fantastic experiences in this mortician's home, and I mean, some of them really just kind of border on incredible, but they were very upset about it, and he kind of feels too like there was something that followed him home.
Well, when you say incredible experiences, like what?
He called me one afternoon, and he says they could smell sulfur in the house. He had gone to a priest and got some holy water and had been sprinkling it all around the house, quite angrily. He was swearing at them, telling them to get out. He said that probably wasn't a good idea doing that with the holy water. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, a sulfur smell permeated the house. They had to leave the house because it was so strong. And he called on his cell phone and asked if we could come over there as quick as possible. So me and Roger headed right over. And And they had been out of the house for it took us 15 minutes to get there. They had the door open. They didn't even bother closing the door. But when me and Roger walked in, you could still smell it.
I can't even imagine this. I mean, even being a mortician, used to dealing with the dead, to have this begin to happen in your home, I would think that this mortician and at least his wife and family, when this stuff would begin to happen, would want to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, he was upset. I think he was mostly upset because it was scaring his wife so badly.
There you go.
She was used to that business. He had been born and raised in it. That was what his father did and his grandfather did. So that was something that he was used to as far as
dealing with the dead.
His wife, however, she was a new bride to him, and she was not used to this type of thing.
I'm sure. All right. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. Here indeed I am, and we're about to go to a mortician's home, and we'll hear the EVPs gathered there. We're also here in the Philippines on Luzon, waiting for a big, scary monster of a storm. And if you go to the coasttocoastam.com website, right at the very top, you can click on the latest tracking information for that storm. In a moment, more EVPs. By the way, I don't know how many of you, I'm sure many of you have relatives and friends here in the Philippines. This storm is going to cut through just about above the middle of the island of Luzon. I think that it's not going to be all that bad. I hope it's not going to be all that bad in the Manila area. We're quite a distance away. Knock on pressed wood. Welcome back, Barbara.
Thank you very much.
All right. So here we are in this mortician's home. And what do we get here?
On this occasion, the GIS kind of spread out through the house, and me and Brendan proceeded to go down in the basement of the home. And you're going to hear me say, "Can you tell me who you are? My name is Brendan, or Barbara, and this is Brendan." And then what's interesting about this, we recorded a child that says, "I'm 3." And then Brendan, you'll hear him say, "How old are you?" Now, I don't know if this was coincidental that the child just said, "I'm 3, or if it knew that Brendan was going to ask how old he was.
Which would indicate something about time, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, that's strange. Let's listen.
Can you tell me who you are? My name is Barbara, and this is Brendan.
How old are you?
Oh, that is strange. And again, folks, listen to the way it comes down. The answer is given before the question. Listen carefully.
Can you tell me who you are? My name is Barbara, and this is Brendan.
How old are you?
So many children.
Yes, and, there's something interesting. There was a person that emailed us and said, maybe the reason why we record so many children is because stop and think about how many children are neglected, kidnapped, and murdered. It could possibly be children that have had that situation take place.
Well, it could be, but I don't know. Of all, Barbara, of all the people that you would not imagine to be trapped in some unsavory situation, meaning not going on to whatever is next, this eternal joy in heaven or whatever it is.
I'm going to bed, or trying to.
It's
It's 9:30 p.m. Unit 207 will probably follow their typical pattern of criminal conduct.
You wholeheartedly.
Try and
I
terminate
do-
the live stream.
I do not understand why
Just
we
don't forget.
record so many children's voices.
While you're
Yeah,
busy
well,
doing
you
that,
get what you get, I guess. But it's
smile for the fucking FBI.
very disturbing.
It is, and we never allow children with us. If people have contacted us to do an investigation in their residence and they have children, if they are not able to get the children out of the house to grandma's or some friends or something, we won't.
Then you
conduct
don't
it.
do it. Yeah. Listen, you obviously, since you have to pony up the money to go to these locations yourself, you can't go traipsing around the country. Do you get a lot of requests from across the country, if not across the world, to be investigating? And then what do you do?
Well, when we plan a trip to go at any distance, I mean, it's like a year-long planning, saving. I would love to be able to conduct investigations for every request we've had. But, every one of us have a full-time job to put food on the table and a roof over the head.
Sure.
And there's only so much time in the day.
Fully understood. All right, on to number 11, still in the mortician's home.
This is one of the incredible experiences that one of the members had. It was Brendan. He visually saw this child. He had walked into their living room area, their family room, and there was a large mirror hanging on the far wall, and it's a beautiful mirror. And he's standing there looking at it, and he says, is anyone here? And right after he asked that, he sees this child running behind him across the kitchen. Where he would have been running to would be into some cupboards, some kitchen cupboards and counter. And the child says, it sounds like he says, I'm Gabe. Some people hear I'm game, but I believe it says I'm Gabe. And then Brendan, seeing this child in the reflection of the mirror, says, no way. And then you hear this child laugh.
Wow. All right, here we go.
Is anyone here? No way.
Wow.
No way. No way.
Oh my God. That is so clear. So clear. So obviously a child. We will play this one more time. Listen very carefully.
Is anyone here? No way. No way.
No way when he sees the child.
That's right.
No way.
Oh God.
And that bothered Brendan. He said he didn't tell us about this until we came back to our house later that night.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the way the head of this child was positioned, it almost looked like the child had a broken neck. The way the head was turned looking at him, he still doesn't like to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that he has not been able to resolve in his head, that he actually visually saw this child.
That I perfectly understand. I'm not able to resolve a whole lot of this. You've obviously, psychologically, you've been able to sort of pigeonhole all of this and, I don't know, come to grips with it and not be scared by it, but I couldn't do that, Barbara.
Well, I think you'd have a different perspective if you were able to go out with us at one time. Because at the time that it is happening, most of the time you really don't realize things are going on.
Right.
You know?
Right, sure. I understand that, but that's not something I'd be inclined to do. Anyway, let's move on. This is number 12.
On this clip, you're going to hear the wife of the mortician. We had to ask them if they wanted to ask any questions, to feel free to. And you're going to hear the wife of the mortician say, "What's your mom and dad's name?" And it sounds like the child responds, "Oliver."
Let's see what we hear.
Adrian, what's your mom and dad's name?
Yeah, that's what I get out of it too, is Oliver. Now, we always wonder whether we're hearing what you tell us we should be hearing, or, I do get people suggesting other things have been said, but it really does sound like Oliver. Let's see.
Adrian, what's your mom and dad's name?
That's clearly Oliver, I think.
Yes, that's what it sounds like to us also. And it's okay that people hear other things. The whole point of EVP is that
Sure.
there is a voice there that should not be there.
Okay, now,
And it's
with
very
something like this,
subjective.
you've got a name, and you've got a mortician who, I mean, he could go back in his records and look for an Oliver, right?
That's correct. And there are Oliver, the name Oliver on headstones out in the cemetery and in the mausoleum.
Oh, so you do go back and investigate that kind of thing when you've got something like a name.
Yes. But, it would be hard to say, is this is the child that belongs to any of them?
Mm-hmm. Gosh.
It's so, it's just speculative on this whole thing. That's why I'm very leery of people who classify themselves as experts in this, because there are so many unknowns.
Yeah, there are none. You're as close to an expert, I think, as anybody could find. You've been doing this for more years than I know of anybody else who's been doing it.
It's
And
always been a subject that's just fascinated me. I can't really get enough of it. It's just fascinating to me. It's like communicating with a different life form.
yes, when did you begin all this?
Well, my grandparents were spiritualists, and I was raised in a very active home that had a lot of activity all the time. It's something that I continued conducting seances in growing up, and so I was kind of born into this type of thing, but the subject has always just fascinated me. And
well, I guess I meant, when did you begin with EVP?
Probably in the last. It's been within 10 years.
Last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Still in the mortician's home. We've got number 13 coming up.
On this one, you're going to hear the mortician going on our cue of, if there's a question you want to ask. He picked up one of his little son's toys and said, "Here, buddy," and set it on the floor. And we recorded this child saying, "I see, good, good." But what I hear is, "I see, okay, okay."
Either way. All right, here it is.
Here, buddy.
Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I hear good.
Let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's scary as hell. So again, so that people understand what they're hearing, this is the mortician, if I heard correctly, taking a toy and putting it on the floor?
Yes.
And then the child's response is, "I see, gosh, that does sound like good." And you hear what?
I hear K, okay, like it's saying okay, but K, K.
That's not what I hear at all. Here we go.
Here, buddy.
Let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Oh, that one's freaky. And to me, it's good. Clearly, it's good. The child is saying.
Most people hear the good, but I hear
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I tried to hear okay, and I clearly heard good. That's amazing. Just amazing. I'm at a loss to I'm just not understanding how this cannot be freaking you out.
It just doesn't. I don't. It's nothing that I fear, or I have never been rattled by anything that I've come in contact with.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But that
Okay.
doesn't mean, I might be so thick-headed that, that might be the reason why.
Barbara, maybe it's your own protective mechanism,
Maybe so. I'm open to possibilities, but I do not fear this, and it's just something.
Well, I think personally that's one. That's just my opinion. I think it's your own protective mechanism because if if you didn't think as you think about these, then I don't think you'd be able to continue to do it.
Well, that's possible. But I've always had this outlook, and I feel like I am stronger than anything I'll come up against.
Have you had any previous members of the GIS who have just become, I don't know what the word is, so freaked out they just gave it up?
Yes. I've known people that have been like that, yes. And, and that's, I can't imagine doing this and being fearful of it. If I was afraid of it, I would not do it.
Well, I'm with you there. And that's just my opinion. I think you've built this protective mechanism in the way you think about all this that does allow you to continue to do it, which we're going to do right now with number 14. All
right. This was located, it's called the Exchange Building. It's been numerous things over the years. It sat for at least 20 years vacant, and then the recent owner of this location has allowed us to go in. It was a mental hospital at one time. It originally was built for stock exchange. There was a bank inside, offices that had a cafe down in the basement. But there's a very oppressive feeling in this building. It just makes you wonder what has taken place through the years at this.
Yeah, you say at one time it was a mental hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that most of these EVPs that came from this hospital, previous hospital or exchange, are from the mental hospital part of it?
Strictly a guess. I could not tell you honestly if that's the case. I don't know, but there's a lot of history to this building, and it's been many things over the years.
Okay, number 14 is what?
Brendan, you'll hear him. He dropped his recorder as he's walking in, and he says, "Oh, that can't be good." And this woman, she said, you can kind of hear the disgust in her voice, and she says, "He broke my neck."
Oh, here we go.
Well, that can't be good.
Oh, boy. That is chillingly clear.
Very clear.
Yeah.
And on these, you're going to, I want you to be aware that on these last clips from the Exchange Building, we were using a condenser microphone and a laptop to record.
Okay.
So the clarity is very, very good, and it picks up very good, almost too good. It picks up every little sound.
And here it is again.
Well, that can't be good.
That can't be good.
She sounds very put out.
She sounds very put out indeed. I don't know. The ones we're doing tonight are by far, I would say, the clearest that we've ever aired. Do you agree with that?
I believe so. Yeah, we tried to pick out some good ones for the show.
Well, you sure did. This is one situation. Normally, I will let the board ops back in California handle this for me, but because of the timing involved in what we're doing here, they actually sent me the CD, so I'm actually in control of it here. This is extremely interesting. I think we can get one more in. No, we can't. Before the top of the hour. No, we can't. So anyway, an exchange building, a mental hospital, and some pretty rough stuff coming up. Barbara, are you going to continue doing this?
Yes, I whether we're as GIS or just Barbara and Roger by themselves, I will continue doing this.
Mm-hmm. All right, Barbara, stand by, and we'll catch you on the flip side of this hourly break. Barbara is a member of the GIS, that's the Ghost Investigators Society, and what you're hearing tonight are voices from the other side. We are going to begin taking calls shortly, so if you want to line up and you have a question for Barbara about what you've been hearing tonight or about EVP, we're going to be all ears. We've got a few more EVPs to get under our belt before we do that, but we'll try and clear those up quickly. Don't forget, folks, Tuesday night, I'll be here live, storm, typhoon permitting, with our annual Ghost to Ghost program. That's not a trifling matter. And so I'm asking you now to begin sort of gathering your stories together and kind of putting together how you're going to tell them and that sort of thing. We're going to be screening carefully because we want nothing but the best, the scariest, perhaps entity attacks, that sort of thing. That's what we're going to be looking for. After all, it is Halloween. Barbara Macbeth will be right back. Once again, we're in a mental hospital exchange, if you will, at one point, but also at one point a mental hospital. My guest is Barbara Macbeth, and we're playing electronic voice phenomena, or voices from the other side, if you will. And if you want to get angry at it and say it's BS and just not listen, that's your choice. But I have become convinced over the years, and particularly with the group that we're talking with right now, that what you're hearing is a real thing. What you want to believe it is or isn't is up to you, but it's absolutely the real thing. Barbara?
Thank you for saying that.
Well, it's just simply because I believe it. It's that simple. We should move quickly. We have a few to go here, and some more rough ones from what I can see. Number 15.
Okay, on this one, we had just put the laptop in a room and had left, and the condenser mic, and had left the building. And so when Brendan came across this, he was looking at a visual screen on the computer, going back over the, for voices, and this thing had a spike in it. So there was nothing said before this clip. It was quiet. And also, this voice is not looped like the other ones that we've previously listened to. It's a little child, and we're not sure. It either says he cut my face or he touched my face, but he goes on, and you can hear the stress in his voice.
Here we go. Yeah, I hear it all right. What is that noise, that humming noise that's with this one?
I'm really not sure what it is, Art. We did hear that. It is there, but I don't know what that is.
It must have been some machine or something that was causing a vibration. Anyway, here it is again, folks. That's absolutely disturbing.
Yes, that is. Every voice that we recorded in this place is disturbing.
All right, on to number 16.
All right, on this one, we recorded a voice that says, "I will kill you, bastards." And then you're going to hear Brendan come into the room and say, "Okay, I will go see how much time is on the laptop."
Here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna see how much time's on the laptop.
I don't see how that fits in even to your little protective mechanism, Barbara. You want to explain that?
Well, we've recorded several things that sound threatening. There's no denying that, but we've never had any harm come to us.
I would certainly put this in the threatening category. Here it is again.
Okay, I'm gonna see how much time's on the laptop.
All right, number 17.
On this one, we had brought a friend of ours along with us named Lee, and Brendan thought Lee was right with him, and you're going to hear Brendan say, "Hey, Lee," and then he discovers Lee isn't with him, and he says Lee's name again, and we recorded this child that says, "I'm hungry." And we do bring food and drinks with us, so maybe he was looking at what we brought.
Well, you know, on Halloween, Barbara, the Filipino people take food to their dead relatives.
Yes, and we bring food offerings also when we go to locations.
But what does food have to do with a spirit that no longer has a body? All right, here it comes, number 17.
Hey, Lee? Lee?
That's clear as can be. I'm hungry, or something hungry.
Mm-hmm.
What's a spirit doing hungry?
I think that that's something that is in memory that it enjoyed.
Yeah, maybe
You don't
that's it.
stop your cravings and things just because you're dead. You still have the mental wants of things that you did in life.
Well, they damn well better sell cigarettes up there then. Very funny. Number 18.
Okay, on this one, you're going to hear Brendan say, "Okay, this is our second recording from the building. We are now getting ready to leave." And this voice comes in and says, "It's dead."
Great. Here we go.
Okay, this is our second recording from we are now getting ready to leave.
It's dead. It's dead. It's dead.
It's dead. I think it's saying it's dead. One more time.
Okay, this is our second recording from we are now getting ready to leave.
It's dead.
Yeah.
It's dead. It's dead.
I wouldn't want to be in an 18-wheeler just flying across somewhere in the middle of the country in the middle of the night listening to this. Huh, God. Yeah, it's dead. I guess it said it's dead.
I hear he's dead, but
Either way, something's dead.
dead, yeah.
Okay, number 19.
On this one, you'll hear Brendan say, "Hello, is anyone here?" And I believe this is a child responding, and it says, "It's cold, it's cold."
No, I don't like that. Here we go.
Hello, is anyone here?
Water. one really bothers me. We once had one, I remember, that said it's dark.
Yes.
It's dark in here or something like that. But this one, it's cold. And if there's anything I don't want to imagine that it is on the other side, and that's cold.
Cold.
Oh, God. Against my better judgment, I will do that one again. Here we go.
Hello, is anyone here?
This is Halloween stuff all the way. We only have one more to go, and then we're going to let the audience ask you some questions. And judging from what I can see on the board there, everybody wants to. So what do we have? What is the final one?
On this, this was set up in a room by itself. We had left the building, and this building has not had running water to it for at least 20 years. I believe there still is not running water in this. But you're going to hear water, and it's a child that it says, "I can't breathe," and the whole segment is like 15 seconds.
Oh, you know, I think
Yeah.
Did we do this? We did this on a previous show, right?
Yeah. And we thought
This
we'd
is
add
very-
this for the Halloween.
I see. Yeah, this is very disturbing. This water clip is very disturbing. All right, here it comes.
Hey, now I'm really going to bed. Unit 207's upstairs plotting and scheming. They always like to do shit when I'm asleep. Just go to youtube.com/Mystic GWEN and you can hear all about it. Nighty-night, buttercups!
No question, there was sure a lot of water there.
Yes, and there really is no. There's a well down in the basement
Yes.
that has a lid over the top of this well, and the water is very clear in it. As far as I know, there's never been anybody dive down in this well, but there's like metal platforms I could see when I shined the flashlight looking down in this well. And I don't know how anybody could get down to the bottom with the stuff that they have inside this well.
Yeah. Barry from Vancouver, BC says, "Come on, Art. EVP is
Stalker
dangerous.
SUVs,
Dangerous
isn't it?
because it opens portals, kind of like a Ouija board." Now, that's something to consider. Even the seeking EVPs, playing EVPs, doing this program isn't it possible that it is dangerous?
Well, if it is, I haven't come up against it yet. I don't believe that it is dangerous unless somebody kind of weak-minded that's open to possibilities of happening.
All right,
But I
let's take
don't
some.
look at it as the same thing as a Ouija board.
Okay, let's take some calls. First time caller line, Matt in Colorado. You're on with Barbara Macbeth. Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Many years ago, how long I've been wanting to talk to y'all, man. I have a question and a comment. And I do have a story if you have time.
Well, I don't know about the story, but let's have the comment and the question.
Okay, the question would be, my friend has a Board C2 keyboard, and it comes up with some algorithms that are amazing as far as, I mean, it's almost as if they're opening a portal to the ghost world, and I'm curious what you guys might have to say on something like that. But I mean, as far as like, you know, on the EVPs and all that, like how would they, you know, does that actually connect with the ghost, and does that actually like connect with the ghost, you know, as far as any kind of way that they're, you know, that they're clicking in, you know, to pick up signals?
I'm not sure I understand the nature of the question, actually.
I'm not either. I don't understand what he.
But there's nothing. These again are recorded on either a digital or a tape device, one of the two. Mostly digital in the last year or two, and they come randomly. Although I must say that a lot of the ones we've had tonight appear to be direct responses, or you know, fairly direct responses. So I'm sorry, but I just didn't understand that question. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Barbara Macbeth of the GIS.
Oh, George?
George is not here, sir. I'm Art Bell.
I'm sorry. I beg your pardon, Art Bell. It's an honor to talk to you. I've been listening for 10 years. Listen, I'm an American Yankee. Don't worry about that typhoon. I lived through Katrina and Rita. Everything's going to be okay. My question for Barbara, I found your site because of Coast to Coast AM, and I was wondering, the one that scares you the most and the ones that make you laugh the most, and I'll tell you the one that scares me the most. I've listened to the entire EVP gallery, Miss Barbara, and the one that says, "Am I dead?" And I just want you to...
That scares you the most.
That's the one that it just jumps out at me. I've listened to the gallery all the way through, the EVP gallery at ghostpicks.com. And
Yeah.
this has been for about 2 years. And they just like, am I dead?
Yeah, I know. I recall that one myself. Okay, Barbara, it's a good question. What has humored you the most or scared you the most?
Boy, that's there really hasn't been any that have scared me. There's been some that have bothered me. That would really be a difficult one too. The one that amazed me the most was the ones with the, I don't know if you recall, Art, but the ones with the pipes rattling. We could audibly hear hear the pipes, and we had recorded right before the pipes had started making the rattling sound. We had recorded a voice that said, "Make the pipes do it now." And then shortly after that voice was when we were able to hear the pipes start. And we had recorded in that building over 100 times, and we had never heard that before or since.
Okay, and if you want to listen to these yourself, folks, ghostpicks.com is a place. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Barbara Macbeth.
Oh, so great to get through, especially with Barbara Macbeth on as well, and
Thank you.
Mr. Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
I'm born and raised New Orleans. I also, as your previous caller, survived both Katrina and Rita in the cities, and that makes me an evacuee. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'm wondering, I'm born and raised New Orleans. I'm wondering, ma'am, if you and your team have gotten into New Orleans to discover this genre, and if not, when, and if so, I want to hear it.
You are in my family's home area. My family is from Gonzales, Louisiana, which is between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. And I've been down in Louisiana many times throughout my life, but we have never conducted an investigation there. That is one of my goals, is to get down there, and because I'm aware of a lot of places I would like to go and investigate, but I've never done an investigation there.
Pretty haunted state, to be sure.
Yes, it's a wonderful state. I love it, but we've never.
When you all go on vacation, wherever it is that you go on vacation, Barbara, do you always carry your gear with you?
Yeah, we do. When just me and Roger go on a little weekend jaunt or something, we always take our equipment with us.
Okay. All right. Hold tight. Barbara Macbeth is my guest. Brendan is down with a pretty hard case of the flu. But what a night it's been. If you've got questions about what you've been hearing, assuming you've made it this far, and that's quite an assumption, we'll be right back. Remember I said a little while ago, imagine trucking across the country and hearing something like this in the middle of the night. James, trucking through Georgia, says, this is fascinating. Theory about why so many voices seem childlike. Could it be that when you're dead, you're no longer tied to conventional space-time and can revert to whatever age you want to? Maybe, James, your theory as good as any other. Barbara Macbeth will be right back. All right. Wayne in Exeter, California says, gee, Art, I hope what we're hearing, those things we're hearing, are latent energy patterns being replayed somehow. I'd really hate to think there's no more justice and compassion in the next life than there is in this one. I agree with that, Barbara.
I do too.
I hope there's some
Everything
kind of
about EVP is theory. And it's quite exciting with the technology being developed today. No matter if they do find out and get a definite answer on what these voices are, I hope I'm alive to learn it.
Me too. I know what they aren't. And in the beginning, when we started dealing with EVP, we thought, oh, well, maybe it's some radio station, you know, and it's somehow getting into the recorder. And it's obviously not anything of that sort.
That's
Real
correct.
close.
I mean,
So
we have
whatever it is, it's real.
I don't know, Art. It's kind of a sad situation for many souls.
It is. All right, here we go. A lot of people want to talk to you. Let's go to the wildcard line and say hi. You're on the air with Barbara.
Hi, Art. This is Jody from Rochester, Minnesota.
Yes.
Hi, Barbara. I've got actually an experiment that you guys may want to try. How about getting somebody that can do an out-of-body experience and actually go up to the tape recorder and try to talk to them?
Well, I know that there are people that are able to do that almost on command.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I would have to definitely know that the person that we would bring with us to try that can actually do it.
You would not have to bring them with you, Barbara. People who can travel out of their body are able to astrally travel and go any place they want. So all you'd have to do is arrange with somebody to have a recorder running at a certain time and give it a shot. It's an interesting idea.
Yes, it is. And but myself, I would have to know that person is definitely able to do that.
That's one way to find out, that's for sure. East of the Rockies in Roanoke, Virginia. Robert, you're on the air with Barbara.
How you doing tonight, Art?
Just fine, sir.
And Barbara, this is a fascinating show because I have an account I'd like to relate to you, and it may be something that might help you in your studies on this.
Yes.
This was back about 30 years ago. I was getting ready to do some Christmas promotion for a station here. And I was doing the voiceovers and the promotion in my house. And I usually do my work late at night when it's very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And Art, if you remember the old Sony TC630 reel-to-reels.
Oh, of course.
But the fantastic recorder, and I was using one of those. It was a reel-to-reel, which has sound on sound and sound with sound. It has a built-in echoplex.
Mm-hmm.
And you, depending on the speed of the tape, you can talk. And then you can either get maybe a 7-second delay or a 13-second delay when the tape rolls back.
Mm-hmm.
And this was at Christmas time, and I had a little Christmas tree in my house and Christmas cards and everything around, and I was getting ready to do this voiceover. I reached over to get and I smoked too, I reached over to get my cigarettes, And I heard back through the, you can get a wet word dry mix on these recorders. I heard back through the recorder, I heard a child's voice, a little girl's voice that said, "Who's here?" Then there was about a 2-second delay, and it was like there was excitement in her voice that said, "Christmas." And this was late at night, 12 o'clock. I don't have any children. There was no children in the house. And I turned around quick. I just, natural instinct, I thought someone else was there in the room with me. No one there. I flipped the recorder off, played it back, and it was just as clear as a bell, just like I'm hearing tonight.
Oh, there you go. You just got a spontaneous EVP in a way that you could hear it. That's an amazing story, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's exactly what he got, was an EVP. First-time caller line? No, I'm sorry. Wildcard line. Valerie, Pennsylvania. You're on with Barbara.
Yeah, Bart. I've had a question I wanted to ask Barbara for a long time. I think that if I were going to go and record EVPs, I would go to local cemetery and probably end up with my relative's grave. Have they ever recorded an EVP that they recognize the voice on?
We did on one occasion. The voice really wasn't the sound of our friend. He had committed suicide in his family's garage. But we did record a voice in the house. The family had called us to come and investigate because there was ghost activity taking place, and they thought it might have been our friend. And
I believe that you have made a pact, haven't you, Barbara, to attempt yourself to create an EVP when you pass?
Yes, I would love to be able to do that. If I have a choice at all, I will do it. But how this voice responded to my husband was exactly the same way this friend of ours did when he was alive. It was his, and what he said I can't repeat because of the language, but it was...
Oh, and that brings up another topic. How many EVPs are not airable because of the language?
Really not a big percentage of them. We have recorded, some bad language, but the majority is not like that.
Okay, all right. We don't have a lot of time. On the international line from London, England, Nick, you're on the air.
Hi, it's great to speak to you. I've got a question for Barbara. Does she have any ideas for new devices to record EVPs in the future? Are they investigating any new ideas or following any sort of intuitions they may have about how to go?
Okay, well, of course, Nick, they've made the transition from analog to digital, but beyond that, Barbara, anything else on the horizon?
Well, it would be depending on what we can afford. There's a lot of equipment out there I know that we could be using, but it's what we can afford.
Money, sure.
It's all what it comes down to.
Most of the Rockies, Phoenix, Arizona, Robert.
Art, it's a pleasure to speak with you again, finally.
And you, sir.
Barbara, is it possible to record, I guess, family EVP in a place that you've never lived in before? And, well, I went blind 3 years ago. And ever since then, I have been visited by family members, animals, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious. I mean, I don't consider them haunting. I'm just curious, though, as to whether these spirits would have followed me here to Phoenix and whether or not it would be possible to record them if they were so inclined.
Yes, I believe it would be. If you have family members that are attached to you or looking over you as type of a guardian angel type of thing, I believe that that would be possible, and you might want to try that.
Okay. In other words, why not? East of the Rockies, Matt in Iowa, you're on with Barbara.
Barbara, nice to speak with you two again. And just before I get on with my question for you guys who hasn't tried this, it does work. It does come back real. So my question tonight was, has any of you ever been on a site, whether it be a cemetery or whatever, and played it back to someone and able to identify the voice?
Well, we just sort of answered that one. There was only one instance of that, right, Barbara?
Yes, and it did not sound like him except for the way, the words and the way he spoke. It sounded like our friend, but the voice itself did not sound like him.
Okay. Wildcard line, Paula in Florida. You're on with Barbara.
Yeah, hi, hon. Hey, Barbara, I've listened to you before, and something strange has really happened to us. After I listened to you one night, I got on the tape recorder and I started talking to my little grandson because he passed away. And so I said something to him, and I just let the tape run, and then I played it back, and he said, "Talk to me." And then my granddaughter's sister, she saw my father-in-law here, my brother-in-law's been here, and I began to wonder, do we really go to the other side?
Well, any theory that you'd have would be just as good as anybody else's.
We begin to wonder.
I do think that there are times when family members come to us for certain reasons, but I don't believe that this is just my own belief now.
Yeah.
I don't believe that they always stay as a ghost. A ghost is usually experienced by many different people over a period of time. There's been recorded, documented hauntings that have taken place for hundreds of years in certain locations. I would hate to think that my loved ones were stuck here as ghosts.
Yeah.
Well, as many people as you have taped, I'm just beginning to wonder.
Yeah.
Well,
Especially the children.
yes, I know.
It's
I
really got
know.
me upset.
It is upsetting because it's just thrown my perception of what happens to little children right out the window.
Well, I know I even got him on film. I filmed him in the kitchen, in his room. I mean, it's just, and then, I mean, other people seeing him here. I mean, I'm really beginning to wonder what's going on.
Yeah, did he live there at that location?
Yeah,
Did he?
yeah, all of them did.
Well, they might not. There might be a reason why they're staying. If I were you, I'd record and see if you can get some answers on why they're there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm sure some passages my recorder right now.
Okay, well, listen, good luck, and please
Thank
let
you
us
so
know.
much.
Right. Please let us know how you do. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Barbara. Charlie in Crystal River, Florida. Oh, California. Florida.
Hello, Art. Hello, Barbara.
Hello.
Congratulations, Art, on your
Thank you.
your new one on the way.
Thank you.
You're going to need a new hobby very soon. I think Barbara has brought it to you. 3 shows ago, when Barbara was on, her husband made some very interesting comments that you went, "Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't realize that." And I have a radio-trained ear, and the recordings that were made with laptops with a wide-open mic, not in voice-activated mode, recorded some traffic in the background. And I said, that's conversation. And so I downloaded the show, I isolated that, I filtered out all of the audible, recognizable voices, and sure enough, there is conversation in the background that is of a different frequency. It's on a different dimension, if you will. And what I think is happening is what you're hearing that we can understand are burst transmissions from another dimension.
Well, that's as good a guess as any. I mean, we're all guessing about what this is. We have no idea what it is. Nobody can say with any surety what we're hearing, or that is to say where it's from. But it's real. Whatever it is, it's real. In other words, you're not hearing some fake baloney. You're just hearing something that's real. And it's going to leave, every show leaves everybody wondering what it is.
Yes,
We
don't know.
We just have no idea.
I could give you some any kind of explanation. But I would be wrong in doing that, and, stating it for a fact, because we really don't know.
Mike in Iowa, you're on the air with Barbara and Macbeth. Hello.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Barbara, I have a question regarding your recording technique.
Yeah.
Tell if you use 24-bit depth or is that 16?
We use 16.
Okay. Would it be possible to do 24-bit? That would probably give you a higher dynamic range if you tried that.
That would be up to Brendan. He's the one that transfers the stuff from our recorders and into the files.
But we will, I'll tell you what, we'll be sure it gets passed on. How's that?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much and take care. Moving quickly to the wild card line, Matthew in Fresno, California.
How you doing, Barbara? I have a question. The question was, can someone curse another person with these entities? And the reason I asked that is because of certain experiences I had while I was with a certain girlfriend of mine. And when you guys are talking about the food, bringing food, in her religion, when someone died, they would bring food and money to a funeral and they would burn it. And that would supposedly go up to the spirit. And my question was, can someone else curse you? Because I feel like I had been cursed by this person's grandmother. And there were certain experiences that had occurred since that time. So,
all right, well, so can somebody curse you? You mean a living person or a spirit?
Can a person control these ghosts to come after somebody or taunt?
I myself do not believe that situation would be ghosts. I think that would be a completely different kind of entity.
Okay. East of the Rockies, not a lot of time. You're on the air with Barbara Macbeth.
Is this East of the Rockies?
That's it, all right. Robin, I think.
Yes. I have a short story and a question. I'm disabled, and I was coming down the steps and looking for stuff, and I had my robe on one arm and shoulder, and the other arm was off. And I went to the bedroom to look for things, and what I thought was my husband went to help me get the other arm on. And I turned around to thank him, and he's at the end of our long hall. He had just finished washing dishes in the kitchen, and I was shocked because I thought it was him, and I just thought, what happened here? And I said, were you just here? And he said, no. I said, you're not going to believe this, but somebody tried to help me get on my robe. And it wasn't him and it wasn't me, and we're the only two people here. And I was just curious if this entity, which I've never felt threatened, but I've always been telepathic and felt the presence, could become more menacing. And I was curious about EVPs, or if I should just stay out of that realm.
Well,
that would really be up to you. I mean, if you feel like you could handle more than what took place there, go for it. If it's something that's fearful to you and might cause you some fright and discomfort in your home, I would recommend you stay away from it.
Good advice. First time caller line, you're on the air with Barbara Macbeth. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you're the best, man. I wanted to have a thought about the children. Maybe you have to learn about death before you can pass over.
Oh, that's a good comment.
And
I agree with you.
And a question for Barbara: have you ever heard any other languages than English?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good one. Yes.
Yes, we have. We've recorded Spanish. Other recordings, we've recorded what sounds like German or a derivative of German.
But obviously, for the purposes of a broadcast show, we're not going to play those because it's hard enough to hear in English, right?
That's correct. But yes, we have.
Although I must say, tonight's EVPs have been disturbingly clear. Well, Barbara, we've done it again. The website is ghostpics.com, right?
Yes, and thank you for having me on, Art, and I want to wish you and your listeners happy Halloween.
Thank you, Barbara, and good night.
Good night.
Okay, folks, the typhoon... from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, each and every one covered like a blanket by this program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, here to escort you through the weekend. Actually, it's my honor and privilege to do so. Speaking of honors, they've rolled my way this year. It really has been something. Listen, I got a note from my boss, which essentially said, hey, Art, it really is your year. You've been nominated for the National Radio Hall of Fame in Chicago. And that really is an honor. And so there you have it. I'm honored. That doesn't mean I'm in the National Radio Hall of Fame. It means I'm nominated to be in it. And I guess the voting occurs sometime later in the year, and then you're inducted or not inducted or whatever happens. So just being nominated, from my point of view, is an extreme honor, a very extreme honor. The webcam tonight, if you go to coasttocoastam.com, upper left-hand side, Art's webcam is me. And that was taken just a few hours ago. And by the way, for those of you wondering, there's no more wondering about it. Baby Day, Asia Rain Bell will be here June 1st, right around noontime. So don't expect me on that weekend. I will be busy. So that's actually Friday, June 1st, just about noontime. All right, looking at the normally depressing, never disappointing from that point of view, world news. President Bush on Saturday said Iran's capture of 15 British sailors and Marines was, quote, inexcusable, and called for Iran to give back the hostages immediately and unconditionally. Bush said Iran plucked the sailors out of Iraqi waters. Iran's president said Saturday they were in Iranian waters and called Britain and its allies, that would be us, arrogant and selfish for not apologizing for trespassing. There'll be more news on Iran here in a moment. The U.S. military death toll in March, the first full month of the security crackdown, was nearly twice that of the Iraqi army. Now, that's pretty worrisome, considering this crackdown is supposed to be the Iraqis cracking down, and we had double their fatalities. The Iraqis suffered 44, we suffered 81. It just keeps going up. Residents of 200 homes were ordered to evacuate Saturday. All the news covered it as wildfires burned out of control in hills and canyons east of Los Angeles, got very near the Hollywood sign. The fire burned about 1,400 acres or 2.1 square miles and had burned a shed and the roof off a house in the area where residents were being evacuated. In Atlanta, Georgia, 3 people were shot during an attempted robbery at a shopping mall Saturday. 1 person critically wounded. Authorities were still piecing together what happened, but said the shootings happened around 5:15 in the afternoon at the store at Greenbrier Mall. One of the injured people was a security guard. What in the world ever happened to robberies where people didn't get shot and now it's multiple people? So that's kind of a good little test of and taste of how the news can be depressing. There just is not good news reported. And that worries me because, as you know, I've done a lot of work in consciousness, and I'm very, very concerned that we are feeding a kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, or at least I'm not saying we are, and I'm not ruling it in or out, but I'm a little concerned about it. Or just one more little item, and this is all over the net, so I have no way of knowing if it's true, but it's worrisome. Russian military intelligence services are reporting a flurry of activity by U.S. armed forces near Iran's border. The latest military intelligence data, now this is from Russia, bear it in mind, point to heightened U.S. military preparations for both an air and ground operation against Iran. Adding, the Pentagon has probably not yet made a final decision as to when any attack would be launched, according to one unnamed official. He said the Pentagon is looking for a way to deliver a strike against Iran that would enable the Americans to bring the country to its knees at minimal cost. He also said the U.S. naval presence in the Persian Gulf has, for the first time in the past 4 years, reached the level that existed shortly before the invasion of Iraq in March of 2003. Colonel General Leonid Ishabov, Vice President of the Academy of Geopolitical Sciences, said last week the Pentagon is planning to deliver a massive airstrike on Iran's military infrastructure in the near future. A new U.S. carrier battle group has been dispatched to the Gulf, the USS John C. Stennis, a crew of 3,200, around 80 fixed-wing aircraft, including FA-18 Hornets and Super Hornet fighter bombers, 8 support ships, 4 nuclear submarines, all headed for the Gulf, where a similar group led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower has been deployed since December of 2006. The U.S. is also sending Patriot anti-missile systems to the region. So that, if true, is certainly a worrisome sign. In a moment, as Paul would say, the rest of the news. All right, this, as the news people say, just in. A key element of the second major report on climate change, which is being released Friday in Belgium, is a chart that maps out the effects of global warming, most of them bad, with every degree of temperature rise. There is one bright spot. Minimal heat rise means more food production in northern regions of the world. However, the number of species going extinct will rise with the heat, as does the number of people who may starve or face water shortages or floods. According to projections in the draft obtained by the Associated Press, some scientists are calling this degree-by-degree projection a highway to extinction. It's likely to be the source of sharp, closed-door debate. Some scientists, along with a multitude of other issues in the 20-chapter draft report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We're going to hear a lot about this coming up. While the wording of the draft is almost guaranteed change at this week's meeting in Brussels, several scientists say the focus won't. The final document will be the product of a UN network of 2,000 scientists as authors and reviewers, along with representatives of more than 120 governments worldwide, as last-minute editors. It will be the second volume of a 4-volume authoritative assessment of Earth's climate being released this year. The last such effort was in 2001. Andrew Weaver, a climate scientist with the University of Victoria in BC, said the chart of results from various temperature levels is, quote, a highway to extinction, but on this highway there are many turnoffs. This is showing you where the road is heading. The road is heading toward extinction. Weaver is one of the lead authors of the first report issued in February. Talk a lot about that. While humanity will survive, he says, hundreds of millions, maybe billions of people may not, according to the chart, if the worst scenarios happen. The worst stuff, quoting here, the worst stuff is not going to happen because we can't be that stupid. That's a direct quote from Harvard University oceanographer James McCarthy, who was a top author of the 2001 version of the report. Quote, not that I think the projections are not that good, but because we can't be that stupid. End quote. I wonder if he's right. Is that true? We just cannot be that stupid. More than 3/4 of the dangerous particulate pollution known as black carbon that blows through the West Coast in the spring comes from Asian sources. China's new industrialization movement burns a whole lot of coal. Now, coal means we won't be able to clean up our pollution until we get China to clean up its act. Oh, good luck. Although the transported black carbon, most of which is soot, is an extremely small component of air pollution, although we've seen it here on the West Coast, at land surface levels, the phenomena has a significant heating effect on the atmosphere. However, it also dims the surface of the ocean by absorbing solar radiation. That's a primary concern we have with these aerosols. They can really affect the global climate. Still worried about the bees, big time. State agricultural officials say a mystery disorder that's killed off half the commercial bees in some parts of the country is now in Arizona. It's also now in Oregon. It's called colony collapse, and it was in virtually every state of the union, except for a few, and now those few are beginning to go. Here in Nevada, we are one of the last, I guess, to still have bees, last I heard, but state by state, we're beginning to lose them altogether, and I wonder what it means. Losing our bees. What would it mean if we lost our bees? I would like somebody to write a good piece on exactly what it would mean if we really lost all of our honeybees. Once that was a very, very far-fetched possibility indeed. But now we have them dying off. We don't have little bee bodies anywhere to dissect. They simply are gone, like they're abducted or something. Now, I said this a couple of weeks ago, and I'll say it again now. I've never been fully clear on what's in so-called chemtrails. But has anybody out there, anybody, put together chemtrails on the one hand, and bee death or disappearance or whatever's happened to them on the other hand? Entire colonies collapsing. Well, okay, if they all had dropped dead, little bee legs in the air and all that, that'd be one thing, but they're just disappearing, and I don't see how that can happen. We literally can't find any to dissect of those that have, might have died. We don't really have a body to prove anything at all. Chemtrails. Bees, chemtrails. All right, in a moment, we're going to take unscreened open line calls. Now, what I've got to sort of pass on to you here is when you answer the phone, when I answer the phone, and you realize I have answered the phone, turn your radio down right away. Otherwise, you'll be confused hearing yourself many seconds later, and it is very confusing, actually. And so you'll sound confused on the radio, and you don't want that. Here are the numbers. West of the Rockies, 800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 800-825-5033. If you're a first-time caller, we love those. Area code 818-501-4721. The wild card line. Actually, that sounds singular, but we have many. Area code 818-501-4109. And finally, internationally, yes, there is a way, and it's free wherever you are in the world. 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. Let us begin. First time caller line. You are on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's Scott from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've been thinking about these bees.
Yes.
Isn't it pretty clear that what we've got is the bee rapture?
It's kind of like that, isn't it?
Yes, they just disappeared. Maybe another sign of end time. At least for bees.
Actually, if something like this occurred back, say, in the days of the Roman Empire, I'll bet you they would call it some sort of miracle, some sort of warning, some sort of, well, as you put it, sign of the end times.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Art. I love the show.
You're very welcome. Thank you. I hadn't thought of it that way. That is, say, as part of the end times. But if you look at what the scientists are saying, I guess it could be. We couldn't possibly be that stupid, right? Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hi there.
Hey, Art, how's it going?
Very well, sir. Where are you?
In Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just calling just to see how things are going, I guess. I've been listening for a while, and I love the show, of course. Who wouldn't? But I was on the bee thing. I heard a little bit of Linda Moulton Howells.
Yes.
Linda Moulton Howells and the systemic pesticides.
Yes. Well, there are all kinds of people out there, sir, that are sort of projecting possibilities, that it might be a sort of a soup of pesticides or something like that. But it seems to me That wouldn't cause the bees to, as the last caller said, kind of be raptured away. It might cause them to be dead, but then we have found a whole lot of bee bodies somewhere, right?
Yeah, there's none of those, are there?
No, like they've been abducted, raptured.
Yeah, that's very bizarre. Another thing people might look into is the Oklahoma City bombing. I think that's still been unresolved. Well, I guess, of course, how it may relate to the 9/11 information, but
I'm not sure what connection I see there. One was entirely domestic, the other not. Both involved buildings. I guess I could give you that. Other than that, I don't think there's a connection. Now, the bee thing is worrisome, but it kind of goes along with all the other news we're getting, the environmental news. It's getting very serious. Really is getting very serious. Could we possibly be that stupid? In other words, as the signs continue to mount, at what point will the consciousness of the world's people, not just us, the world's people say, hey, something's wrong. I'm Art Bell. Indeed, here I am. Marissa from Rio Del California, and a million other people keep asking me, so I will repeat it once anyway here. This pizza topping that I've been talking about is available at, here's the website, artbellspizzapunch.com. That's Art Bell, plural, ARTBELLS, PIZZAPUNCH.com. Pizza Punch. That's something Ramona and myself, mostly Ramona actually, discovered, my gosh, is it a decade ago now? I think a decade ago, and made promises about a decade ago, and now a decade later, here it finally is. Just amazing. All right, we're going to continue with unscreened open lines in a moment. All right, to the phones we go as promised. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Howdy.
Hi.
Hi there.
Real quick, are you familiar with who Chuck Schrammick was, a AM news guy in Houston? He was.
Well, of course, I'm familiar with Chuck Schrammick, the late Chuck Schrammick. He's the one who really began all the talk about Ailbot.
Yeah, in the chemtrails and all. I thought it was kind of strange. I live in the area, so I would listen to him every day. And towards the last 2 weeks he was on the air, the other DJs were saying, oh, that's a bunch of hogwash. He ended up getting sick, and then 2 weeks later, wow, they kicked the bucket. I just thought that was rather odd how that all went down myself.
Well, it was odd. You're right. And I'm not implying that there was anything untoward about his passing, but yeah, he was very much ahead of his time in a lot of ways, and that does tend to happen to people who get ahead of their time with something or another, or at least it seems to. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about there's a cliffordcarnicom.com that gives you all the information on the.
Okay, sir, I can't allow you to give a website on the air.
Oh, okay.
There's an obvious reason for that, and I'll be glad to explain it to you, but just talk generally about the subject.
Well, what I found, can I tell you what I found out so far?
About?
The chemtrails?
Sure.
They're supposedly contractors for the government that are spraying some stuff, pesticides and herbicides. And they have a cocktail of viruses and bacteria that they're also spraying.
Look, all of this is, speculation, and so I'm glad I didn't allow you to give that website on the air. The reason we don't let people give websites on the air is because we had an instance once of what sounded like a very innocent website having an element of pornography to it. So we just, play it safe and don't allow websites to be given out anymore. Again, because we can't know the truth, except a story from the Idaho Observer, which I read a couple of weeks ago, that actually had the breakdown of the things found in chemtrail material, which was disgusting, all kinds of awful things. Once again, and it's utter speculation. I'm the one saying it. I'm saying chemtrails, bees, chemtrails. Not saying the bees are gone because of the chemtrails. I'm just speculating. That's all. Two things that we cannot solve. Right? First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, I was calling about the bee issue you were talking about.
Yes, ma'am. Where are you?
I'm in California.
Okay.
And I don't know anything personally about the bees, but I subscribe to a paper that's called the Valley Voice. It's from the Central Valley. It's out of Visalia.
I thought you were going to tell me it was a Sacramento bee. Sorry.
No, that'd be cute. No, but there was an article in the February 21st paper, and it's called Mysterious Bee Deaths Strike the Central Valley.
Right.
And there's two different people that feel that it has to do with a pesticide that's being used.
Right.
And they talk about the fact that a similar thing happened in France in, 2001, 2003, something like that. And that Bayer, the company that did the product, the pesticide thing.
See, this is all speculation because I don't really know. It's not nailed down yet. So there's everybody's speculating. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So that's all that they're saying, that the people there would not admit that they were responsible, but they did pay the French when their bee industry collapsed because of the use of that pesticide, which they then took off the market. Anyway, I was just going to let you know that that's an article that's there that has some information about the problem. But like I say, I don't personally know anything about the bees.
Well, here's the thing that gets me is that they're just gone. They're not finding bee bodies. It's not like, if it was something like a pesticide, then you'd find bees with their little bee legs in the air, the dead, right? We're talking about a majority of bees in a majority of the United States. That would be, I don't know how many millions or billions of bees, but so many that surely you would find bee bodies. But like the earlier caller said, it's like they've been raptured or something. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Treetop calling you again.
Treetop, yes.
Yes, sir. I want to tell you a story one time. It's not a real strange story except for one thing about it. I was hauling gas in Alabama back in, it's 2004 this happened. An old boy had a bad run of luck anyway. I rolled up on this accident, and I seen a corpse over in the breakdown lane, and I seen a tanker truck up ahead, and I was the first vehicle that came up on it. And I didn't know what had happened, but I stopped in front of the other truck and walked back to the guy in the tanker truck, and he was looking straight ahead. The truck was out of Texas. And I stepped up on the steps, and the guy looked down at me, and he was an elderly black man driving the truck, and his eyes were, his pupil and all, the eyes blue. And he looked down at me, he never said a word, and it freaked me out, and I went and called 911 and got my truck and left. I didn't know what to think about those eyes. What had happened, the boy that was on the side of the road had ran out in front of the truck and caught his head.
Oh my God.
And just took his head off, and I read about it in the newspaper later, and I didn't witness it, so.
Right. Well, at least you called 911. And I'm sure truckers run into this kind of thing all the time. No pun intended. They're on the road, so many hours a day, sometimes with teams. And so they're going to run into all kinds of accidents. And I think a lot of highway accidents get called in by truckers. They've got communication. No matter what you may hear about Citizens Band, and I know it's ridiculed them at the radio circles a lot, I'll tell you something, and this is a big admission, but if I were out on the highway and I needed help, I would much more likely get it with Citizens Band than I would ham radio. And the reason for that is that virtually every truck out there has CB in it. And it's right there on the highway. It's a short-range communication medium that's been unfortunately populated by some undesirable people Nevertheless, plenty of good people there too. I should say it, just undesirable people. Plenty of good people there too. The fact of the matter is, you can get help there faster than you get it anywhere else. And so, if you're on the highway a lot, you do very well to reach into the past. And people think it's only in the past. It's not. CB radio is alive and well today, and you'll get help that way. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm all right, sir. Where are you?
Right now I'm in Kissimmee, Florida.
Okay. Fire away. You're on the air.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to tell you, I was listening to the show last night, and there was a caller that called in and was talking about some reptilian race of people.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I had never been interested in UFOs or basically the supernatural, but I lived in an area in California called Concord, California, and anyway, there was some strange activity going on. And, I seen what looked like a UFO, and then the next day I was in my backyard looking at my horses. They were acting rather peculiar, and there in the wooded area behind my house, I seen this. Oh God, this creature that looked about 7 foot tall, and I had to shake my head because I couldn't believe what I was looking at.
Did this creature look reptilian to you?
Yeah. I looked at it, and the head looked similar, kind of football shaped like.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like it was actually going, I think, translucent or transparent.
Well, once you've seen a translucent, scaly-looking, football-headed thing, you've got to become a believer or adjust dosages of whatever you're taking.
No, let me tell you what happened.
Please.
So I'm looking at this thing, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'm just seeing an outline or something through the trees, because, it just went away. Well, I was going to school at the time, and the teacher there, we started talking about, UFOs. He brought up the subject, and I had never been on the internet, but I told him that I thought I had seen something one time, and he says, well, describe what you've seen. And I told him what I'm telling you.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time here, sir.
Okay, so he pulled it up on the website, and it was exactly what I described to him.
A reptilian.
Yeah, and it was called reptilian, is what they call it.
Okay, well, now how can you not believe once you've seen with your own eyes?
I do believe, because I've been researching it and watching for 10 years and videotaping.
Yes.
And I do have videotapes of UFO activity in that area.
Okay, well, then the answer is you do believe. And there's nothing like seeing something with your own eyes. As a song said, don't let anybody tell you what you haven't seen. And they will try. Believe me, they will try. Any excuse. You had a little too much of this or that, as I sort of jokingly mentioned to him, or anything else they might suggest. The moon was bright, the moon was full. You had an illusion. Anything except you saw something from somewhere else. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, this is John from New York.
Yes, John.
Okay, I have a question. Why you and your former wife, when the UFO flew over, I know exactly the exact where you were, but I think it was your house. Why didn't you and your wife grab a camera? Try to get
No, sir. We were on the way back. If you remember the story, we were on the way back from Las Vegas. We were about, I can estimate for you, about a quarter or a half mile away from our home when we stopped the car and saw it. So we were in a vehicle, pulled over to the side of the road. We were not at home. Otherwise, I promise you, I would have been running for a camera.
Okay, just have one more quick question here.
Sure.
I called on prediction night. That was the one that told the UFOs about the, not double, but actually triple. So you think right now that
ding, ding, ding,
what's happening?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think it's pretty much happening now, or happened already?
Yes. The answer is yes. You're going to get a ding next year.
Oh, there we
we go.
Or actually the end of this year. Yeah, you'll definitely get a ding from that one. We are in the middle of a huge worldwide UFO flap. No question about it. Landings in Somalia, Iran, sightings virtually everywhere. You bet we're in the middle of a big flap, though. You'll get a ding on that one. I can virtually promise. International line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, hello.
Is this our bell?
It is. Turn the radio off, please.
Oh, okay, turn it off. This is it's my mother. I'm calling from Boise, Idaho. And I've gotten through to you once before 10 years ago. I'm Kenneth.
Okay, well, listen, you're on my international line.
I know, I called the wrong number. Am I going to get in trouble?
No, you can't. You're not going to get in trouble. No, you're not going to get in trouble, but you're also, unfortunately, going to have to call the right number. I'm sorry, but that is for people outside the country, and I'm not exactly sure how you even got in on that line, to be honest. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How you doing tonight?
I'm well, sir.
Art, I want to tell you something that happened here about a little over a year ago. My mother and I were driving home. It was in the summertime, and we were heading east, and the moon, you know, you can see the moon as it's coming up, and the sun was behind us. Excuse me. My mother said, "Paul, what is that?" And I said, "Well, Mother, it's the moon." And she said, "Oh." She said, "That reminds me of something that I saw when I was a little girl." And my mother at the time was 81. And I said, "What was that?" And she said, "I was outside playing, and at the time they lived in Hobart, Oklahoma." And she said, "I saw this light. And it was coming across the field. And I asked my mom and dad, I said, 'What is that?' And they said, 'Well, honey, I don't know.' And we're driving along, and she said under her breath, 'You know, that thing was triangle shaped.' And I said, 'Mother, how come you have never said anything about that before?' And she says, 'Well, I don't know. I've never thought of it until I saw that moon in the sky.' And I thought, you know, that was so weird, because Art, that would have had to been in 1929 or 1930.
Yes, very interesting, because, of course, I've had a very, very close encounter with a triangle. We've had a gazillion triangle reports from all over the world, but these have all been more or less modern, and that would have been at a time when there could not possibly have been a secret U.S. or any other country program flying a triangle that did not use conventional propulsion and flew in ways that aircraft can't fly. So, yes, that would have been well before it was remotely possible. It could have been something else that we always try to put it off on. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. Yeah, a little bit of speculation on the bee situation.
Yes, sir.
Since the introduction of genetically modified crops, is it possible that
yes,
that there's genetically modified pollen and it doesn't agree with the bees?
Yes, of course. All of these things are possibilities. Yes.
Well, that's about it.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, all speculation in this area is welcome. That's all it is. And that's all mine was, is speculation. I thought about the chemtrails, thought about all the terrible things that were in the chemtrails the Idaho Observer reported on it. And then I thought about the bees. And there's a million other things. Sure, genetically modified crops could be stuff from the sky, various chemicals that we put on crops, trying to get better and more prolific crops. Sure, any of it could be the cause. Was to the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, hey, Art, I might have another piece to your puzzle for the bees.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is Lady of Connect. I'm actually a female. I've talked to you for a long time.
Oh, sorry about that.
I remember back in 2003 when that shuttle broke up coming over California.
Of course, yeah. Well, Actually, I think the major breakup was Texas, but yes, okay.
Okay, but it broke up coming in over California, but it dumped
right.
in Texas.
Right.
That time in 2003, I called you. I was down in Pensacola, Florida.
Uh-huh.
And when that shuttle went and broke up, like the next day, there was like this pollen-looking stuff all over the garbage cans, all the way down to Pensacola, and it was all over the chairs and everything. And my neighbors were saying it looked like pollen, and I'm saying, no, we're just coming out of winter. Nothing's bloomed. And what was weird about this stuff was where it had rain that night, where you got to have dust to have rain, and every little raindrop had its own little speck of this yellow powder stuff.
There's been a lot of that going on.
Rain that night, and this stuff, it's like it hated water.
I got it. Listen, I'm sorry. I've got to break it off. It's the end of the hour, but I'm with you all the way. We're all speculating, but it's something. Well, I'll tell you, it's been a long, long time. Dr. Evelyn Paglini, she got on the air many years ago because I said, I'm looking for a real broom-riding, cauldron-stirring witch, the real McCoy. And I sort of went on a search, and Evelyn is who I found. She was a very, very close friend of Ramona's. That said, there is nobody on. Well, let me read you what Shelley from Hallandale, Florida sent, and Shelley's dead on. Shelley made a couple of nice comments to me and then said, listen, Art, I wanted to comment on Saturday's guest. Evelyn Paglini was right on target when she was your guest in early 2005. This may refresh some of your memories. She warned everyone that according to the client reading she was giving, something was going to happen with the weather that would profoundly impact many people. She said, thousands of people having to leave a part of the country. She was picking up Hurricane Katrina and all of the damage it did to New Orleans and the surrounding areas. Thousands had to move away. She's one of the most accurate psychics you've had on your program. Well, she doesn't bill herself technically as a psychic, but Shelley, you're exactly right. She hit that one as hard as you can hit anything right on the head. Evelyn Paglini, coming right up, parapsychologist, one of the leading authorities on the occult and the supernatural in the United States. She was born into a centuries-old family of practitioners of the occult. And at the age of 4, her grandfather began teaching her natural magic. She is a psychic. Well, there you go. Well, actually not psychic, a metaphysical teacher, lecturer, consultant, doctor of divinity, and spiritual warrior. She's also founder of the International Psychic Center, a research investigation organization. So she really is psychic. Been called an expert by law enforcement agencies. She's set precedents in the Texas court systems on abuse cases with ritual overtones, worked with law enforcement on missing persons and murder cases involving the occult and the supernatural. Coming up in a moment, Dr. Evelyn Paglini. In my opinion, when you hit something that big, and that is big, that's really big. I mean, when you talk about the wet weather, how wet it's going to be, and that the weather's going to be so bad, thousands and thousands of people are going to have to move. You hit something that big on the head, you deserve being listened to. And so tonight, I suggest you listen very carefully. Evelyn Paglini, welcome back to the program.
Thank you so much, Art Bell, for the opportunity.
Now, that was a big one. I mean, you know, when Katrina hit, and you probably sat there like all the rest of us watching the coverage, you probably went, oh my God. Or did you just,
I knew
what did you do?
I knew it was going to be bad, Art, but I didn't, no one could comprehend the horrendous things that we saw happen to those people.
Well, when you're talking about thousands of people being, having to move out of an area, I mean, that's just hardly ever happened.
Yes, and unfortunately, I feel that in the coming years, it's going to happen again.
Okay, well, here we've got, of course, environmental disaster unfolding in front of our very faces. I think in a report that's coming out next week, the scientists has quoted as saying something like, not that I think the projections aren't that good, meaning projections of doom are good, but he goes on to say, but because we just can't be that stupid, meaning to let it happen. Can we?
I don't think we want to let it happen, but it's going to happen. I think we're not prepared. We still have not reinforced our infrastructure, and it is going to happen again. We're going to have an increase in hurricanes, not only this year, but in the coming years. We have a countdown effect coming between now and 2012, and so there's going to be a lot of catastrophes and major devastations that are going to hit this United States as well as around the world.
Evelyn, what is it? I mean, it's the end of the Mayan calendar, we all know. And it's also coinciding with what scientists are saying is going to be this incredible sun cycle that may be bigger than anything we've ever seen. But is that what it is? I mean, is it the end of Mayan calendar, or why 2012, between now and 2012?
I think I don't know it all, Art. I really don't. I think you would have experts that could talk about it a lot more proficiently than I can. I only have these feelings and these images that I get. And I feel that because of what is going on, there's like a purification or a cleansing of Earth. It's like a preparation for a shifting or a raising of consciousness or a new energy level that we'll be entering into in that 2012 time. But before that, there is this purging that needs to take place. And it's going to be happening not only with natural catastrophes, but also with war, as well as those people who are going to continually try to devastate the economy by any ways, means in which it can. And there's a lot that's going to be done in a very evil manner.
Evil?
Yeah, I only can use that word because in one of my predictions, I feel that there is a rising of evil like we have not seen in a long time. In fact, maybe in the Middle Ages, we would talk about this kind of evil that is rising, that is going to be around the world.
When I interviewed Father Malachi Martin in a long series of interviews, Evelyn, he said that in his area of responsibility in the New York City area, the New York area, evil, and this was years ago, was up 800% in the year previous,
Yeah.
It had just gone up 800%, and he felt that would continue to rise. And what you're saying is come online with that. You're saying,
yeah, now it's so prevalent, and it's coming from all facts and facets of life. You're seeing now parents that are killing children killing children. You're seeing catastrophes where people walk in and go into a Mormon school and just annihilate youngsters' innocence. This is going to escalate to beyond our wildest dreams. We are not going to be able to get our head around the kind of carnage that people are going to be doing to others. And that's got nothing to do with what is planned by those individuals that are fanatics. That kind of carnage and that kind of terrorism we all know about. We've seen it in the Middle East.
right, Evelyn, can I ask you this? Is it this increase in evil that we're talking about, is it just something that's, I don't know, naturally occurring in the mind of man, or is there a real...
There's a real fight against light and darkness going on.
Is there Lucifer? Is there really an entity that is promoting evil on Earth?
Yes. Yes, there is, always has been, but because of the shifting in consciousness, because of our level of awareness being expanding, and our capabilities, our psi abilities being enhanced, now the dark forces are in for the fight. And the fight is not only for the earth and for our souls. And so, yeah, there will be an increase in evil and carnage around the world.
All right, since you hit it so much on the head with that hurricane, let's kind of take it one category at a time. Now, the weather, of course, is totally bananas. It's completely bananas all over the world. In the near term, in the next year or two, if you would look ahead for us, and is there any way you can tell what's coming?
Well, as far as the weather is concerned, the one thing I'm worried about, and I've been getting this a lot,
and it's not just here in the state of California, even though I'm here. I am picking up devastating fires, and I'm talking about the tens of thousands of acres on fire. Not only here in the state of California, but like I said, in other states. But what's bothering me, in fact, I'd even ask your audience and those people, especially in the state of California, that maybe they can help out, because I am picking up that a lot of this is going to be done by arson. And I keep getting, I'm not seeing them clearly, but I keep getting 3 or 4 men, and I only see them kneeling down. And so I can't tell a lot about them, but they have got plans. And they're not just in the state of California. They're in other states, and they are going to start major fires.
Do you feel any motive? In other words, why? I've always wondered.
This is like, it's deliberate. It's deliberate.
Oh, no, I've got that. But I mean, is it just to get the attention, Evelyn? Is it some sick...
This is not a sicko. This is a planned operation, and I don't understand it. It's not coming in clear enough. I'm getting snapshots. I'm getting images.
Right.
And it's just not giving me enough, but I've got enough to put it out there now. And that's why I'm asking the help of your audience, especially those in the state of California. But beside that, I'm also getting an awful lot of flooding. And we're going to be dealing with an awful lot of water and an awful lot of landslides. And this, again, is not only in the state of California, but across the nation. And I'm picking up that there's going to be anywhere between a 5.8 and a 6.2 earthquake in Northern California by the end of summer, early fall. All right, and again, babe, everything that you have been saying in The Day After Tomorrow in your book, The Coming Global Superstorm, that's what's going on.
Well, yeah, as the weather changes now, obviously, in areas where there should be moisture, there is not. So that means you're going to get all kinds of perfect conditions for fire. And if you've got somebody or somebodies out there, as you just talked about, willing to set them, then you're going to get a lot of fire. So you see a year of fire ahead.
I see the next 18 months, not just the next year ahead, the next 18 months, I'm seeing nothing but fires, and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really worried because, like I said, there's a deliberateness to some of them. Now, I'll tell you what we talked about also a year ago, which I have gotten so many letters and so many emails from people that heeded when I talked about the economy and what was going to be happening to housing, and especially those who had adjustable rate mortgages.
That's right.
I spent a lot of time on that, Art.
I remember.
And now those people who heeded my warning, thank God they got out. They got into a nice low fixed rate mortgage for 30 years. They pulled out a little bit more money and they paid off their debts. But right now, Art, there is going to be over 1 million homes that will be lost, that will go into foreclosure this year. The slump in housing is only just starting. There's going to be a major domino effect.
So it's going to get worse.
It's going to be much worse. And people are going to see their mortgages adjusting anywhere between $500 and $700 more a month. And that is going to cause them to go into foreclosure. And with that, I mentioned, remember the word I said, recession, last year?
Yes, I do.
Well, didn't Bernanke, and Greenspan mention that recession?
As opposed to yes.
And by the end of this year, we will be really talking about it because the slowing of this economy is going to happen and people are going to be being laid off. They're going to be losing their jobs by the thousands. And by the time we get into the third quarter, recession will be in full swing. And the dollar is going to continue to weaken and inflation is going to continue to rise by year's end.
Well, of course, the people that will be most immediately affected will be those that are way over their heads anyway. A lot of them in California where, of course, things were so overpriced in the first place and they're hanging in there by a thread. If they add $500-700 or more to a mortgage, that's just going to put a lot of people right out of their homes.
That is correct. And I am saying over 1 million homes. People are going to be losing their homes and they're going to be losing their jobs, and this economy is going to be slowing down, and the only thing they're going to be interested in is not the luxuries but the necessities of life. So as far as investment is concerned, let me tell you, if I were you, I would still stick with palladium. Gold is still going to be and has continued to be a hedge against inflation. Silver is still one of the best bets because I feel it will hit at least $25 to $30. So it's going to double. So I would definitely get into silver. I would stay also into copper, into nickel, and believe it or not, even into sugar. Now, there's a lot of people that know that there's been a lot of corn being planted. I mean, not since 1944 has there been so much corn being planted. So even though the price of corn has gone down, as a long-term investment, corn is going to be extremely still a very good investment, Art.
Okay. All right. Back to basic evil for a second. I guess since the dawn of man, there's been this fight between good and evil, between God and Lucifer. So we've entered an era, a period of time where the dark side, if to use a Star Wars metaphor, is beginning to get the edge, or what?
It's beginning to realize that because mankind's soul, it's his level of awareness and consciousness is being raised, his psi abilities, intuition is being heightened, that there is now a fight for the soul and for goodness. You see, as your consciousness is raised, Art, you get closer to the divine spark within you, which is the divine spark of God. The dark forces do not want that. And so they are going to seduce in any way, means, and form they can in order to control you, in order to control and win the soul.
Father Martin talked about the perfectly possessed. Now, those are people who have already made their pact with the dark side, and I guess they're enjoying whatever benefits in the short life they're getting from that. But you're talking about the fact that more people around the world are getting a higher level of consciousness, which makes them, I guess, more subject to all kinds of things, including the dark side.
That is correct. They're going to be more tempted only because their knowledge is being advanced, their awareness, their powers are being increased. And as that happens, the dark forces come to seduce. That's why always in magic we teach you to remain in balance, because they know that as you gain knowledge, you're going to be tested. But the average person out there, the layman out there who is just now having heightened awareness and experiences of different abilities of the mind, does not know that they're going to be tested by evil beings and forces. And so they must be made aware. They have to be vigilant.
How do you know, how does the average person know, Evelyn, when they're beginning to be influenced by these darker forces? How do they know?
Because their mind starts to change. Their objectivity focuses more on the materialistic and the control and the power over others, the manipulation of people. So their desires and their focus and the things that they want change.
Right, but that might be something that the average person, Evelyn, wouldn't notice, like the frog in the slowly heating water. They're changing, and they'll be the last ones to notice they're changing because it's them.
Yeah, and others around them will catch on much quicker than they will. It has to be pointed out. But those persons that are in the pursuit of magic and knowledge are well aware. And
so then would you advise somebody,
begins to change, they have to realize that they are now being in touch with evil entities and forces.
So if your friends start telling you you're changing, listen.
Yeah.
Okay, Evelyn, I this is scary stuff. It really is scary stuff. And I think I agree with you that the populace is more open to this than they ever have been before. I mean, people have been turning away more and more from religion in these modern days, and but yet, as you point out, they're turning toward more awareness of their consciousness, and that's exposing them to evil possibilities. Huh. When we get back, Evelyn, I guess think for a moment how you would advise people to be on the lookout for this happening to them, because as I say, I don't think it's the kind of thing the average person's going to recognize happening to them at all, and we've all got to be aware. From the high deserts and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Evelyn Paglini, and we're talking about, well, actually about good and evil. The year of fire by the hand of man. Evelyn Paglini's calling it. She called the hurricane, she called the floods when we had them, and now she's saying, here it comes, the year of fire, and it'll be by our hand. We'll be right back. All right, Evelyn, I have a question for you, and that is, if this is going on, if evil is on that much of an increase all around us, would you advise a person to actually get into magic as almost a prophylactic against what is otherwise all around us? Would that help?
Very definitely, yes, only because you cannot practice magic without touching the divine power within you and the divine power of God.
And how do you respond to those people?
Fortifying yourself against evil.
Okay, but how do you respond, Evelyn, to those people who inevitably say, look, magic, perhaps it's real, but it's opening doors that you don't want opened, and who knows what's going to walk through? How do you protect yourself against something bad?
Well, because you're going to be trained in how to do that, how to put up a shield of protection, how to fortify yourself, how to call in angels, how to call in those forces and vibrations that can assist you and to protect you. But even though you're not into magic, there's people that have their, let's say, their intuition, okay, their psi abilities being, let's say, increased. Those people, they can tell by the process of their mind if they start to tend to lean toward more lustful things than they ever have before, or coveting things they never did before, or wanting to control people and manipulate people. Then they realize that what they're doing is being seduced by evil entities and forces.
As I said earlier, though, that's something probably the individual wouldn't recognize. They would just sort of go along in life, and they're changing, so it would have to be somebody near or close to them that would call to their attention the fact they're changing.
Yes, a layman would have to have somebody close to them if they don't know or they are not paying attention to the process of the change of their mind and where their concentration is.
So what do you advise? Watch your friends, watch your loved ones. If you see these changes taking place, what do you do?
I would certainly sit down with them, try to find out where their mind has been, where things have been going with them, what possibly has been contributing to their desire to move in that direction. Is it something that can be handled within their career or in their relationships? Or is it something that they have all of a sudden had an interest in and are starting to pursue and may have gotten in with a group, an organization, a society, or tradition that is leading them down the left-hand path?
Have you ever noticed, Evelyn, that some of these horrible things that are done, more and more of these shootings, more robberies? I read a story tonight about robbery, and people were killed in the robbery. Well, it used to be we had robberies and people weren't killed. Sometimes they were, but now they nearly almost always are. And, have you ever noticed, Evelyn, that, after a terrible serial murderer is caught, they'll go around, they'll interview the neighbors. Oh, he was such a nice, quiet guy. Inevitably, that's what you get.
Yeah, because those people are not going to be putting out an aura of, let's say, intimidation or someone that is contemplating robbery and murder. Certainly they are not going to be putting out that kind of an energy or an aura, so they're going to be acting like the perfect neighbor, the perfect colleague. But what is festering inside is not only evil intention, but the growing force of an energy or an entity that is manipulating and controlling that body.
Well, I know this is a reach, but Evelyn, also a lot of people have committed crimes, often will say, they heard voices telling them to do it. Now, it's very difficult to discern between some sort of mental illness, schizophrenia, whatever, and what actually might be evil at work. I wonder how we differentiate between them. How do we know?
We can't, unless you have a person that is going to go under psychotherapy. You're not going to be able to find out. There's many people that do have a mental illness, but there are many, many others that are indeed hearing the whispers of beings and entities, and they are the ones who are influencing them to commit these acts.
Right.
They are taken over, and maybe it is because of what they have done in the past, maybe what they have opened their doors to, possibly by drugs or alcohol. I don't know what all of the doorways or the portals that allow these energies and these evil forces in, but once in, they really do start to manipulate the bodily functions, the vocal cords, everything of that person.
I know that you know both sides of magic. You practice. You openly have admitted on this program you practiced magic on the light side of the light side, and you've been on the dark side as a spiritual warrior as well, right?
That is correct. I have to. That's what I was trained for. I fight fire with fire.
What's it like? I mean, it's got to be frightening to step over that line, and you know, in a war, I guess, it's a war, and people get hurt. But it must be, even for you, it must be kind of frightening to step into that darker arena.
It is always frightening. It is very, very draining, and you must fortify yourself well in advance before you take on something like that. Most of the time, I am dealing with individuals who are not really formidable practitioners, and so therefore my energy level is capable of handling it. But when I am up against another practitioner, and that practitioner is also utilizing the kind of ceremonial or ritualistic magic that I am into, then yes, there are times that I really do have to worry, because naturally I am a human being and my energies can be drained, and I never know if I'm going to, meet a person that is going to best me.
Well, you know, Evelyn, inevitably, when we do these programs, later in the program, we'll open lines, as we always do, and we'll get calls from people who will say, look, I'm under attack. I know I'm under attack. Well, maybe sometimes they are, and maybe sometimes they're not. Maybe sometimes they're just putting it together and they've had a string of bad luck and they think they're under attack. But other people really are under attack. And how much of a chance does an individual who doesn't know a thing about magic have, except that they're being hurt, they're under some kind of attack, by somebody who knows what they're doing?
If they have a very good, strong faith, okay, and I don't care what the tradition is, they can call upon Jesus Christ. They can call upon the gods that they believe in order to gain some assistance, maybe some relief. But if they are up against someone who is really under psychic attack, or a practitioner who has placed a curse or a spell on them, then they need another person who knows what to do in order to break that spell, in order to destroy that curse. Otherwise, they are in for it.
A spell and a curse, they're synonyms, same thing?
Well, yeah, it can be, depending on who the person is that's performing it. They can be exchanged, yeah.
But
a curse normally, honey, can be generational, where a spell normally will only last a particular length of time.
Exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So you can have a curse put on you that would literally last your entire lifetime, and maybe even into the next generation?
Generational, yeah. 200, 300, 400 years it can last, not just a couple of hundred.
My God.
Yeah. But again, that has to be a very powerful practitioner, or when someone is at the moment of death, if they place a curse with all of that energy, And all of that focus at that last moment, that curse is very difficult to break and can last for generations.
So there is an additional power associated with that moment of death?
Oh, yes. Oh, very definitely. It comes from the bowels and the depths of them. That is one dangerous curse you never want to face. A person with their last breath that curses you.
Right. How much of this is there going on in the world, Evan? I know there's a lot of unintentional stuff going on, but I mean, the learned kind of stuff that you're talking about right now, how prevalent is it really in this world?
The last 10 or 15 years, Art, the prevalency has gained tremendously. Maybe because people are out there searching, a lot of people wanting to find who they are, what they are, why they're here, and because they're having experiences that they don't understand, like premonition, precognition, all of the other psi abilities that are out there. And they don't know where to go. And so I think that's what's happening.
Okay, there's another one. Premonition, precognition. Synonyms, are they the same thing or are they different?
No, they're very different. In fact, the other week, I believe you had somebody was talking about premonition. And, you know, everybody has the ability to have premonitions. I mean, it's not something that, you know, belongs into only the few and the talented. Premonitions are like intuitions, only they're more detailed. Not as detailed as you would like them to be, but they give you enough information where very definitely it can help you. There are so many people that I have heard who have come to like a stoplight, and the light turns green and something tells them not to go. Right. And they don't, and all of a sudden a truck or a car goes shooting by and they would have been in that accident.
Yeah.
Or not to take that plane or that train, or not to buy that piece of property. Those are all premonitions, or something of impending doom, or something that is going to happen. They don't get all of it. They get pieces, snapshots of it, so they have to analyze it. But that definitely is what we call premonition. Okay, the ability to know that something is going to happen, and you may get glimpses of the arena that it's in, but not all of the detail. But now precognition is what you had, Art, and that's what you were talking about.
Right.
That's totally different. That's not hearing a little voice. That's not getting a glimpse. That's not having to analyze what the hell it is.
No, this was like getting hit on the head with a hammer.
Absolutely. That is knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt the entire event.
It's true.
That's right. That's precognition. Very different. There
Premonition
is
is much
no.
lighter.
Pardon me?
Premonition is a sort of be the right word, a more subtle warning.
Subtle warning, low end of prophecy, not with a lot of detail.
Precognition is you
got it all.
Yeah.
It's knowing. There is no doubt.
Evelyn, is there any way to develop that? Because I had no way of knowing it was coming. It's never happened since, and I've never. Well, actually, I've sort of opened because it did happen.
Yeah.
A couple times I tried to open myself to something like that again. It's never happened.
But it will. Because, see, the more, and even though you talked about it now tonight and last week, the more you talk about it, the more you're giving your mind permission to give you more. It's the same thing when you're having premonitions and you start writing them down and you see that they're coming true. When you keep a journal like that, psychologically and subconsciously, you're giving yourself what we call in hypnosis a post-hypnotic suggestion, so that it gives your mind the permission to give you more. In other words, you're not afraid.
Right.
So we're going to give you more of it. And if your audience would go to my website, mysticalblend.com, there is in the instructional material, there is a course called Mind Dynamics or Mind Development. And in there, that is a course that will teach you to improve your psi abilities, to be able to increase that which is premonition intuition, as well as to be able to eventually go into inanimate objects,
as
Wait a
well as
inanimate object.
Oh yes.
What's that all about?
Well, what you're doing is you have 4 brainwave frequencies: beta, alpha, theta, delta. And when you are developing the mind, what you're doing is you're going into the alpha brain waves, and that is your creativity and your imagination. And once you are honing that, you have the ability to be able to put your essence into an animate or an inanimate object, and to be able to understand it from the inside out, whether it be an animal or whether it be a piece of wood. Now, there is another part of that, and that is called psychometry. There are people out there, in fact, I believe you interviewed a man that wrote a book called Voices in Stone.
Right.
And this was the ability to be able to pick up an object and to be able to tune into that object and have that object give you impressions or images and scenes of either the person who owned the object, the maker of the object, or what happened in the land or the circumference of where this object was found. Now,
that means, though, Evelyn, that an object in some way stores information.
Yes, and it can talk to you. That's why they have picked up the rocks of Pompeii and actually heard the screams and seen the images. And that is why there are so many times mediums will use that, as I have, in missing person and murder cases. Because they will pick up the objects of the victim, and they will be able to perceive images and scenes of what was happening to that victim at that time.
I don't know if I would want that ability. I'm sure, Evelyn, that's a two-edged sword, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is. That's why I got away from getting involved with missing person and murder cases. But too many with the children. In fact,
you're not the first psychic to say that to me. The doing missing children, most of all,
there's your guts up.
That's what I've been told by many.
When I did a case in Chicago, it was when I walked into the bedroom and I opened up a small box and there was the baby teeth of this boy in it.
God.
And I picked up the teeth and I held it in my hands, and that's when I started to see the images. This young boy who they thought had run away was indeed kidnapped and was killed. And from the images I saw, I drew one of the individuals who led to the other people who were the perpetrators of the crime, and also led to the body of where the boy was buried. But it was psychometry that I used. And so, when I dealt with the Chicago Police Force for quite some time in missing persons, and especially in the children that were missing, that's what I used was psychometry. But after a couple of years,
enough.
I couldn't do it anymore.
Evelyn, it seems like crimes against our children, pedophilia is on the rise. I'm seeing so
evil, Scott.
Damn many stories. That's what I'm saying. That to me, that seems purely evil. Any attack against our children is just so damn evil.
And that's what I'm getting, Art. I'm getting more of it on the rise. I'm getting more children that are going to be harmed by not only other children, by adults. And it's bothering me.
I can understand that. It bothers
because
me.
there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do to stop it. I don't know what to do about it.
And it seems
except put out a warning.
Once they start down this road of being interested in children, there are many mental health professionals that say there is no way to stop them. They will continue to do it again and again and again and again. And if you keep them in jail for 10 years and let them out, or 20 years and let them out, they will do it again.
Yes, they will.
There's got to be something that our sane society can do to address this, because the criminal justice system just simply can't handle it, Evelyn. It can't handle the reality of somebody who will continue to do their crime again and again and again, and that crime is against our children. There's got to be a way to handle it.
Well, I hope you're going to have some experts on as guests that will give us some insight.
All right. My guest is a witch. She practices magic. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about, as a matter of fact, we're going to talk about remote influencing, something remote viewers will not or refuse, for the most part, to talk about. That's influencing the mind of another. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Evelyn Paglini, and if you want to dismiss what you're hearing this morning as so much bunk, you go right ahead. It's very easy to dismiss that which you don't understand. But if you want to look back at the record of what Evelyn Paglini has said in years past on this program, I don't think you could so easily dismiss anything at all. We'll be right back. I've had occasion to interview most, I think, if not all of the persons who are involved in the CIA remote viewing program, and I asked them all about remote influencing, and that actually is getting into the mind of somebody else, for example, and causing them to have a thought or causing them to actually do something. Most of them think it's not possible and talk about it in hushed tones, if at all. Evelyn, remote influencing, yes, no?
Yes, very much so. And I have great respect for those people who are proficient in remote viewing and all of the protocols that they go through in order for them to capture that information. But remote influencing has been going on since the beginning of time. That person who has the capacity to focus their mind. And Art, you have done on your show with your audience remote healing and remote influencing.
We have, yes.
The remote healing was done with Daniel Brinkley, with Richard Hoagland, and with Whitley Strieber's wife. Yes. And so anytime you talk to a remote viewer and he wants to say it's a no-no, you can, with your audience in good conscience, tell them about your experiments. And as far as remote influencing, don't you think that that using the forces of nature and putting rain where drought was is not influencing?
It is, yes.
And so how can you say that there is no such thing as remote influencing? You can, with the power of the millions of minds that you were directing, prove it. Now take it into magic, Art.
Still
one person influencing the mind of another's actions, the mind of another's thinking,
yes,
the process of what they do, or controlling their bodily functions, vocal cords.
Yeah, but you know, if all of that is possible, Evelyn, then if you combine that with a move toward evil, we're in real trouble.
Yes, that's why I wanted to bring it up. Because that process is what's going on. More and more people are using the power of their mind without even the discipline that is necessary, and they are finding results and successes in the manipulation of others, in the influencing of others with remote influencing, the concentration of the mind like a laser beam for a person to react the way you are conditioning them to by your influencing.
Evelyn, is there any way an individual can understand that they are being influenced by others, or will you always believe it's my idea, it's my emotion, it's my drive, that's what I want to do?
If the practitioner's good enough, you'll never know. You're not supposed to, that's the idea.
Yeah.
You're the puppet.
This is a dangerous world we're in.
Yes, and it's becoming more dangerous as our abilities increase. Because there will be those out there who will search people with this kind of talent out and draw them into their traditions and societies, and those have hidden agendas.
That brings us to something else I want to ask you about, Evelyn. We're involved in a war right now. We're facing the possibility of an expanding war, perhaps into Iran. I have no idea, but we're getting vibrations of it. On a larger level, at a world level, where are we headed?
Like I said, this is the cleansing and the purging of Earth. It will be by any means possible: war, fire, volcanic eruption, earthquake, tidal waves, flooding, you name it, we are going to have it in the next years to come. That's where we're headed. And so people have to prepare. They have to get the edge on the future. They have to be able to control their own destiny, because in turn, in controlling their own, they can control the world.
I'm going to lighten it up a little bit for a second. We'll come back to all this, but I've got an email ahead of your appearance from Bill in Tuckerton, New Jersey, and I want to read this to you and get your reaction, all right?
Yes.
Dear Art, while I'm not a practitioner of the craft, I'm one of those members of the Coast audience that thinks Dr. Paglini is a fascinating guest. I went to her website, saw that she's scheduled to appear with you this weekend. When other Coast guests like Raymond Grace, Paul H. Smith talk about dowsing, they suggest that we're tapping into our own and or a universal consciousness. Based on that explanation, dowsing sounds inherently safe. But the mechanics using a pointing device, a pendulum, some type of chart or map sounds a lot like using a Ouija board to me. I recognize that Ouija boards usually require two people to operate, and dowsing is done by one individual, but similarities exist. Like you, Art, I think Ouija boards are very dangerous. I'm not sure about dowsing. Since I know you two are interested in the subject of Ouija boards, I was hoping you'd ask Evelyn the following questions. 1, what are the main differences between dowsing and using a Ouija board? 2, could a supernatural entity corrupt or otherwise subvert the dowsing process to cause problems? And 3, are there other dangers inherent to dowsing? And lastly, in her opinion, is dowsing something to stay away from?
Well, first of all, I love dowsing. No, it is not something to stay away from. I would have to say it would be extremely rare, if at all, where any dark forces or entities would be possessive of it or inherent in it.
Okay.
And as far as the pendulum, that is also something that is a means to open up to the portal of the subconscious mind. Also, there are those people who are mediums that are able to, let's say, tune into or acquire the information from the Akashic records by doing so. But as far as the Ouija board is concerned, I would say most people, I would suggest, should stay away from it, because that is a portal to open up the door to a low entity, spirit, or being, and you may get more than you bargained for. That's something I would stay away from. As far as the planchette, that is another way and form of communication, or going into an altered state of consciousness and receiving information, and that is an extremely excellent way of communication or divination.
A planchette?
Yes.
Defined.
That's usually on, it's like a plastic on casters, or there is a pencil that is placed in the middle. The hand rests upon the casters, and automatic writing or automatic drawing is done, and is usually being done by the communication of spirits or through spirits.
I've got to tell you a story, Evelyn, very quickly about Ramona that I don't think you ever heard, and I'm pretty darn sure the audience never heard. Many years ago, 15, 16 years ago, when we decided we were going to move to Toronto, we came out looking for property, Evelyn, and I'm a ham radio operator, so I like, high up places. And we took a look at this property just off Highway 160, and boy, it was incredible. It overlooked all of Pahrump, and I said, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. Look at this view. And so we did negotiation for that property, and in the process of that negotiation, we wondered about water. And Ramona got out a dowsing. She made a dowsing rod, and she found a place. This was a very rocky area, kind of way high up. It was a rocky area. And she made this X way down in the lower left-hand area of this property. And she said, there's where the water is. And anyway, it turned out it was in Clark County, and there were all kinds of regulations and stuff. And we ended up not getting the property. Well, years went by, and the property didn't develop for the same reasons that I didn't get it. But then something changed. It turned out that it could develop. Well, of course, being on the highway, we would pass it every day, coming and going to Las Vegas and such. And we watched them drill for water when they were developing this property, this single piece of property. Twice they drilled and missed. They didn't get it. And finally, when they did get it, my God, Evelyn, it was exactly, Ramona had drawn an X in the ground, and it was exactly where she had put the X. That's where they drilled and finally had hit water.
Isn't that fantastic? And it shows that dowsing works.
It does work. How does it work?
Oh, Art, I think what you're doing is, again, you're tapping into the divine spark within you and the divine consciousness, and you're tuning into nature and the elements, and it's talking to you. That's why when they go into meditation, they talk about going into the oneness of nature, becoming one with all things, so that you are in tune. And so, therefore, you're picking up the vibration and the forces that are emitted from the ground, telling you here is the element of water.
Well, I'll never forget it. It's amazing and it does work. And so for people who think all this stuff is silliness and doesn't work, you're just plain wrong. It absolutely does work. And the fact that that works and other things work,
for centuries,
I guess means you ought to listen to this lady because she knows what she's talking about. So anyway, you think the world at large is headed sliding into an evil period between now and 2012, coming back to all of this mess?
Yes, I feel that there is a fight between good and evil, and that's why I'd like to level the playing field by getting more and more people in touch with nature and the elements, in tune with what they are feeling as far as their intuition, as far as premonitions that they are feeling and getting. And so once they start listening and keeping a journal, as I said, it gives permission for the mind to give them more, and they're going to need it with what's coming down the pipe. This way they know when to move. They know when to make a change. It will save their life.
And maybe the lives of many others. So to begin to get into this, I mean, even if somebody is, and there are many, many very religious people in my audience, Evelyn, and they hesitate, on this type of thing. You mention the word magic, natural magic, whatever you want to call it to make it sound better. If you use the word magic in it, the religious folks are going to be saying, oh no, I'll stay 1,000 miles away from that. And so how do you address them?
The only thing I can say is it is nature, it is the elements, and that which has been given to us by God for us to use as tools to assist us in growing and developing. And so, therefore, they must pursue it. They're the ones that are going to see the results. They're not going to be joining a group or a society or a coven, or they're going to be subjugated, or they're going to have to be putting up with a high priest or a high priestess. These are solitary practitioners who are going to learn to get the edge on their future that is going to give them a change for the better in their life, to change their family and their friends for the better. And so they have control of it.
So you could say to the religious out there that they're not going to go sliding in toward the devil, and quite the opposite from your point of view, right?
Absolutely the opposite. And they are in control every step of the way. Can I give out a couple of my phone numbers?
Of course you can.
For those people who don't have a computer, and if they would like to have a free catalog, if they can call either 818-985-9935 or 818-407-1951, and they can even start calling tomorrow because I'm going to have some people there. I will be more than happy to send them out a free catalog or try to answer some of their questions if they have them.
Okay, so these are numbers people can call basically during the day. They shouldn't call them right now. Is that the deal?
No, not this evening, but tomorrow and all through the week they can certainly call. And for those people who don't have a computer, if you would like to have one of our free catalogs, which has not only my classes in it, but a lot of the rituals I'd like to get involved with, especially one tonight. And that would be Mystical Blend at P.O. Box 57932 in Sherman Oaks, California, 91413. And the reason why I wanted to talk about some of the rituals that they could use is because we were talking about remote influencing.
Yes.
And I'd like people to learn how to influence in their lives. Some of the rituals, if they went to mysticalblend.com or in my catalog, is like health and well-being, and let's say legal injustice, or let's say leave-in separation and breakup. But let's take health and well-being. For those people who have maladies and disorders and dysfunctions, there is a ritual that they can do using remote influencing, using an effigy, an image candle representative of themselves, where they can accelerate the healing process, or they can help destroy that malfunction or that disorder that is causing them the illness. And so that is only one specific meditation visualization ritual where influencing, can be done on a remote basis for another as well as for yourself. And there are out there in this audience of yours, some of my clients, especially one that I'd really like to give kudos to. There is a package up there called Legal Injustice Art, and in the coming years, there's going to be an awful lot of problems that are going to have to be faced by people having court cases, child custody battles, and lawsuits. And there's one person out there that I really wanted to give kudos to because she took on the system and used the legal injustice ritual. And I want you to know that this is a mother that fought for a child and beat the legal system. It took her months, but one by one, she got these charges broken down and dismissed. And she did this using legal injustice.
Using rituals.
Yes. Because you see, Art, if you go to my website and you click on ritual packages and look at legal injustice, you're going to see what's in that package. And anybody out there can get this in any metaphysical store. All right, so it's just go up there, you can find out what all you need, go to any metaphysical store and get it. But understand the premise behind it, if I may, with your permission.
Yes, yes.
Those that are of the green image candles represent you in your gender and your attorney in that person's gender. And those that are in the black image candles naturally are going to represent the opposition, that person that is bringing the complaint against you. The pink image candle is going to be in the gender of the judge. And so therefore, naturally, you would have to know the names and the genders of these individuals.
Right.
In that package or out there, you're going to be purchasing 2 specific essential oils that have a vibration and a force and an energy that is going to influence what you want to have as a result. The justice oil is what you're going to be using on the green image candles as well as on the judge, because the influence that you want is one that is going to be compatible, between the judge and the attorney that is your representative. The confusion oil is what you're going to be placing on the black image candles in the gender of the opposition,
right,
and their lead attorney. Because what you want is to have confusion when the presentation is made to the judge by the opposition.
Absolutely.
And so therefore, all the mistakes, and believe me, mistakes have been made. The presentation was done incorrectly. The I's and the T's were not crossed and dotted. And so therefore, the judge, in response to the presentation of the opposition, was not favorable. In fact, was in disgust. And yet when the presentation was made by you to be successful by your attorney, that was compatible. And so what you're doing is directing and influencing not only the emotion of the receptivity and perception of the judge, but also you are increasing the presentation of your success legal attorney and having the mistakes made and the judge not being acceptable to anything that is said and done and presented by the opposition.
All right, so we might sum up by saying a little oil to the justice system.
Yeah, but be careful. Make sure that you have justice on your side because it'll backfire.
All right, I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. My guess is we don't change too many minds. There's a lot of people in the audience who know magic works, and then there's another group out there who thinks it's just so much bunk, and they probably aren't going to change their mind. I suppose we'll make a difference at the periphery, perhaps, out at the edges a little bit. My guest is Dr. Evelyn Paglini, and her website, that would be the place to go if you have a computer, at www.mysticalblend.com, mysticalblend.com. Now, there are potions, and there are rituals, and there are instructions, and it's all up there. Otherwise, we'll get those numbers out to you again, so get a paper and a pencil handy. This woman knows what she's talking about. We'll be right back. It's such a basic question, and it never occurred to me. It's been so long since we've had Evelyn on the air with us that Dale in Hawaii asks simply, please ask Evelyn, what exactly is magic?
Magic is the uses of energies, vibrations, and forces, and the manipulation of those in order to get a result. So you're using,
in other words, it's and that's, I guess, why they call it practical magic. Huh?
Yeah, you're using nature and the elements, which is the energies and forces and vibrations of the universe, and you're manipulating and controlling them. You are bending them to your will, and you're focusing them in order to obtain a desired result.
And there's nothing unnatural or ungodly about using these forces, is there? Well, of course, I guess
they were created by God.
Yeah, they can be used for, I guess, good or bad. So
right, they have a double-edged sword. Naturally, there is always a positive and a negative. And can I take a moment? I want to congratulate you, Mr. Bell, on the Lifetime Achievement Award you received.
Oh, thank you.
And it was 10 years ago that you set a precedent. You had the courage to push the envelope because no one had ever talked about witchcraft, magic, and the supernatural before, let alone for 5 hours.
I know.
And so I want to thank you, and I think your audience also would like to thank you because you have increased their level of awareness. You've given them an opportunity to gain knowledge they would never, ever know. And so they're a lot smarter out there than the average person.
Yeah, there are a lot of people. I guess, how many people have come to you, complete novices and interested, and then gone ahead and become involved in the craft?
I would have to say thousands. Wow. And I thank you for it. I have a lot of spiritual warriors out there that have leveled the playing field. Not only because they've helped themselves and their family and their friends, but I'm talking about have taken on evil. Yes.
That's quite a job, and apparently quite a lot of evil out there right now to be taking on.
There's a lot of people out there that use magic and have manipulated people or caused them harm under psychic attack, okay, where things have gone wrong in their lives and they don't know how to defend themselves. And now people are learning how to put up a defense, how to cleanse an environment, how to block and stop that negativity from coming from them, and that's all by the use of learning magic.
And so anybody can do that. Anybody can protect themselves, or at least set up the barriers.
Absolutely. And they don't have to become a proficient practitioner. We're not talking about high magic. We're not talking about ceremonial or ritualistic magic. When you're dealing in that kind of magic, now we're talking in a totally different discipline. But the magic that I'm talking about, the natural magic out there for every average person, right, that can be handled very easily, and they can see the results, and they can go on in order to help themselves. And that's what I want to do, is give them the edge.
Okay, and that's how you're addressing the general audience. Take us for a moment into this higher world, Evelyn, into demonology, into conjuring of demons and other supernatural beings.
Well, when you're going to use ceremonial or ritualistic magic, now you're talking about the magnet, the practitioner, the magician, the shaman, the voodoo priest.
Yes.
These are those individuals who have years of discipline behind them. They have the traditions of their beliefs and societies behind them, and they conjure, they evoke, they call upon the spirits and the entities and the beings and the forces, as well as the elements, to enhance their power, to gain the knowledge and the wisdom, not only of the ancients, but to gain the knowledge and the wisdom of the future. And so this is something that is done, and some of these rituals take 3, 6, or 9 days in order to perform. It takes upon years for them to gather the herbs and the stones and the jewels to design on virgin parchment the sigils and the seals and the names and words of power in order to protect themselves as they evoke these forces and these beings and these entities. And as far as creating a familiar or a thought form, well, that's something entirely different.
A familiar, as in an animal, right?
A familiar can and usually is in the creation of an animal, and that you would send out to do your bidding. Now, it can be to warn an individual, it can be to protect, it can be to spy, meaning to gather information, and it also can be done to harm. But yes, in ceremonial and ritualistic magic, you create a thought form, you infuse it with the light force, you implant it into the image or the shape of an animal or a being, and then you send it out to do your bidding.
Could I, for the sake of an analogy, compare you, for example, to a lawyer? In other words, the average person can, I suppose, deal with things up to a certain level. But at a certain level, if you need the help of an attorney, somebody who really knows what they're doing, somebody who can practice at the higher levels, then would I come to you as I would come to a lawyer, a professional?
You have to come to an expert, yeah. You have to come to a person that knows what they're dealing with. Is it voodoo? Is it Santeria? Is it Satanism? Is it witchcraft? Okay, what are they using? What is their determination? What are they going after? And so you have to have a practitioner to fight a practitioner.
All those things you named, they're all really using the same forces of nature, natural forces of nature, and maybe, I guess, some unnatural in some ways.
Correct. You have a basic foundation no matter what the tradition is.
Okay. So when these people come to you, Evelyn, how do you determine who you help and who you should not help? And I'm sure there are many that come to you that you should not help, or like a lawyer, do you take on almost every case?
What I normally do, Art, is the person will give me the background and the situation in which they have found themselves in. And I make a determination if they have a bona fide practitioner or just a person who is a spellcaster. And therefore, if it is a person that is a spellcaster, I normally will invite the person to learn how to do a psychic self-defense and a cleansing and protection, because the knowledge once gained, you will know forever. You're not going and hiring somebody else to do it for you and wishing to God they do it and do it right. And so normally I will try to teach another and give the power to them. If they have come across a group or an individual that is a practitioner, well, then now you got to take out the big guns. And that's an entirely different matter.
That's when you virtually go to war.
Correct.
Have you always won these wars, Evelyn, or have there been instances in your life, which has been a long and good one, when you have not won?
I won't say that I have not won. I think I would have to say that the time was not enough. I had one where this one case, the only thing I was able to do was to get a length of time in order for things that were happening within that home to cease and exist. But other than that, no, I have not been beaten, thank God.
Okay. Is communication with the dead possible?
You know, yes it is, and it's called necromancy. You can, and there are many very, very astute practitioners out there, and I'm talking those that are into ritualistic and ceremonial magic, where they really are doing necromancy. When they're doing necromancy that way, they are going to go after the objects of the dead. They will even go after the corpses of the dead if they can get it, or the skin, or the hair, or the fingernail parings of the dead. They will also, if they can, raise the coffin of a deceased individual and take the nails out of the coffin, because those are highly sought after. Okay, if you want to destroy an enemy, get the nails out of the coffin of a dead person. There are many different ways of being able to do that. One is to have an effigy of your enemy and to drive those nails into that effigy, and that definitely will cause that person a lot of problems. Another is to drive a nail into the footstep of an enemy.
Good Lord. You know, Evelyn, I can see how the police would be interested and would come to somebody like you, because they, whether or not they believe in this sort of thing, they inevitably run into cases where ritualistic magic of some sort or another has been used, and that would, whether or not they believe, it would lead them to somebody with the knowledge that you have, and it has, right?
Yes, it has, and I help determine what sect or society these people belong to by the use of the tools and by the rituals and the sigils and symbols that they leave behind.
And you're saying there's more and more of this now happening?
Yes.
In the world.
And even demonology. Because now you want to really talk about high magic. This is normally done by formidable practitioners and magicians and shamans. And what they use are the grimoires, like the Lemmigat, or the Great Grimoire, okay, or the Lesser or Greater Key of Solomon, or the magic of Abramelin the Mage. This demonology is calling upon supernatural beings, that which has never held human form. These are the hierarchy of the demons. They will not only give you knowledge and treasure and power and even immortality, and they will attempt to seduce you in any which way they can. They will also try to get you to step out of the circle, and if you do so, you are found with every bone in your body broken. But they seek knowledge, and that is why they get into demonology. They want the power over man. They want the control over mankind, and they want control over the forces and the beings and the gods of the universe. And that is why some of these practitioners go into demonology. And this is a very, very dangerous thing, because they draw a circle, and then they draw a pentagram and a hexagram to evoke a demon or a supernatural being. And within the circle, they place the names of the gods and the powers and the seals and the sigils to protect them, and to protect them from the forces that they are evoking. It takes many years to collect, like I said before, all of the herbs and stones and jewels that they need to perform these rituals, as well as to embroider on their robes the seals and the power sigils and names of these gods.
Boy, this is a world that I wasn't even aware of. Not this kind of world that you're talking about.
This is my world.
Yeah. And this has been your whole life. This has been, if I recall correctly, this was generationally passed on to you, wasn't it?
That is correct. I am a Genesian, and I was raised in the practice of the occult. I was put into the evocation and summation of beings and spirits because I was trained as a spiritual warrior. And when I was dealing with those practitioners of traditions, I had to have the ability to have forces under my control to fight what I was facing.
This is a world that, for most people, is frightening.
Should be.
Yeah, well,
it's frightening to me. These beings want nothing more when you are calling upon them and they are giving you this wisdom and this knowledge and this power. You must make an offering, or you must make a sacrifice, and sometimes it becomes a blood sacrifice. And from that point, the last thing they want from you is to walk the land in human form. You're talking about beings that most people never want to encounter.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that would rather not encounter one of the.
And yet there are those who have dedicated their lives to the practice of demonology to gain this kind of power and knowledge. There are societies out there that are very old that you have had guests on talking about, that do this kind of ritual ceremonial magic, calling upon these beings and these entities in order for them to succeed in whatever business venture, they have going, whether it is the control of the world or not.
And I wonder how many of our very, very successful businesses have something like this behind them.
You'd be surprised.
I would.
You'd be surprised. The occult is and always has been for the elite, for the successful, for the powerful. Because again, it is the lust of control, the power of control, the manipulation of people is their desire. And it is only the elite that have that desire because they are the ones who do the controlling.
And what does that do to their soul, Emily?
You know as I know what it does to their soul. But they have already accepted that. And some even have been promised a form of immortality. There is a ritual called the transmigration of the soul. And there are those out there who truly believe it. That they can...
Here's what's puzzled me and puzzles me now, Evelyn. If you come to embrace some of the things that you're talking about at the high end here, that means that you believe you have, it is your firm conviction that all of this is real. And if all of this is real, then that means you understand that you're bargaining away your soul, your very soul, your immortal soul, for, I don't know, for something short in this life.
No, it's not short. That's what you don't understand.
Maybe
when you are dealing with these supernatural beings, they can give you the ability of immortality and the transmigration of the soul. And so therefore you become as a god. That is why they are seeking the knowledge of these beings, because they are giving them the wisdom of the ancients. They are opening up the portals to knowledge that we have no comprehension of.
That sounds like a false promise, though.
Well, to them, they truly believe it.
Well, obviously they do. I mean, they essentially, whether they literally do it or not, sign on the dotted line. So they're signing their soul away. It's just so hard for me to understand or embrace the idea.
But they see the results in the physical, materialistic world. And then when they are in the abstract world, they are now conversing, with beings and entities and watching the manipulation at long distance that they can perform. The feats that they have embraced blows their minds and makes them believe, because these beings have that kind of power.
Boy. All right, Evelyn. Hold tight right there. This just blows me away. The whole thing blows me away. But apparently there's much more to it than I can even imagine. because I always thought to understand that evil can do something for you in this world, or even in the transmigration of the soul, eventually, the consequences close in. But maybe that's just my way of thinking. Anyway, listen, we're going to open up the phone lines, and at this point, I'm really glad to be doing that and give you an opportunity to ask Evelyn anything you would like from the high desert. I'm Art Bell. I definitely live among the creatures of the night. There's no question about that. My guest is Dr. Evelyn Paglini. Her website is www.mysticalblend.com. That's mysticalblend.com. But if you don't have a computer and want to be in touch, in a moment, before we go to the phones, we'll give out the numbers once more, so have a pen and pencil ready. We'll be right back. All right, Evelyn, let's get those phone numbers out right here at the beginning.
All right, the phone number is 818-985-9935 or 818-407-1951.
Good. All right, Nancy from New York, in the city, asks Evelyn toward the last of this last hour, why does Evelyn sound like she's saying there's no downside potentially to selling one's soul? Is she endorsing it? What about justice? Goodness.
Oh, no, I'm not endorsing it. What I was talking about is that person who really is into demonology. They're a different mindset because they are a magician or a practitioner who has discipline for decades in order to, as I said, gain knowledge from these supernatural beings. And they really believe that they are going to have all, including immortality. But I certainly do not adhere to it. Not at all.
All right. Here we go. Barbara in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You're on with Evelyn.
Hi, Art. Hi, Evelyn.
Hi.
It's my birthday, so this is a real treat.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank
Yes.
you, thank you. Is there a way to defeat an enemy? Let's say an enemy has an image of me and they're sticking nails in it. How do I defeat it?
Well, I'll tell you, if you cannot get, an object of theirs, meaning, something that belongs to them, or a picture of them, then what you must do to defeat them is to do a psychic self-defense or cleansing of yourself, meaning you're going to remove that which has been placed upon you, and like a mirror or a boomerang, you're going to send it back to the sender.
Okay.
And so if you'll go to my website, mysticalblend.com, look under ritual packages for psychic self-defense. That's what you need.
So
what you're going to do is send it right back, honey.
Mirrors.
Yeah.
Mirrors?
It's like a mirror. It's like a boomerang. In other words, anything being sent to you is mirrored or reflected back to them.
Okay, what is it about mirrors, Evelyn? There's something about mirrors, right?
Oh, definitely. In fact, I have a class up there called Mirror Magic that is absolutely phenomenon. It is the way in which you can defend yourself from any spirit or entity, as well as the ability of scrying, as well as the ability of being able to go into past lives to see your reincarnation. It is a portal or a doorway in order for you to open up to let spirits or forces or energies in. Mirror magic is just phenomenal, and it's very ancient.
All right, here comes Wade in Kentucky. You're on with Evelyn Paglini.
Hi, Art. Hi, Evelyn. How y'all doing?
Hi.
I'm good. My question is kind of a general question, but how do movies and motion pictures and Hollywood portrayal of magic to actual magic?
Well, I'll tell you, lately, and I'll say some of the television shows and some of the movies are giving more precise information. There is an awful lot to magic that people do not recognize. And so I think they're tablespooning it. Now, yes, there are times that they exaggerate, but believe me, there is more than meets the eye out there.
Evelyn, have you ever been asked to consult for television or?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes.
I thought so. All right. Here comes Billy in Iowa. Billy, you're on with Evelyn.
Good morning. Hi. I had called you last year and talked to you about this. I deliver newspapers, and I had a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper grabbed me. Okay, he put his hand on my shoulder, and all I could see was his long finger. He had on the black clothes. He must have stood 8 feet tall, and he leaned over and he was looking at me, but I could not see his face.
I remember that call.
Okay, and when he did this, it's like, after I sat and thought about it, it's like, I could feel the energy coming from him, but also, after he had grabbed me like that, the whole left side of my body had tingled for about 30 minutes afterwards. And I was like, I can't get past this. And it's like, I'm just wondering, what does it represent? I mean, is the Grim Reaper a devil? Is he a demon? Is he... What is he?
Well, if it was the real Grim Reaper, that is the person who is either giving you a warning of death to come. It may not also be you. It could be a family member or somebody that is close to you. If you felt real drained of energy, okay, after he removed his hands from your shoulder, then what he was doing was marking you. In other words, you're sensitive. And so therefore, you probably get an awful lot of intuition and premonitions of things to come.
Yes.
That's why you're marked, honey. In other words, that's one that they will watch you. They will watch your development. You're a very sensitive person. I would certainly start keeping a journal.
Okay, yeah, I've seen lots of ghosts and stuff, you know, too. And
Okay, well, there you are. You just confirmed what she said. I wonder, Evelyn, how many people, I mean, that lady, for example, said, look, the Grim Reaper grabbed me. Well, something grabbed her, and, you know, she kind of put together, I think it was a Grim Reaper, but it could have been anything, right?
That's correct. It was an entity, a being that had found her and tapped into her sensitivity. There are people out there that have clairvoyance, clairaudience, and that are highly sensitive. And there are beings that are attracted to them. And some of them will touch them, mark them, so to speak, so that they watch their development. And if they start to lean toward, let's say, the dark side, naturally the seduction begins.
All right. Patty in Philadelphia, you're on with Dr. Evelyn Paglini.
Hi, Art and Doctor. Thank you for taking my call.
Certainly.
I have a personal question. I've been working with a company for a long time for a mortgage settlement for me, and I was wondering if you could tell me what month they'll be successful for my funds, because it's been very difficult.
Well, I'd have to have a little bit more information, honey. I need to know what is the name of the company and how long has this been going on.
No, we can't do that on the
It's just that's on a personal level, because I have to get into the vibration of what she's up against and what have they got against her.
How could she figure it out for herself?
Well, what she would have to do is she would probably know all of the information, and what she can do if she wants to have a settlement, look at the legal injustice. And she can design it in such a way where she can force the issue so that therefore she will have the result in a timely manner. It's something that I need to design because I have to have more information.
I see.
But I can design it for you. And if you have the strength of mind, and if you are desperate enough to do the ritual because it's important enough to you, you can get some results.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Patty. Thank you very much for the call. Hope you made note of how to get in contact. Kelly in San Antonio, Texas, your turn with Evelyn.
Hi, Art. It's a pleasure. Another woman asked the same question earlier, but I need to ask it for myself as well. If you feel as though someone has crossed you or has done one of these diabolical rituals against you, you mentioned the mirror protection. Correct?
Yes. What I would suggest, honey, understand, you may or may not know or be sure the individual that you believe has done something to you. The way I have designed the ritual called psychic self-defense is that the most important thing is to take off what has been placed upon you, what's blocking and stopping you. Secondary is to send it back to the sender. And the way I have situated this ritual, only the person doing the sending, only the person sending the harm to you is the recipient of it. That's why I call it a boomerang. And then what happens is you put a shield of protection around you that is impenetrable, so that nothing that is negative is ever able to come into you again. And that's what you need to do.
Okay, however, Everett, I respect your knowledge and everything, but I don't believe in sending evil back.
Then just do a cleansing and protection, and what you will do is remove it from yourself and send it into the ether. It will go to no person. Do not do psychic self-defense, do only cleansing and protection.
Okay,
that's
and I
also
know I have,
up there.
That's like self-defense.
Pardon me?
I said she doesn't want to be proactive. She doesn't want it to go back to the prison. So what you're saying is, what you're giving her is just virtually self-defense.
Right, cleansing. Absolute cleansing. Just to remove it from her.
and I know I have to be quick here. Could you give me a reading real quick at all?
No, ma'am. Not on air.
That's fine. I respect you. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Evelyn, if you don't know who's doing this to you, is there a way to discern the name or find the person who's doing it? Or
usually I have found from my clients that when they are doing the black reverse image candle, especially on their second night of meditation, an image of the individual who's actually the perpetrator does show up. Mm-hmm. But the way I've designed it, in case they really truly believe it could be their sister-in-law or mother-in-law, I want no innocent person ever to receive anything negative. So the way I've designed it, it is only that person which has wished ill will or harm is the recipient if you're going to send it back at all.
Daryl in Missouri, you're on with Evelyn.
Hi, how are you doing? It's an honor to speak to both of you. I was wondering, I raised a little girl out on myself, and so she was 7 years old, and my sister took her away with lies, and then 2 years ago, she was taken away from my little sister, and my mother's 82, my dad's 85, and when she turns 18, she'll be 15 this August. When she turns 18, she'll be able to, my prosecuting attorney said she'll be able to tell them to go get screwed and to go, she can come back to see me. I was wondering if you would be able to get something to be able to let the family services or whatever, let my parents be able to see my little girl, because dad's 85, my mom's 82, and they're not going to be able to live long enough to be able to see her in 3 years and 7 months. So could you tell me what the...
Well, baby, I have again to design a ritual. There is a way that you can put some kind of a light or exposure on an emotional basis, and you would have to be using the elements, okay, especially of water, in order to make the necessary authorities bend to give that kind of permission. It is an evolved ritual, sir, and if you are not a practitioner, it's going to take you a little time. I'm sorry.
Well, could I call you up sometime and talk to you about
Absolutely, absolutely,
I
sir.
appreciate this.
I'll be more than happy.
Powerball.
Please, to any person out there, if it is important enough for you to get into ritual, learn meditation and visualization. That is the key to getting the results you want.
All right, Cherie in Nevada.
Hi.
Hi, you're on with Evelyn.
And I was staying at a house one night at a friend's home, and I woke up and I was just felt pure terror. And floating in the room was this thing. It was probably about 6 foot tall and about 4 foot wide, and it was thin and it was translucent, and it was like black with white spots. And I was just terrified. 8 years later, I was living in a home, and I had 2 small children at the time, and I felt evil come into the house, and it was there daily. It got to the point that after a few months that I told my husband we had to move, and things came to a point. One day I finally got angry, and I confronted this thing. I just started yelling and said, either attack me or get out of my home and leave my children alone. The same thing appeared in front of me. What was that?
Well, that was probably an entity or a low energy spirit that was trying to gain intimidation and control over you and your children. By confrontation, that is what is necessary. And by calling upon, like Jesus Christ or any belief that you have will dissipate it.
Why was it coming after me? And the house that I was staying in, the first time I ever saw it, I found out years and years later that that home then was bought. And the night I stayed there, there was an entrance to the attic, which was locked. I found out later, after that home was bought, that what you were describing earlier with the pentagram, that was painted on the floor in the attic of that house.
Well, that already tells me that they did invocation and summation, and they opened up the portals to energies and entities that it resided within those premises.
Why was it coming after me, though?
Because you were there, and you were sensitive, and easy to feed upon. And what they will do is drain you of energy and feed upon your life force in order for them to sustain themselves.
Sure, somebody was opening doors there, obviously.
Obviously.
You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I guess so. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Let's go to Karen in New York City. You're on with Dr. Evelyn Paglini. Hi.
Oh, hi. Hi, Dr. Paglini.
Hello.
I just kind of wanted to take a comment on, I hear a lot of superstition-based fear and things like that from a lot of callers. And I'm glad that, the doctor is reinforcing a lot of the, the good things that people can do. Because I've always found that good, evil takes a lot to perpetuate. That's why I think so many evil people have all these rituals and things that they're so beholden to. And I've always found that just good intent goes so far. And under that line of thinking, you had been talking about the California fires that you're fearing. And I think maybe if we all just think of, water being attracted to any fire, anyone who tries to, light a fire would, have water attracted to it to counteract.
Well, actually, let's try Karen from another direction. She said she sees fire directly ahead of us in the next year or so, and that it's going to be the hand of man. In other words, a lot of people running around setting fires. And Evelyn, is there a way to change what you see?
Not this time, Art, only because I'm getting a hidden agenda at such an intent. It is not like a person who wants to just create fires. These are people that are doing it for a specific reason. I don't know if it's economic. I don't know what it is. But no, this is not going to be able to be stopped.
So
you may be able to change the mind of a sicko, or you may be able to expose something where it'll be caught quick enough where it was an accidental fire, but not the intense ones that I'm seeing. And again, if there's anybody in the audience that gets any dreams, has any waking state interpretations of what I am getting, and has more information, please contact you, Art.
Contact me?
Yes, let them email you or fax you, and maybe you can give out that information so that, the more people that are aware and know about it, maybe we can stop some of these fires or at least catch them.
Maybe. I don't know that I'm the right person, because...
Well, how would other people be able to reach? Are they going to be calling the media? Who's going to be listening?
I don't know. I mean, if I were to go to the authorities and say, look, I do this radio talk show about these kinds of topics, and I've had all these calls saying something or another about fires, and
so they'll be more aware. More warned is forearmed.
Okay. I guess okay. I don't know what I would do with the information, but
just put it out there.
Okay.
More people being aware of it. More eyes.
All right, done, Evelyn. Dr. Evelyn Paglini is my guest, and if you want more information, she does have a website, which is mysticalblend.com. It is spelled exactly the way it sounds, mysticalblend.com. What we're talking about this night is the craft. That's right, witchcraft. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. We've covered an awful lot of ground this night, from the increase in evil to the fires that are coming at our own hand, that is to say, man's hand anyway, to the individual woes and beliefs. And if you're listening carefully, obviously there's a very great deal of that. Dr. Evelyn Paglini, back in a moment. Now, here's an interesting observation that you might be able to comment on, Evelyn. Depending on the show, I will either get a flood of men or a flood of women. And when I have you on the air, Evelyn, it's a flood of women. Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, women being more emotional and more sensitive would gather and would be more interested in magic because they just gravitate toward it more. But believe it or not, in ancient times, it was the man that was the great magician.
Yes, indeed. Very, very true. As most women cook, the top chefs, of course, are men.
Yeah.
Lori,
before we go to the phones, Art, can I make one more little statement?
Yes.
I know you have cats, and so do I. And I'm very worried because I feel that this recall is not over. I feel that it's going to spread and continue to spread. And so I really want to tell people out there that have pets, please be very, very careful because I think this is not over with yet.
Yeah, and I read something earlier that said cats are going to be far more affected than our dogs.
Yeah, and I have cats, and so do you. And so I just thought I'd put that out there. Thank you.
Something about their physiology. Thank you. Lori in Vancouver, you're on with Evelyn.
Thank you. I really appreciate your show and your intelligence, both of you.
Thank you.
So let me tell you what happened to me. 6 years ago, I got divorced. 5 years ago, my ex burnt my condo down, stalked, harassed me, and it sort of stopped. However, in October, for absolutely no reason, a 40-year-old woman, I had double pneumonia, sepsis, meningitis, no reason whatsoever. I nearly died. And then our family was always financially good, not rich, but very, very financially stable and well. My father died. I live with my mother now by choice because we help each other because she's 78. And I really, truly believe that my ex has done this to me because prior to 40, my life was great, good jobs and everything. And I have one chronic condition, really, really, really low iron. It's at a level of 5. And they don't even know why. And I don't know. I would like advice.
Yes, in other words, you think you're under attack, right?
Yes, I do. And I've even had dreams about him where he's murdered me and I wake up screaming. Not recently, though. And I would love to know. And I'm also half Spanish. I lived in Spain for 4 years as a child. And, half Scottish. Figure that out. But,
Okay, well, let's see what Evelyn says. Evelyn?
Well, first of all, babe, what I would have her do is to test to make sure that is what's going on. And if she got positive results by either doing a health and well-being or a psychic self-defense, then what she can do is raise her immune system, rebuild her energy, as well as to take away what's been blocking and stopping her as far as on the financial basis. If she'd give me a call, I'd be more than happy to discuss it further with her, but there is hope out there.
Okay. All right. To Faith in Ohio, you're on with Evelyn Paglini. Hi.
Hi, Art. You can do tip if I can't talk. I'm tongue-tied. I apologize. I'm on a cell phone, so I apologize for this. I wanted to ask Evelyn, I'm totally blind, and I want to find out if it matters whether we're visual or not, and if it's possible that we can do the cleansing and protection, the psychic self-defense, and other, rituals that really, they all sound awesome. And
yes, you can, honey. Just having visual impairment has got nothing to do with it. What you're doing is calling upon the God force in order to remove the negativity, and then again the God force in order to put an impenetrable shield of protection around you that allows nothing but that which is God, good, and love to come through.
I have been through a lot in my life at this point, just, at a standstill, but I did lots of meditation and things, on that very subject. And so far, someone's watching me.
Well, there you are.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
and there's no impediment. The fact that you're sightless apparently is no impediment at all. And I suppose you have to go to the website or something like that. Somebody who's sighted can certainly help you. Joanne in Oregon, you're on with Dr. Evelyn Paglini.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
I'd like to first say that I love your show.
Thank you.
I've already bought like 6 bottles of punch. And I just listen intently to see what is the next update on the baby. Congratulations from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
You've done very well. Dr. Paglini.
Yes.
I just feel awful all over all the time. I'm always in pain and I'm always tired. I'm only 41 years old. Is there anything that I can do or that you can recommend?
Again, the health and well-being package that is on my website, mysticalblend.com, honey, that can improve your energy. And again, like I said, rebuild your immune system as well as remove the pain, the dysfunction, and the disorders that are within the body. It is a ritual. You may have to do it more than once, usually about 2 to 3 weeks apart, but you will start noticing a result after the first ritual.
Awesome. Would that also work the same for my dog?
No, honey, because you would have to do a remote healing. In other words, you would have to be doing the ritual for the dog. And then it can help the dog, yes.
Thank you so much. It's been my pleasure to speak with you.
My pleasure also.
Have a nice holiday.
Thank
you as well. Stephanie coming up from Indianapolis, you're on with Dr. Paglini.
Hello, thank you very much. You would ask people to call in who had any kind of feelings about fires.
Yes, please.
So I wanted to tell you that I have been having these very vivid dreams, and there's not very much to them, but I can see vividly in my head for about the last 6 months, and I've told people about this, and they're like, oh, you're just being paranoid, nothing's going to happen, it can't possibly be that bad. But I've had, in conjunction with the month of August to September, I don't know why I'm feeling that. I don't quite understand it because that's not the time that a fire would really naturally occur. But I just
Actually, I think that it is.
Okay.
In the West, for example, August and September would be very dry months if it's hot, and it's going to be hot.
Okay, well,
but in other states, it could be that intent that I'm picking up.
Yeah. Because I did not get, I would wake up in cold sweats after seeing this glowing coming off of buildings, and it was to the point where I was actually hearing people scream in my dreams.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting, babe. It's a tremendous amount. It's too much, too many places, too many states, and I don't like it. That's why I'm that worried, and I thank you so much. If you get any more information, email me or email Art Bell with anything more that you come up with. Maybe if enough of us put it together, we might be able to stop it or at least head it off.
Well, I've actually been writing it down since I started having the dream, and I will email to you what I have right now.
No, thank you very, very much.
No problem.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Kelly in Atlanta, Georgia, you're on with Evelyn.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I feel like I may have come to the end of a destined journey that I've been on for the last 2 years. I'd like to get some information on your thoughts of being drawn to a house or a piece of property for a purpose. Some background is that I've come in contact with a house and a piece of property mainly that have had problems with spirits of children and shadows of something evil. Visited the place several times, and I feel a calling almost to it. I'm one of these people that, like Art has mentioned before, I need to be hit over the head, even though the answers are right there in front of me. But how do you feel about, you were speaking of being a spiritual warrior. Do you think it's a possibility that a person can be destined to battle something evil like that?
Yes, absolutely. And you probably are a sensitive, and there may be the spirit of a young child that has reached out to you and is causing you to come there and to help them cross over and to fight with that which is holding them there, which may be a negative evil or force.
I can't even tell you how many things have been screaming at me throughout the day, right up until I had to call 3 different times, got through, and was cut off, those 3 times. And I couldn't even believe I got through again, and I'm talking to you without the phone going
It
through.
was supposed to be.
I know it
You
was.
are a spiritual warrior. You're being called to perform a function for those discarnate entities that need to be released.
Okay, but this is a very powerful, it's so strange. Mirrors, I have, in my bathroom, I have 3 mirrors of the 2 face each other. And this face of the entity has appeared ever since I've come in contact with this one piece of property in that mirror.
Use ammonia. Okay, cleanse your mirror with ammonia. There is nothing negative that will be able to be reflected or housed in any mirror.
Yeah, I'd be running in the other direction, Evelyn, but she said she feels compelled.
No, she's compelled. She's being called. She's a sensitive, and she's being called to become a spiritual warrior to help those definite little children that need to cross over, and they're being held against their will.
All right, here's a guy, Jerome in Michigan. You're on with Evelyn.
Hey, are you there?
Yes.
Sure am.
Mr. Arbel.
Yes.
No, you're the greatest. To this point, I can tell you that.
Thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to talk about, I seen like a ghost, but basically it had black eyes. It was hovering over my bed.
And you wondered what it was?
There was like no sound whatsoever. I got up in the morning. I told my mother that I'm not going to school because I'm like not feeling good. And she said, okay, go back to bed. My mom like babysit like a bunch of kids, and they were screaming, and, whole 9 yards. At this point or whatever, I turned around and I said, okay, I'm going back to sleep. And, these kids were like screaming, and, no problem.
And your point is?
My point is that I turn around and I see like a bright light, and I open my eyes, I see this mist like hovering over my bed. And at time or whatever, like birds are chirping, everything, it's morning. And everything like ceased. Totally. And I don't know what to make of it or whatever. It was like so unbelievable that, like something like.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why you would want to go back to sleep. If you found something black hovering above your bed, I would think getting up and starting the day and getting out of bed would be a definite option.
Right. That's what I thought.
Well, yeah, but you went back to bed.
No, all I did was like I laid down, and as soon as I closed my eyes, it's daylight, and I closed my eyes, and there was something like penetrating my eyes to open it because it's like a bright light. My mom used to babysit like 5 kids.
And they were screaming.
Time. No, for real.
Yeah, and they were screaming, you said.
Please listen.
I am listening. You said they were screaming.
Yeah, my room was like right by the living room, and, she used to babysit the kids or whatever, and, it was like penetrating. Mm-hmm. I could not go back to sleep.
Okay,
I told my mother, I said, you know what?
I'm failing to get your point. Evelyn, did you get something out of that? I didn't.
No, because the first thing I would have asked is, how did he feel when he saw this? Was there anybody that died recently? Could have been a communication of a spirit or a dearly departed. I'm not getting any information.
Yeah, I have same problem.
I can't answer the question.
Jerry in New Mexico, you're on with Evelyn Taglini.
Good morning, Art. First time caller, long time listener.
Yes, sir.
And I want some of whatever that guy was drinking that was talking before me.
There was probably something somewhere there. We just couldn't get it.
Yes, okay. Evelyn, I got a question for you. My wife and I have only been married for 4 years, and we were very energetic and very healthy. And for the last about a year and a half, we have been falling apart. And I think somebody has put the heck on us. How would we find out?
Well, it's a possibility, and the way to do that, again, would be to go back and find out if there was anybody in either side that might have been extremely jealous of your union, and if any of those might have had a background in the occult or into magic, because they would have the capabilities to try to either destroy the marriage or the health and well-being of both of you. And if so, again, by doing any one of the rituals and receiving the positive results, makes you realize that it has been done to you and now it has been released. So take a look at psychic self-defense, health, and well-being.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, take care. Evelyn, in the world of ufology,
yes,
inevitably, whether it's a French study or other countries, you'll hear that 75%, and that's a generous figure, or a realistic figure, of the people that see these things. These can be explained away as weather phenomena, other very, earthly phenomena that can be explained. And 25%, anywhere between 1 and 25%, simply cannot be explained. Now, in your world, in this world that we're talking about tonight, how many of these people that we've been listening to that think they may be getting attacked really are being attacked versus just a rough life?
I would have to say that there may be some people that are being attacked or visited by extraterrestrial beings, and there are also those that are being attacked by either those who have called upon spirits, entities, or beings and sent them forth as a spell or a curse onto a victim.
Okay, well, either one of those are possible, but I'm also asking how many are just, I mean, after all, some people just run into a streak of bad luck.
Yes, and that cycle always is just that, a cycle. It ends after a period of time. It does not extend or grow.
There you go. All right. Very quickly, Bill in St. Louis, you're on with Evelyn, and not a lot of time.
Yes, I'd like to thank you for taking my call. I know that I have potential within me to help others, and I want to know how I can develop my own potential, inner potential, and help others develop theirs.
There you go, Evelyn.
Well, I'll tell you again, the mind development course that I have is the basic foundation. It not only teaches you how to increase your own psi abilities, but to control meditation and visualization. Once you have that ability, you are able to not only share that knowledge with others, but increase your own potential no matter what tradition you want to go into. I don't care if it's Buddhism or if it's magic.
Mysticalplan.com. Listen, Evelyn, we're out of time.
Thank you.
We got to go. Thank you. Have a wonderful night, Evelyn. Talk to you next time.
Bye-bye.
That, ladies and gentlemen, from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the Earth's time zones, prolific as they are, each and every one covered by the largest program of its type in the world. Coast to Coast AM, I'm Art Bell. It's my honor and privilege to be escorting you through the weekend. Great to be here. The webcam photograph tonight I call simply 3 Sleeping Beauties. And I'm sure you can figure that one out for yourself. I got an interesting, just very simple little note from somebody. Despite the hyperdimensional aspect of what is going to be later said about the bees, I'm sure. This gentleman says, Art, up here in Canada, there's lots of honeybees, more than I've ever seen before this early. Could it be that global warming is making them migrate farther north? Jim in Alberta. You know, that's as good a guess as any. And that's all we can do about the bees right now is guess because nobody really knows for sure. There is one thing I do know for sure, and that is that Evelyn Paglini is incredible. She'll be coming up in a moment. And all I can tell you, she's beginning to scare me. She was on the air several years ago and called for a year of rain and flooding, and oh, God, did we get that. And I thought, right on. Then she came on the program prior to Katrina and said there was going to be a terrible flooding event that would displace tens or hundreds of thousands of people that wouldn't go back home. She called Katrina. And I thought, well, that's incredible. But two could be just two incredible hits, right? Then she came on the air and said there would be a lot of what I call head shakers, school shootings, young people shooting each other in numbers that we've never seen before. I think I played the audio of that one for you recently. And then, oh my God, Virginia Tech happened. Well, that's three. And then I went, oh my God, this is the most accurate woman we've ever had on the program. And I originally had her on because she was a witch. A real, well, I said originally when I solicited her, a broom-riding, cauldron-stirring witch, but a real witch, and that she is. And then she came on the program fairly recently as I was giving her kudos for the horrible incident at Virginia Tech, calling it. And she said, Art, what's directly ahead is fire. Fire, you just won't believe the fire. Let me read you from the Associated Press just hours ago. The headline is, Extreme Weather Fire Befalls Nation. New York, nature's fury made life miserable Wednesday from one end of the nation to the other, with people forced out of their homes by wildfires near both coasts and the Canadian border, and by major flooding in the Midwest. And although the calendar still said spring, the first named storm of the year was whipping up surf on the beaches of the Southeast. A week-old fire in southern Georgia had become the state's biggest on record, charring 167 square miles of forest and swamp. Smoke and a dusting of ashes filled the air through much of Florida and southeastern Georgia. The haze over most of Florida even closed several highways, sent people with breathing problems indoors. On the West Coast, in plain view of many Los Angeles residents, blaze had covered more than 800 acres in the city's sprawling Griffith Park behind the iconic Griffith Observatory. The danger to homes south of the park had eased Wednesday. Many of the hundreds of residents evacuated overnight were allowed to return. However, fire officials warned it could still change. In the southeast, a wildfire in northern Florida's Bradford County forced the evacuation of 250 homes. Fire blackened 16,000 to 18,000 acres, was 20% contained only. The Florida governor said the state had more than 200 active fires Wednesday that had charred a total of 78 square miles. Officials in southeastern Georgia issued a mandatory evacuation Wednesday for an area including the town of Manayuk, saying that by early Thursday, it may be in the path of a 107,000-acre blaze in the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge, the largest reported blaze in Georgia history. Another fire that started in Georgia crossed into Florida, threatened the small town of Taylor. But Baker County Sheriff Joey Dobson said Wednesday the wind appeared to have moved the blaze past the town, not out of the woods yet there. Smoke from those fires spreading across wide areas of Florida as wind circulated around subtropical storm Andrea, centered about 100 miles off the Georgia coast, with top sustained winds of 45 miles an hour. Actually, that's an extratropical. Andrea didn't seem to be much of a threat, according to the National Hurricane Center. Wind, of course, would not do the fires any good at all. In a moment. And then, of course, the emails began to pile in. Tim in Columbia, South Carolina, Evelyn Paglini foresaw the Virginia Tech shooting. And as I'm sure you recall, Also saw a lot of fire in the year ahead. As I write this, there are wildfires burning in Florida, Georgia, Minnesota, and California. Evelyn is good. I wish she'd be wrong once in a while, but she's good. Dear Mr. Bell, Ms. Paglini was really more than correct with her fire prediction. I tape whenever you're on the radio using my verse recorder. Seldom has anyone on the program had a higher veracity in prediction. It seems as if fires have occurred over large areas, new ones becoming frequent. So, in a moment, this incredible woman comes back. Dr. Evelyn Paglini, parapsychologist, is one of the leading authorities on the occult and the supernatural in the U.S. Doesn't claim to be a psychic, but she's got a better record than any claimed psychic we've had on the air. Born into a centuries-old family of practitioners of the occult, and at the age of 4, her grandfather began teaching her natural magic. She's a, psychic, metaphysical teacher, so I guess in a way she claims it. Lecturer, consultant, doctor of divinity, and spiritual warrior. She's a research investigation organization all by herself, has been called up many times by law enforcement agencies to help out. But the predictions that she's made right here on this program are now beyond any possibility of chance. In a moment, Evelyn Paglini. Evelyn Paglini, welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
Well, you're here because you've done it again. You've just done it again.
Unfortunately, these fires that I have been seeing are going to continue, Art. I wish they would abate, but they're going to go all the way into November, and we've only just begun to see the beginning of this. There are still going to be thousands of more people that are going to be evacuated across this nation. There are serious, serious fires that are still going to continue, and it will last all the way into November. Thousands and tens of thousands of acres will still be burned, and hundreds of people are going to lose their homes. There's so much suffering, Art, that I am seeing this year that it's really bothering me. I don't want to make these predictions. I want to make warnings. I just want to tell people what I feel is going to happen so that they can protect themselves.
Evelyn, try and give everybody, including me, a sense of how this comes to you. This is way beyond any possibility of chance now. I mean, you're so far ahead of anybody else who's claimed to be a psychic and made predictions on this program. You're miles ahead of them. You're not. The audience has to remember you're calling specific things to happen, and they're happening. Some of them so outlandishly impossible that you're the real McCoy. You're really doing it. I want to know how.
Art, because I'm into nature and the elements, I open up the altar and I deal with the elements of fire, air, earth, and water, and they give me scenes, they give me images. And also, even during the day, I will just get an insight, I'll get a flash. It's like a mini picture or a scene on a movie. And when it is repetitious, you start taking notice, you start taking notes, you start having feelings. Then what comes along with it is sound. And when it is continuous, I have to pay attention. And it has accelerated. And what's so funny, Art, is after we did the show the 31st of March, right, I got over 4,000 emails. In fact, I'm still trying to answer them.
Yeah, I bet.
Of so many people who have had dreams and premonitions and intuitions just like I have. They were telling me the same thing that I was seeing. Our level of awareness, this nation, the level of consciousness is being raised. People are now picking up their intuition and their premonitions, and their precognition has accelerated.
I can buy that, Evelyn. There's a number of stories, scientists now that are beginning to write stories about precognition, about knowing the future, and they're really beginning to suggest that they believe it really is possible. I'm talking about hard science.
Oh, yes, and there is a science to consciousness. In fact, next hour, you're going to have Richard Hoagland on, and I think that he can articulate it a lot better than I can, because I come from a different tradition. I come from magic. But because I also talk with nature and the elements, that's why I am getting these profound images. I'm telling you again, I mentioned before, we have a major killer heat wave coming in, not only here in this nation, but in Europe. And there's going to be blackouts, and there's going to be power outages, and people are going to lose their lives.
That's coming this summer?
That's coming this summer. What I didn't understand is I got it twice. I didn't know if it was two separate heat waves this year, or if it was this year and next year. I'm not sure. I'm just not. And yet here we've got flooding going on, and we've got fires going on.
Yes.
We've got flooding so severe this year, all the way into the fall, that highways and bridges will be underwater, that levees and dams will not hold, and I see landslides. And I haven't even talked about tornadoes yet.
No, of course, we just had a horrid, you know what happened.
Yeah. Wait till you see the clusters of tornadoes that will hit in areas that have been rarely touched. You're going to have weather extremes. You're going to have storms that are so violent they'll make history.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. With the changing, the way the weather patterns are changing, and our climate is changing, with the additional heat, there have to be more storms, and they have to be more violent. Heat equals energy equals violent storms.
And that's the kind of suffering I'm seeing, and the kind of devastation, and I'm saying, the only thing I could do is warn.
Yeah.
And hope to God that it's not as bad as I'm seeing it. That it's only going to be in a certain area and it can be handled, but sometimes what I'm seeing is not in just a small vicinity.
Are there any safe, relatively safer areas to be in, Evelyn?
Right now, Art, I'm not sure. I'll tell you why. Because all of the elements seem to be coming into focus. They seem to be coming into power. And so therefore, before when I thought that the Central Plains would be okay, now I don't. I know that Florida, again, this year is going to have to be very careful. We haven't talked about the hurricane season. And it's going to be early. It's going to be severe. And I know that there will be two major hurricanes.
Two big ones. You're talking about hurricanes that hit
land, okay, and it's again the Gulf Coast, so Florida as well as Texas and Alabama and New Orleans have got to be careful.
Well, New Orleans can't take another hit, not another big hit.
I don't feel it's going to be that big a hit, but I'm worried about two, and I don't know exactly if they're going to be veered off or not. I'm not sure, Art.
Do these come to you as moving images? I'm trying to understand. Are they during the time that you're awake, Evelyn?
Most of the time, yes, sir. They're during when I am awake, and especially if I have the altar open and I've called upon the elements. Because when I call upon the element of fire, all right, when I call and draw down upon the element of fire, it will give me images before it gives me power. And that's when I start to see these forest fires. I mean, look what's happened to Catalina Island.
I know. Is there a way for you to generally identify the where of what you're seeing?
Sometimes, but because when I'm looking at forest fires, I mean, we have so many in our nation, it's very difficult for me to pinpoint it. But when I see that there's an awful lot of homes involved, then I feel that it's more centrally located into, a city, into a suburb, because I see the homes and the panic that sets in, and then the evacuations. I see all these cars with these lights on going down the highways to get away from it.
Yeah, I'm sure that after the hurricane, you got a lot of email. I imagine after Virginia Tech, you got a whole lot of email. And I imagine after these recent fires, it just must have went nuts.
It went ballistic. I have even firemen on the line that are emailing me.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe FEMA should be consulting with you professionally. Now, I'm not joking. I mean, they're the emergency response folks, right? So
they had better be ready for the next 2 years. And that's not talking about the rest. I'm talking about just now. They better get a handle on it, because what's coming between now and 2012, I don't even want to talk about.
Well, let's try this. If you were to be in charge of positioning FEMA resources over the next year or two, Where would you put the majority?
I put them all along the Gulf Coast as well as the Central Plains.
And the Central Plains would be flooded areas mostly?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You've got some major flooding there, and as well as the northern part of California. I don't like the dams and the levees I'm seeing.
And you're saying that you actually at times get audio with the, I say video, images, whatever.
Yes, I do. I hear screams.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I feel the panic. I feel the chill go through me. And the images I see, I have to turn off. I have to turn away.
Now, you said when you're in front of the altar, is there some sort of ritual involved with calling up this ability?
Calling up the ability?
Well,
I call upon the elements because I am performing usually a ritual where I will need the element of fire maybe to destroy an enemy or to destroy something that is of a negativity.
Right.
Or I may use the element of air in order to send a message on the wings. In other words, each time I'm calling upon an element, it's because I'm using it. But before it comes into power and gives me that direction, it will give me images of what is happening of the element. Meaning water. I will see raging water, walls of water. I will see flooding. Okay, I'll see landslides. I'll see levees breaking. Those all happen in seconds.
And then if you go back to the Virginia Tech shootings, where you saw young people in numbers that would, I think, what was it you said, in numbers that we've never seen?
That we've never seen before, yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you got images of that?
I got images of that. That's what it reminded me of Columbine. Because I had seen I had seen some kids try to jump out the window. And I had seen them ducking under chairs. And that reminded me of Columbine. That was the only image that froze in my mind, and that's the only reference I could make. Even though I saw other scenes of other people killing children. But that was the one that stuck out the most. But I said, yes, but there's more coming. It may not be in schools, but there are other people that are going to be killing children. I said, what is going on here? I don't understand why this massive carnage is taking place. Why this evil seems to be setting in amongst certain people where they're going out and doing these dastardly deeds that you can't wrap your mind around.
Are you still seeing that sort of thing in front of us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I've got millions of people listen to this program, and not all of them, but many of them, Evelyn, keep very, very careful track of predictions made by people like yourself. And of course, a lot of them are simply dumbfounded and astounded at what you've done to date over the last several years. But these last few have been just serious head shakers, Evelyn.
I keep getting it. I called the pet food recall. I said it would spread. I said the E. coli isn't over with. I said meat and poultry would be next, and it has been.
You said it would get into the human.
Be next.
That it would get into the human food chain.
Right.
That's what you said.
And it has.
True as hell. That's one I didn't even mention. I mean, you have been right and right and right and right and right. The odds of your, I guess we could get a mathematician on the show to say how many times a person could call a random tragic event, and these are extremely random, and we could actually get numbers attached to what you have done. I can't imagine it would be in the billions to one, Evelyn.
But I don't want to be this right, Art. This is not my forte. Why this has accelerated with me and why I have this need to talk to you about it, I don't understand. I'm just hoping that whatever warning I'm giving is going to make somebody make a decision that possibly could change their life for the better.
All right, hold it right there. Evelyn Paglini, Dr. Evelyn Paglini is my guest. And I may take a few calls coming up in the next hour. So everybody stay right where you are. You're listening to Coast AM. Well, this is different. Usually when I have somebody on the air who makes predictions, the computer, which, allows me to get little instant messages from the audience, is absolutely full of people saying, oh, what a fraud. Name one prediction that's come true. Name one thing that full of that kind of thing, right? But now they can't do that. So instead, they vent their anger this way. Hey, Art, a scenario for you about the evil witch and her damned predictions. Maybe the evil witch is using her evil ways of magic to try and fulfill her damned predictions, and using you as coast and to send her evil prediction thoughts out. If it's worthy of a response, we'll get one in a moment. All right, Evelyn, I don't know if you want to even respond to that, but that's somebody acknowledging, I guess, calling them your damned predictions, that you're getting them right, but suggesting that you're using your evil, their words, power, to make them come true.
Well, you and your coast-to-coast audience have known me for 10 years, and they know the only thing I have ever tried to do is empower people, to teach them how to tap into their own personal energy and to lift their level of awareness. I cannot believe that anybody would believe that I would cause that kind of devastation and suffering to this nation or around the world.
Well, people get upset, Evelyn. They get upset about anybody who makes predictions on this program. Usually they vent their anger by saying, go ahead, give us one thing that person's... but see, you've got them all right. So they can't say that.
I don't want to call them predictions. I want to call them warnings.
Yeah, all right.
I leave the predictions to the psychics who come on the show and call themselves psychics, and they make predictions. I want to give a warning.
Okay.
And I'm
Joe,
not done.
No, I know. We'll get to it. Joe in Delaware wants to know if you have had any visions or warnings about terrorism.
I think part of the terrorism that I saw was the fires that were going to be started by arson by a group of individuals, not just the crazies that are out there that normally start arsons, but I had a group of individuals that I felt were planning arson fires that were in more than one state. And that was the only thing I had picked up about that. But what I did pick up, and I don't know if this is a terrorism plot or not, but there's going to be riots this summer. Now, it's not a done deal yet, but I felt that there's going to be civil unrest started in major cities, and it would be this summer, and something was going to set it off. But it could be stopped. I mean, it's not a done deal yet, but it's in a planning stage.
Do you have any clue?
All I got was major cities, Chicago, L.A., major riots were going to be started by something, and it was in the heat of the summer. And I said, I don't know if it's the heat that's also causing it, but something triggers it. And what I was hoping for, that I would get enough knowledge ahead of time so I could figure out what would be the trigger and maybe stop it.
Yeah. Is time, Evelyn, able to be manipulated that way? Are you convinced?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, it can be. There's a curve, and sometimes you get lucky. I don't know the exact way of doing it, but sometimes, yeah, I can accomplish it, and I don't know how. I don't have all the answers, Art. I wish I did.
And then is there a time when an event becomes inevitable and unstoppable?
Yeah.
How do you know when it's to that point?
It would be like the one that had the earthquake in 2004 that I saw, when it was a 9.2,
right,
and that tsunami hit. That was something that could not be stopped. That was the earth and Mother Earth just unleashing itself, and there's more to come of that. Not just in earthquakes, but in volcanoes.
That's an earthquake, so I can see that would be unstoppable. But I guess when it's in the hands of human beings with free will, then maybe
that can be stopped. That can be stopped, especially like this virus that I keep feeling is going to be unleashed. I keep worrying about this one.
When you say virus, you're not talking about computers.
No, I'm talking about a health scare that becomes a virus, like flu-like symptoms is the only thing I can pick up. But it's very deadly, and it's going to take some time for them to find something to combat it.
When you say unleash, Evelyn,
yeah,
do you mean by Mother Nature or man's hand?
Man's hand, deliberate. I don't know if it's accidental or not, but I felt deliberate. sure when it's coming. I don't know if it's this year or not, but I keep getting it, and I've gotten it too many times. And it's gotten to be a scare where there's a panic that starts to set in because people are not aware of what it is.
Any idea where it begins?
Here. Do we get it here?
In the United States.
Yeah, we get it here. I don't know if it starts here, but we get it here.
Get it.
Yeah.
You're not seeing good things, are you?
No. No.
You mentioned...
And people ask me about the economy. I says, are you kidding me? You want me to talk about the economy too?
You mentioned the time between now and 2012.
Yeah. This is a cleansing of Earth, Art. That's why there is going to be such severe weather extremes, volcanoes, tornadoes, fires. This is the cleansing of Earth. We have got a lot of suffering that we are going to face in the coming years, and we're going to have to pull together.
Well,
as a nation and as a people, we're going to have to help our fellow man because not always are we going to be able to rely on the government. They're not going to be able to get to us fast enough. They're not going to have enough to take care of all of the things that are going to be happening from one coast to the other.
They've already proven that.
Well, then we're going to have to muster up enough knowledge and fortitude in order to prepare.
Recommendations for people? Forget governments. What should...
Preparation. Get your communities going. Get your shelters going. Get your food, personal going. Get everything that is necessary for survival.
So, put some food away, put some water away, put away the things you're going to need to live.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Anything else you absolutely want to get in? Because I've got some callers who would like to say something. I don't know what they've got, but we'll find out.
The only thing I want to say is I had a lot of emails on the economy, and I will want to get into it at another show, but there is going to be a slowdown this fall. I've been calling it for the last 2 years. And more people are going to be losing their jobs, and you are going to have a major stock correction in September or October. And you see that gasoline prices are high.
Yes.
I had called once before an oil interruption, and I was right. And that was when Katrina happened. Well, we have another oil interruption, and it's not going to be caused by weather.
Okay.
That's enough.
All right. That's more than enough. Thank you. Solomon in Vancouver, Canada. You're on with Evelyn Paglini.
How you doing, Arthur Suleiman, the world event psychic. How are you doing, Paglini?
Hi.
I had a chance to speak with you in 1995, 1997. I want your listeners out there to know that Evelyn is very sincere. There was a trials and tribulations that I was going through at the time. She actually called me on several different occasions using her dime and had 10, 15, 20-minute talks with me to help me get through some trials and tribulations. And I want to know that I want to let Evelyn know that you were successful in getting me through that period of time. I would like to say this, Evelyn, have you seen this thing that's coming around the world? It's a major movement called the Worldwide Movement for Justice, and it looks like it's going to affect Hillary Clinton because of Bill Clinton when he was governor of Arkansas, and the program, the blood program that he had where he was getting blood from prisoners from various prisons, selling that blood to the West Coast and Canada, and it caused people to be infected with HIV virus. And my mother was one, and she died on April the 9th, 1993. Do you see this worldwide movement for justice? It's on YouTube right now. Do you see it bringing her down before this year is over?
Sir, I would have to look into it. I have not heard about this at all,
Yeah,
but I certainly will do so.
He mentioned that, I think, last week, and I hadn't heard of it either, but I'm glad you were able to assist him. Deborah in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Good evening, Art, and
Hi.
Good evening, Evelyn.
Good evening.
All the best to you, Art, and to Aaron
Thank you.
for the new little coming baby. Evelyn, my question tonight is, I'd like to know when you get the spirits and look insightful to things, if you have felt or are going to feel something towards what Art had mentioned on previous programs as the fish incident, the disappearance of fish. And what I wanted to ask you was, that we had a news blurb tonight that was saying that the fish now is showing some sort of blood poisoning from the inside out, and it's saying do not eat the fish if you see them in these lakes and streams, and they are dying. Thank you.
I would have to agree with what you're saying. I keep feeling that there is going to be a rash of contaminants that are going to be in our food found. And it's like I said before, it's going to send chills down us. We're going to wonder, what can we eat?
Yeah, I'm already wondering.
Because it's going to be very bad, and it's like, it's crossing. It's not like just your vegetables, like your lettuce, okay, and your tomatoes, and now it's into meat and poultry and into pet food and canned food. But it's going to be happening into other things. And it's like, yes, the fish is contaminated. And there's going to be...
And do you think this is, a lot of it is intentional, or it's a big accident, or what?
I think it's both.
All right, Mark in Fresno.
Boy, I couldn't agree with you more. Good evening, guys.
Hi.
Martial law and nukes, what you just said there about you think it might be internal as well as external. Do you think the nukes are going to cause all the chaos coming up in from now until 2012? And you do think it is internal?
I don't understand.
I'm not clear either.
You're talking about nuclear bombs?
Well, I kind of seen the nukes causing the volcanoes and the earthquakes and the fires, or a nuke right around the 2012 time at the end. I am very wondering there. You know, the water.
Okay, so he's saying he's talking about way out at 2012.
I feel that there will be some devastation that is going to be caused by nuclear exchange, but I would be more worried, okay, about the solar flares that are coming in the next couple of years, and especially as we get toward 11 and 12, it's going to be extremely devastating. You're going to have knockouts of satellites and power to the extreme.
Okay, Larry in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Hi, all. We're down here with smoke, drought, and everything else. And the reason I called, before I get to it, I wanted to just make one comment. I think that the major riots you're seeing could be normal civilians fighting over bottles of water. Water in Florida, they've hinted that we may even have to go to that because it's so bad. So when you mentioned riots, that came to my mind.
Wow, yeah, it's a possibility.
I hope not. The reason I called was this, and I'm so happy I'm talking to both of you at the same time. Art has expressed lots of reluctance, probably justifiably so, over mass consciousness experiment. And one time, 2 or 3 years ago, you said something that seemed like it passed by without a lot of thought as far as being repeated a number of times. You had told Art that there is a way that he can preface what we all was to think about at the same time. And it went something like, you know, you wish this to happen with absolutely no negative consequences. And I wonder if you could repeat that little mantra that you said, just so we have it in our minds in case we do let's say, an individual consciousness experiment, or if Art feels that he wants to do another one, because the wording that you used for that was so correct, I think.
Can you recall, Evelyn?
I recall part of it, Art. I remember saying that if you're going to use a mass consciousness, you have to be very detailed. You have to direct it specifically. But what you must do is bind down the action not wanted. That means you limit the amount of water, so there is no flooding, okay? Or whatever it is that you're doing, you put a cap on. So that's binding down the action not wanted, because anytime you're calling upon something, you get the double-edged sword. So what you must do is hold down the catastrophe, hold down the negative, so that the negative does not happen and only the positive succeeds. It only becomes successful to that extent and shuts off. It's like when I call upon a spirit or a demon, I only allow it no more than 7 days to live, to function. So if you're calling upon a directive and you're sending out a mass consciousness, you must give it a limit of time, and you must say what you want it to accomplish and no more.
Okay. Lori in South Dakota.
Hi, Art. Hi, Evelyn.
Hi.
I just say hi to you finally, Art. It's off to yours, so hi.
I have a question about, do you see anything happening up in South Dakota, in our neck of the woods here? Anything we have to watch out for?
No, honey, I'm sorry. I have not really put my mind in that direction. I wish I had, and if I do, believe me, the next time I'm on, I will mention it.
There are going to be a lot of people asking about that. That's kind of why I said, do you see any general safe places to be through all of this? Well, you don't really.
Well, yeah, like maybe Montana, okay, and Wyoming, and certain parts of Colorado, certain parts of Massachusetts, Minnesota. There are certain areas, but because of what I'm getting, the map has been going wild on me. I'm worried, okay, about Seattle. I'm worried about the coast, not just California, only because of what I'm seeing. And I'm not getting it all clear, Art. I don't know if it's just flooding or if it's just huge waves or if it's being caused by an earthquake. It's not giving me enough.
Okay. Mick in London, England, you're on with Evelyn Paglini.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call again. Listening to you on 88 FM K-Berg Radio internet-related stream. Evelyn, it's quite a basic question for you, really. How does the average person stop having visions of the future? Frankly, I'm worried about seeing these things. I could do without it.
Well, to me, I would say not to worry about seeing those dreams because they're coming to you in order to give you warning for you to help yourself and your family and your loved ones and your friends. And so to me, I would write down whatever it is that you're perceiving, and I would tell as many people as you can as I am trying to do.
Okay,
so
but
that
in his behalf, what if he really doesn't want it?
Well, then what he has to do is completely learn how to meditate and to shut down. I have a lot of classes, Art, that I do mind development. And my MDI course would teach him how to shut that aspect of it down, or heighten it if he wanted to, or call upon it at a specific time, meaning once a week at 10 o'clock to 11 p.m. He could do it that way.
All right, listen, I know you offer a lot. I want to give you, obviously, you really earned it, a chance to plug whatever you want.
Well, my website, I'm sure, is linked up to yours, www.mysticalblend.com. And for those people who would like a free catalog, our phone numbers are 818-407-1951 or 818-985-9935. And there's a lot of good classes out there. That not just my Mind Dynamics course, but my Basic Magic, my Introduction to Ritual, as well as Mirror Magic. If they want to learn how to heighten their abilities, those classes will teach them how, as well as get into nature and the elements.
Believe it or not, Evelyn, there are a lot of people who see these things, as you mentioned, more and more perhaps, becoming sensitive and connected, but they don't want it. And I really can see that. I really can understand it, Evelyn. Not everybody wants to know what's going to happen, particularly the bad things. Now, you'll say you want to prepare, you want to live, and you'd be right, but not everybody wants it, Evelyn.
That's true. And I don't blame them, baby, because it's very hard for me to come on and make the kind of warnings that I have been making. This is very difficult. I can understand that.
I can too. All right, well, you've given us a number of additional things to watch out for. Your record so far, absolutely impeccable. To Evelyn Paglini, as always, through all these years, thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night. Well, there she is, folks. Evelyn Paglini. If you could name anybody ever who's been on this program and had more hits than her, I'm listening. I'm Art Bell. Now, it's been a while, hasn't it? Good morning, everybody. I am Art Bell, and this is The Weekend. Richard C. Hoagland is a former Space Science Museum curator, a former NASA consultant, and during the historic Apollo missions to the moon, was science advisor to Walter Cronkite, CBS News. For over 20 years, Hoagland has been leading an outside scientific team and a critically acclaimed independent analysis of possible intelligently designed artifacts on Mars. Richard and his team's investigations have been quietly extended to include over 30 years of previously hidden data from NASA, Soviet, and Pentagon missions to the moon. So in a moment, and it has been a long time, Richard C. Oakland. Richard, I look very carefully, and all I see is rocks. Oh. Wait a minute, we're going to talk about bees.
We're going to come back to that at some point, I guess. Good evening, Art.
Yeah, good evening.
Or good morning, whatever the case may be.
More the case than not across the U.S., yes.
You have had many journeys, my friend.
That I have. That I have. He says.
Yes, yes. Well, I am terrifically happy that we're doing this tonight because I think you're going to enjoy it. I think I'm going to enjoy it. And I think our audience definitely is going to enjoy it. In fact, they might want to record it. This might be one of those, for the book.
Well, perhaps so. You're going to make a case, or you're going to try to make a case, that the bee mystery it somehow traces back to hyperdimensional physics, right?
Yep.
This
I
I've
didn't
got
start
to
out from that position. I, like everybody else, have been kind of following the story, and I don't keep bees, and I don't know people that keep bees. And, one of those, there's so much going on. This planet is going through such changes. I just listened to you with Evelyn, and it's marvelous that you have her on because she definitely does have her heart in the right place. And whoever that turkey was who made that stupid accusation should be ashamed of himself.
Well, they couldn't make the accusation that she was inaccurate, so they're left to that.
Well, there are desperate people who they really can't handle. It's that old line from A Few Good Men. They can't handle the truth.
Right.
And we're dealing in a situation where there's a rising curve of changes in every direction. You called it. I don't know how you did it. You probably have sources. But you wrote a whole book called The Quickening, pointing towards exactly what we're looking at now and what we're going to be seeing in a rising curve as we get closer to this nodal point, this date of 2012. And there are times when I say to myself, how the did he know? Because when you and I started talking about stuff, which was, 10, 15 years ago?
Sure.
We were at the very beginning. You had to really have your radar way out there on the distant time horizon to note that life was not going on as it had been. And
Intuition. Intuition, Richard. That's all it was. Intuition.
Well,
I felt it coming.
You're at the center of a spider web. If anybody in those years was going to get an early warning jiggle in the spider web, it would have been you.
Right.
Because you created this incredible experiment, this grand family, this, as Peter Jennings once called it, the national campfire. Of course, he wasn't talking about your show. He was talking about media in general during crises. I think he was talking about ABC right after 9/11, but it applies so much more to what you and George do because, the really bright people are awake now. They're up at night. They are night people. They are sensitive. They're able to look at other things minus the distractions of life. That old cliche, life is what happens when you're making plans.
That's
and it's those people who, in synchronization with you at the center of the spider web, were aware long before the rest of the culture that life would not go on as we have been used to life going on.
No, it will not.
And now we're seeing this ascending, almost asymptotic, almost right through the roof curve of change every day. When I get up, which of course is not in the early morning anymore, you have ruined my life, Art. The first thing I do is I turn on, MSNBC or CNN or whatever.
You become a night person.
Well, yeah, because it's also easier to work. When you're trying to do intellectual things, you're trying to think. When you're trying to figure out problems and put pieces together.
Much better at night.
The dots. The night. I took a little walk outside. Here we are in New Mexico, and it's a stunning night. There's brilliant Venus, and there's we can see down the valley and twinkling lights and stars. It's nighttime is when real thinking can be done, and that's where this vast coast to coast. Think of yourself in space, Art, looking down at the planet and looking down at the entire United States from sea to shining sea, except of course at night they don't shine. What's shining is all the lights of all those cities, representative of the consciousness of all the people who are listening to us right now, all connected. So the logical extension of you being in the center of the spider web was to use the web to do important things.
I mean, you know my position that I wouldn't be here talking to you if you hadn't used the spider web to benefit me.
You were one of these. Yeah, that's true.
A bunch of other stuff. And it's interesting what Evelyn said, because part of what I want to talk about this evening is how this physics that I have been discussing for so many years involves this consciousness field, this ability to link mind in a coherent, resonant fashion to accomplish extraordinary things. And as we get into this series of changes, as the years go by and more things happen that we don't want to see happen, I really think that this audience is going to have to basically shoulder the mantle of taking responsibility for trying to make positive change.
It may well come to that. Before you go on, Richard, I really miss Peter Jennings. As you know, I was in the last special that he did, and I'm convinced that had he lived, there would have been follow-ups. That was but a first tentative big step on the part of the network, and I think that he had plans to go further had he lived.
Well, it was a very peculiar special because it had elements for debunkers, but it also had areas that they focused on that if it had been just a simple rip and read show, they would not have focused on. And I saw it, like you, as a kind of an experimental toe in the water to see who stood up and saluted, to mix our metaphors madly here. And he was taken away from us much, much too soon.
Yeah. There was no way that program, of course, was ever going to satisfy ufology. No way in the world. But it was not for that audience. It was for the larger audience, and it was but a little baby step and a good one. And I'm convinced he would have taken it farther. At any rate, we are now in the middle of a real mess. The number of bees missing.
Well, I've done a calculation, and the average commercial beekeeper. I found out a lot about bees in the last few weeks. I now know more about bees than I ever thought I would ever know in my entire life. The thing that's significant is the commercial bee people, and I didn't know this before I got into it. Beekeeping used to be a hobby. It used to be, for folks that had a couple of hives or a farm. I grew up in farm country, so I knew about people who kept bees. But it's turned into, as most other things in our society it's turned into a corporation.
Yeah.
It's turned into mass production. And they have, some of these beekeeping farms have literally thousands of hives. And each hive can contain between 20,000 and 80,000 bees, each in wooden enclosures. And when you start trucking these around the country, and you have to feed them sugar water and alternate foods to get them from point A to point B, then they put them out on these farms so they will pollinate like the almond crop. And what was striking to me is that it was the mass-produced, domesticated corporate bee that is suffering this stunning, catastrophic whatever first. And you made such a perceptive comment a few weeks ago as you began to notice the depth and severity of this. Mm-hmm. You asked one crucial question that really got me thinking, which was, where are all the little bee bodies?
That's right.
There's 6 legs sticking up in the air, and that was such an image. I mean, if you were to kill the bees in an average hive, you'd have 30, 40, 50,000 bodies.
Right.
Now, we have gone through previous, I found out, epidemics of bee disasters. Back in the 50s and the 70s, there were major waves of catastrophic bee die-off, where the beekeepers would come out and they would find hives full of dead bees stacked around the hives, dying of pesticides and the mites and the parasites that basically attack them. That's not what's going on with this crisis. This is so X-Files. This is so Chris Carter. This is so, if I may use the term, Star Trek. This is like, or someone basically said, Scotty, beam them up.
Yeah.
And they're all gone. And what's interesting and even weirder is that normally when hives have these problems. They're full of honey, right? And they're
Right.
full of little bees and pupae and larvae, and the bee life cycle is going on, and so you've got this city of bees minus the bees. If they abandon the hive, if they swarm and go away, leaving a few and the queen and all that, they will be attacked by predators in the surrounding ecosystem very quickly. There are worms and there are moths and there are little guys waiting to move in to that incredible source of energy, the honey, to basically eat it.
Yeah, one of my callers nailed it. He said it's like the bees have been ruptured.
Exactly. It's beam me up, it's got you. And what's weird is that the hives are not the focus of predators moving in to steal what's left when the workers are all away. They are left alone. Now, what other phenomenon in the phenomenology that you have covered all these years has the same earmarks of a, quote, eco-crime where predators do not move in to take advantage of the crime?
Well, sure. For example, a cow that has been taken up and then dropped. Predators don't touch it.
Mutilation.
That's right.
Bingo. I knew you'd get it. I knew you. Now, don't you find that parallel stunning?
Maybe. In other words, we don't have little bee bodies that are untouched by any sort of predators or anything of that sort.
No. The bees have just disappeared. Now, I also think that some of these swarms, we're putting up something on the web tonight. Just as soon as I can find my web guy, David Wilcock and I have been working this problem jointly. David is a brilliant guy in terms of physics. His intuition is matched only by his resourcefulness and his ability to do real research. Well, he has put together, and I put together this overview of a series we're putting up on Enterprise beginning tonight, which will be posted maybe sometime during the show, if not then certainly tomorrow. And I was doing some tail end work, and I started looking at some of the weird phenomenology around the edges of this mystery. We're finding a lot more bees showing up in strange places where bees have no business being, pun intended. Like a few days ago, they had a 60,000 bee swarm basically show up and camp out at City Hall in downtown Spokane, Washington. They had a similar group show up in a hospital in Little Rock, Arkansas. It would have been more interesting if it had been the Rose Law Firm, but they didn't do that. They went to the hospital. And what that's telling me, or at least it's potentially suggestive, is that the bees aren't dying, Art. They're lost.
They're lost, yeah.
They
a lot of people have
cannot
suggested
find their
that.
way home.
That's right.
And what happens is two bees get together and say, hey, tell everybody to meet us in the corner of Elm and Central. And they all show up to try to do their normal bee thing, which is very social. Bees are incredibly social, and they want to get together. They can't live apart. One of my musings was I can imagine this little bee leaving the hive, the worker, going out to do its thing with the flowers and all that, and it can't get back. What does it do? How does it function, and for how long can it live all on its own? Well, if you take, for instance, one commercial carrier that I know had something like 27 million bees disappear in the space of a couple of days. Now, that sounds like a lot of bees, right?
Yeah.
But if you spread them out through several square miles and think of the number of square feet there are in a square mile, it turns out that you wouldn't even notice the bees in that space, even millions of them. And globally, if you do a rough calculation, about 1 billion, more or less, give or take, bees have disappeared in the northern hemisphere between here and
a lot of bees. Richard, Einstein is quoted as saying that 4 years after the bees are gone, so will go humanity. What do you think? What do you think he based that on?
Well, first of all, he never said it.
He didn't know.
That is an urban legend. Let me nail that one right to the floor right now. That is an interesting myth that's been going around. I don't know who coined it. It obviously was designed to get our attention. It got your attention because you've used it several times.
Oh, yes.
How we know that it never happened is that there are some assiduous folks like at, what's what's that website? Snope. Looks up legends, urban legends.
Yes.
No one can find any references in any of Einstein's letters, papers, documents, public speeches to bees. Zero. None.
Yeah.
Zip. Nada. He never said it. But the sentiment is in fact true. It's almost like somebody who knew that they could only get publicity if they used a famous name, put this out and the net spread it, all around the world. Without the bees, in our ecosystem in the United States alone, it turns out that about a third of the food that we consume, particularly fruits and vegetables and apples and stuff like that, comes from bee pollination. If we lost the bees,
yes,
the domestic honeybee, the big commercial farm
disappeared,
then our entire food chain will be extraordinarily negatively impacted, and it will ripple. It's not linear. It's not like, oh, well, I can live without apples. It's the subtleties. Remember, these are all interrelated systems, and you cannot predict a linear cause and effect if something of this magnitude takes hold. And at the moment, the only ray of good news, and this is something we'll obviously get into in the next half hour, is that the only honeybees, well, let me back up. The only bees that seem to be radically affected like this are the corporate bees.
Corporate bees. I heard that organic bees are not disappearing now.
Not at all. And there was another clue. And, we don't have time now between now and bottom of the hour, but as I promised tonight, I'm going to provide not only what the cause seems to be from our research, but what the solution can be. And the only problem is that the solution is to require both sides, and there's two sides in this human equation, to come together and to make peace with each other, because they haven't for years. They've been fighting for years, political fights that I found out about in terms of doing this research. There are two camps, and they don't talk to each other. They each accuse the other of doing terrible things to bees and, not using practices that are acceptable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to have to come together. These two sides, the commercial bee farmers and the organic bee farmers, are going to have to basically, lay down the whatever you want to call it, the gauntlet, put down the gauntlet and come to the table and together craft a solution. Because it turns out the organic beekeepers, even though they don't know yet what they know something that will solve this crisis.
So they're going to have to form a hive mentality.
That's right. They will have to form a social system patterned on the little creatures that they live upon.
All right. Well, look, what's the difference between the way the organic bees are maintained and handled and the way the big corporate manipulators do what they do? In other words, therein has got to lie the answer.
Well, the first clue I had was in an article in The Economist, which is the first paper listed, or the first reference listed in our bee paper that will be posted. Because The Economist made, again, I knew nothing about how bee stuff went on until I started researching. And what I found is that we have this incredible migratory corporate Henry Ford assembly line approach to where they truck millions of bees on big, semi, flatbed,
right,
from farm to farm, and they truck them across half the country. You will have a huge semi full of bees from Alabama going to the almond fields in California.
All right. We will be right back. Richard C. Hoagland is my guest. I'm Art Bell. Here I am indeed. Well, all right, I've heard the same thing. It's going around the internet. There are a lot of statements by organic bee handlers that organic bees are not affected. That said, the big masses of them that, as Richard pointed out, are carried on semis around the country are affected. So I guess that begs a couple of questions. One that comes to mind immediately is, we've been doing that for years and years and years. If the bees were going to object to being carted about by semis for commercial purpose, it seems to me they would have made that objection or that miscalculation or that inability to find home apparent years ago. What has changed? We'll be right back. All right, Richard, before you say anything, let me read this to you. United Press International, dated May 10th, A NASA study suggests that global warming may raise average summer temperatures in the eastern United States by 10 degrees Fahrenheit by the 2080s. National Aeronautics and Space Administration scientists determined that eastern U.S. summer daily high temperatures that currently average in the low to mid 80s Fahrenheit will most likely soar into the low to mid 90s by the 2080s. But during seasons with infrequent rainfall, July and August, daily temperatures could average between 100 and 110 degrees in cities like Chicago, Washington, and Atlanta. Now, that process is underway right now, Richard, whatever it is that's causing it. The process is certainly underway. And perhaps the bees, as somebody emailed me at the beginning of the program, are already being affected by this, and they're going north. Just a thought, Richard.
That's an interesting idea. We should talk to Canada.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. That's where the email came from, was Alberta.
Interesting.
Where he said they've got bees all over the place.
Well, as I said, it was the article in The Economist that got me really thinking that we might have a kind of a trek here on what could be going on, because this idea that the hives are trucked from state to state and farm to farm.
Right.
It's hard enough to find your way home when you stay put. But can you imagine a little bee that uses environmental cues solely, being trucked in covered hives, thousands of miles, 2,000 miles, for instance, sit out in the field in a totally strange place? If something were interfering with their navigation system,
okay,
if something were changing the environment,
it'd have to be something recent, Richard, because
Absolutely.
they've been doing this for years.
Absolutely, that's where the major clue comes in. So, David and I and a couple other people that we're working with on this started comparing notes, and I said, it's got to be what I've been saying all along, possibly a change in the physics. So I started doing bee research. I started looking up, websites and looking at people who've been, working with bees all their lives, who've done exquisite literature searches, who have massive databases on their sites going back literally hundreds of years to where bees were domesticated. I mean, the domestic honeybee is not native. It comes from Europe. It was brought over in the 1600s. And it was first domesticated in Europe, and actually it was domesticated originally in Egypt. We have data going back that far, and the practices have not really changed very much up until the last couple hundred years.
A hundred years.
A couple hundred years out of thousands of years that man has lived with bees.
Even so, that's a long time.
That's a long time. So I started looking at, well, what have we been doing? What could beekeepers have been doing be in contradiction to what bees would like to be doing? Because this crucial piece of data that the natural bees, the feral bees they're called, as well as the organic bees that are raised by humans but under, quote, natural conditions, we'll get into what that means in a minute, that they're unaffected by this. This is only affecting what I call the corporate hives, the mass transit bees, the ones that are trucked around, the ones that live in these, artificial environments. What do they do? What do those guys do that the natural folks don't do? Well, the first thing I found out was that the corporate hives are dusted and fumigated and pesticided and basically sprayed within an inch of their lives.
Right.
And the reason is that in their corporate world, they are attacked by all kinds of outside parasites that are trying to devour them, trying to eat them, particularly these tracheal mites and this varroa mite, which came in the 1950s, around 57, I think, from Asia. Those are the two biggest problems of the corporate domesticated bee mass production guys, is these exterior, basically parasites, attackers, that are trying to eat what's in the hive, including the bees. And the only way that those guys, attack back is they use fungicides and pesticides and, all kinds of techniques to basically try to keep the wrong guys out and the good guys' immune system supported, which of course is doing exactly the opposite.
And they are claiming that the immune system, they feel, is affected, right, of the bee?
Well, when they when they go to these hives, this is now the people at the University of Pennsylvania, who are one of the centers for this developing catastrophic response to this crisis, has originated. When they go to the hives where nobody's home except for queen and a few workers and a lot of little bees that are still in the honeycomb about to be born, and they take these out and they sample them, they find they're riddled with these parasites and disease. Now, they're claiming that maybe it's a parasitic thing. I've seen, news stories that it's a viral thing. I saw, remember the news story that it was cell phones?
Cell phones, yeah, sure, all kinds of things.
That from the study in Germany. Everybody has got their oar in the water here, and nobody really knows. There's like the fad of the couple day club, where a scientist or a group of scientists will come up and say, I had a friend call me tonight, who, by the way, her name is Lee, and she is having a birthday, so everybody wish Lee Chin a happy birthday. She called me with a study that she sent me from, I think, London, claiming that it's a genetically modified foods, that they're the culprit.
Right.
The problem is that the food source, the viral environment, the pesticide environment, the parasite environment, everything is the same art for the domestic bees, the feral bees, the organic bees, and the corporate bees.
That's
only the corporate ones, and I'm using that kind of over term because they're basically big companies that truck these things around. They're the ones radically suffering. So what is it that makes them the target when all the other bees eat the same food, are exposed to the same pests?
Yeah, and why now? They've been carted around like this for many years.
So you go back to what has changed in the environment that the corporate bees cannot withstand, and the natural bees and the organic domestic bees are withstanding perfectly fine.
Right.
And that's where the incredible the light bulb went off. And it has to come back to the physics. Because I got deeper into this, I started realizing that it was, remember that line when Clinton was running, it's the economy stupid?
Mm-hmm.
It's the geometry stupid. Look at a beehive. Look at a honeycomb. What do you see? A honeycomb is composed of very regular cells that are hexagonal, right?
Right.
And what is a hexagon? It's in 2 dimensions. It's 2 interlocked tetrahedrons.
Right.
And so I started thinking, okay, is there potentially a connection between bees disappearing, mites attacking them, honeycomb geometry, and you're going to love this one, the Great Pyramid?
But a honeycomb geometry is consistent whether they're organic or trucked about.
But it isn't. That's what I found. It's not. It's the same geometry, but what the corporate folks have done, and they've basically done it out of the profit motive, to make the bee industry more productive, more successful, more above the bottom line versus below the bottom line, all that stuff. Starting a couple hundred years ago, they started turning out on machines what they call foundation, which is basically an artificial template where you have a machine that in a matrix, probably metal, it can be plastic now, they stamp out what's called foundation honeycomb.
Okay.
And the bees, they put this in these wooden structures, the hives, and the bees build their natural honeycomb with wax on this foundation. It's like a template.
I can understand how that would add to the bottom line, cut some time off the bee building and all the rest of it, but
it's even more interesting.
But this has been going on for a couple hundred years, so why is it just showing up now?
Well, this is where things get really interesting. That's why, as part of our program tonight, I wanted to do some background on the physics and how the physics intersects with this problem/solution. So it turns out that a couple hundred years ago, they started building this standard honeycomb, putting it in the bees in the artificial farms, and the bees would build on it. They noticed that the honeycomb that they were making was bigger than the natural honeycomb of the wild bees. And then they noticed something even more intriguing, that bigger honeycomb seemed to beget bigger bees. Bigger bees have bigger legs, bigger wings, they can fly farther, they can forage better, they have more energy, they have longer proboscises, which are the tongues that dip into the nectar of the flower.
Right.
They can get at flowers that the little bees, the normal bees, as these guys saw it, couldn't get to. And the bottom line was they could produce, for a given number of bees, bigger bees, the theory was, would produce more honey, which you would then sell to make more money.
Sure.
Or in terms of the pollination side, where the bees are basically trucked around not to make honey, but just to pollinate. They would be able to pollinate more fields faster per day than the smaller bees, that kind of thing. So you could charge more for bigger bees. It turns out that that's the source of the problem, Art.
Because?
Because the bigger combs are somehow deleterious. They're somehow having an incredible negative influence now on the bees themselves.
Why now?
And they leave.
Yeah, why now?
Well, that gets back to what is the honeycomb doing? Remember, our model, the model of the hyperdimensional physics, is that reality in 3 dimensions is immersed in this constant sea of invisible waves in the ether, vibrating, sloshing back and forth, rippling out from rotating planets like little, pebbles that you drop in a pond, whatever. And it's the interaction of all these various spinning masses. It's all rotation, 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 all the way down to the atomic level, where things are in constant spinning motion, right?
Yes.
And it's the geometry of the honeycomb which tends to amplify certain frequencies of this background field of invisible radiation. Now, I'm not talking electromagnetic. I'm not talking radio waves or whatever. I'm talking something even more fundamental that I discovered a couple of years ago as part of our ongoing research into how this physics works. It turns out that there is a huge body of physics that's been hidden because of the Cold War from the West, where the Russians have done stunning, amazing, replicatable experiments, particularly one guy named Nicholas Kozyrev we're going to talk about. And they're calling this whole field torsion field physics. Torsion is another word for spin and rotation. And when I got this data, which is on the web, and lots and lots and lots of papers that have not been translated that are in Russian, that I would love to be able to read, but what's on there that has been translated was a stunning aha, because every experiment that I had thought of over the years to do to test the hyperdimensional model, it turns out the torsion field guys, starting with Nicholas Kozyrev back in the 20s and 30s in the Stalinistic Soviet Union, had thought of and done. And when I got this data a couple of years ago, it was like a $10 million Christmas present. It was every experiment in hyperdimensional physics enterprises never had the money to actually go out and be able to do. And it came to me by way of my dear friend, David Wilcock, who is a brilliant guy. I mean, he saw this relationship between the Russian work and what I've been talking about before I did, and brought it to my attention. And that's why we have wound up working together. In fact, you and I and he did a program in May of 2000, the night that Dean Maloff was murdered, where we talked about this physics and the climate change, which is going on not just on Earth, but all over the solar system, which is mandated by this fundamental systemic change in this background physics, in this relationship of the torsion fields of various spinning planets and the sun, and it even impacts life. It turns out that this torsion physics applies to everything we can see. It's the glue that knits together reality, including, as Evelyn Pagnini was saying in the first hour, consciousness. It's what you basically are tinkering with, Art, when you do these mass consciousness experiments. You synchronize the minds of the millions of Coast people, the Coast family that's listening to us right now. You get them in resonance. You then direct that resonance in the torsion field to accomplish something. And through an actual measurable physics, and the experiments are stunning. They're absolutely stunning. They're so predictive. They so explain what's going on in so many areas that look like they're separate. They're really not. They're really connected. And so I started thinking, okay, geometry, bees, bee sizes, the physics changes. Because of economics, the commercial beekeepers have built bigger combs that make bigger bees. And it turns out that these bigger combs are very unhealthy places for bees to live. The stunning difference between the natural wild bees and or the organic bee farmers that use much smaller comb size as their foundation and the commercial guys is that the natural bees, the organic bees, don't have a mite problem. Either the varroa or the trachea mite, which are the two banes of bee existence now in the last 30 or 40 years that are killing bees left and right, unless you use massive doses of pesticides and fungicides and all kinds of basically, pest killers.
The one question you have not asked or answered yet is what has changed this year?
I think it is a frequency of the tone of the background physics that the combs, in fact, are amplifying. And I go back to what I said a moment ago about the Great Pyramid. Remember some years ago, you had a dozen people on talking about the Great Pyramid, and the one thing about the pyramid that everybody kind of agrees on is that, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, somebody discovered dead cats were not decomposing in the pyramid.
I remember something about that.
They were getting in there, they were dying because they can't find their way out, and they have no food and water and all that, but they weren't decomposing. The reason, back engineering this, is that the frequency of the torsion field of the pyramid is such that it does not permit bacteria to live. It basically is a place where those life forms do not resonate. They are dissonant with the background field of the pyramid in the torsion model.
But this is nothing you can measure, is it?
Oh,
this
yes,
is
it
not
is.
an energy.
Yes,
Okay, how?
Because Kozarev built a whole bunch of detectors. David Wilcock has built detectors. There's a very famous Russian guy that I don't have in front of me now. I will after the top of the hour, who did a whole bunch of experiments, it turns out, with bees, who wasn't part of the Russian torsion field physics community. He was a separate Russian guy who just was an entomologist. He was just into bees. And he discovered that there was a peculiar radiation that would penetrate brick walls and structures and all that, whereby the bees were actually using this resonant honeycomb field effect to find their way home. And there are replicable experiments, Art, and they will all be in the series of papers we're putting up starting tonight or tomorrow, going through the coming week.
All right, can you say they put together detectors that can detect whatever this energy is, which should mean that you can tell me what kind of detectors they are and what kind of energy it is.
Yep. Well, I can't do it in 2 minutes.
Well, no, that's all right. You don't even have 2 minutes. All right, very good. My guest is Richard C. Hoagland, and he thinks he's got his thumb on the bee problem. It is true that organic bees are not affected, the ones carted about for the big industrial mid-farm land that we have and for pollination. These are the ones that are affected. We've learned that much. Richard thinks it has something to do with the construction of the hives and a new energy that we'll talk more about. We'll be right back. Here I am. All right, so Richard appears to be saying that there is a new physics and energy, which he says has been detected and measured, which we're going to talk definitely about in a moment, which is affecting the bees. Now, why this energy is suddenly present and why this year it's beginning to affect bees have been basically doing the same dance for a couple of 100 years, we're going to find out. Stay right there. All right, Richard, I can measure energy. I can measure audio energy. I can measure it down so far that I can hear the grumblings of the earth, if I so desire. I can measure radio frequency energy above that, right on up into the microwave range, and then above that, of course, into light. Now, where does the energy that you're talking about fit in?
Well, it's measurable energy like any other energy, and the way that Kozarev and the other Russian scientists who've been working with this, as I said, for at least 50 years, if not longer, have been measuring it, is in physical effects, primarily with what are called torsion pendulums, which is one of the reasons why it's called torsion field physics. What happens is, what Kozyrev discovered in the 30s and 40s was that if you have a rotating system or a vibrating system, like a gyroscope in a laboratory, and it's rotating, spinning on its axis very fast, and then you shake it at another angle, like, for instance, remember those little childhood gyros we used to get where you spin them up with a string? Sure. And they would sit on your finger and tilt at a strange angle, and they appeared to defy gravity.
Yes.
Well, he found that if he took one of those and produced two simultaneous motions, one was the spin of the gyro, and the other was to vibrate, to make it move through space at some other angle, back and forth. And he had a torsion pendulum, which is a very finely balanced rod sitting on a very, very precise knife edge, so that it will swing at the slightest movement of force. Like if you were to blow on it, it would really whirl around.
Right, I've got it.
And he would put this in a vacuum bell several meters away, even behind walls, that when he vibrated the spinning gyro, the torsion pendulum would rotate around almost like a locator beacon, one of those old-fashioned radio locator beacons where the antenna would focus on the source of radio waves.
Right.
And it would unerringly point to where the gyro was vibrating. And he realized that there was a theoretical physics underlying this that went all the way back to 1913 to a guy named Dr. Ellie Carpenter, who came out after Einstein's relativity and produced an additional set of theories that were trying to, shall we say, refine relativity in terms of the properties of space-time. And it became known as the Einstein-Cartan theory, and it predicted that there would be these waves that would be radiated by spinning systems as part of the form space-time predicted by Einstein's theory.
So are you suggesting that the spinning Earth is beginning to jiggle?
Everything is spinning. They're all jiggling, and it's the interaction of all the rotating masses that are changing their frequency that are detectable by torsion detectors that are basically also spinning systems. You have to have a system which is capable of rotation in order to detect this, and it shows up as mechanical changes. And there are 10,000 papers that have been written in the last 50 years by about 100 physicists, 100 guys, half of them in the Soviet Union, hidden by the KGB, who were deliberately kept secret until the wall fell down, and then we got all the stuff floating out from the old Soviet files that are incredible laboratory examples of physicists in all different walks of background in life doing experiments. They've now built torsion field generators that actually can produce signals on demand. David built a very crude torsion detector out of a monofilament and a burned match. And the reason the match is important is because what is the most likely component of a burned match? It's carbon. And what is the molecular structure of carbon? It's tetrahedral. It all goes back to this fundamental hyperdimensional geometry. Now, I cannot, even in 3 hours, minus the questions, on the radio do adequate justice to this incredible body of work that I discovered that is so complementary to what I've been saying for years and years and years. But fortunately, that's what we have to live. So what we're going to do in the next few days is to start publishing part 1, part 2, part 3 of this unified physics with the references to the actual papers and experiments that people out there who are, kind of garage tinkerers can actually do. You can do this at home. It's perfectly safe. And you will discover amazing things. Now, bottom line, it turns out that the antenna on the bees are torsion field antenna. That's why, if you look at these, and any insects, by the way, use the same technology, except they don't build geometric honeycombs and houses, so they're not, their living environment is not as radically affected by whatever the change is in this background radiation field, this torsion field that has gone on and is going to continue to go on and get different because I believe it's a frequency change. Here's why I think it's a frequency change.
Well, I was about to ask you, even with the method you described of being able to detect this force, that doesn't mean that you've actually measured it and understand how it's operating. It means you've detected it, you can see it there, but how are they able to measure the change in frequency and attribute it to the problem with the bees?
Well, they are not working. The torsion field guys are probably not even aware that there is a relationship between the torsion field physics and the bee problem.
Okay.
That requires generalists like me and David and others. Right? When we publish this, because the web goes all over, and we're going to make some calls to some of the key leading torsion field guys like Chipov, who was one of the leading lights now in the Soviet Union and in Russia. We're going to get them looking. And there's a whole separate study of honeycombs and how they are interacting with the torsion physics that was done by, as far as I know, only one guy. He's now dead. He was elderly. He was an iconoclast. He was your typical lone genius. You know, he pioneered the idea that bees and honeycombs were doing something that could be detected by detectors. But when he died, nobody picked up on his work. We have it on the web. It'll be part of the references in this series of references in the papers, and people can, come to their own conclusion. The key thing here is it makes predictions. And one of the predictions is going back to why we got two separate bee tracks a couple hundred years ago between the commercial producers and the organic producers. The commercial producers, for economic reasons, tried to make bigger bees by making bigger honeycomb.
Right.
The organic guys, with the God is beautiful, nature knows everything, they've stuck like a religion with the natural bee order. Even though they tried to systematize it, and it turns out that's also not a good idea. What people in industry try to do is they try to follow Henry Ford and make things uniform, and it turns out the bees don't like uniform. Bees, in fact, build alternating size honeycombs in the natural environment that has the shape, get this on, of a tetrahedron.
Right.
And there will be images on our articles showing these natural, beautiful honeycombs where you have large honeycomb at the top, something like 5.9 millimeters across for each of the six-sided hexagonal cells. And at the very bottom of the cord, where the egg laying goes on in certain parts of the year, we'll get to that in a minute, it all goes all the way down to about 4.6 millimeters. Now, the average person might say, wait a minute, what's the difference between a 5.9 millimeter and a 4.6 millimeter honeycomb? Why should a bee care about that little change, that little size change? It cares if the honeycomb is like a tuned resonant receiver. You of all people should understand what tuned receivers do. And it doesn't take much of a change in an antenna to throw you off frequency.
That's right. I'm willing to concede the torsion physics possibility. I'm willing to concede the measurement you talked about. What I don't think that you've proven is that there's been a frequency change and that specifically that has affected the bees.
Okay. Well, if one looks at this strictly in terms of the waves, if you have little guys living in a honeycomb of a certain size and the background field changes so that frequency no longer is resonantly in step with
then maybe they can't find their way home.
They can't. It doesn't resonate and create a signal.
I've got that. But what we haven't done is we haven't proven there's been a change in the frequency, or if we have, you haven't laid that out for us yet.
Okay, well, one of the things that I've been doing since you and I have been apart and not talking to each other on the radio is I have carried out a series of experiments at Coral Castle, one of your favorite places.
Mm-hmm.
And it started when I had the heart attack, and Robin took me down there as part of my therapy, and I wandered around, and then she noticed on the wall one of the things that Edwin Scallon had left, which was basically a hexagon with two inscribed tetrahedron in it over his outdoor bathtub, which was kind of like a clear signal, this is the physics I'm using to build this place. So I've gotten very interested in Coral Castle. I took some ideas from my departed friend, Bruce De Palma, having to do with the Accutron watch. Remember the old Accutron watch?
Yes.
Had the little tuning fork? Mm-hmm. And I married up the Accutron with a computer program that lets me actually count the cycle, the frequency of the tuning fork, which is like a torsion pendulum. It vibrates back and forth. And remember, a vibration is a partial rotation. So my idea was, could the tuning fork in the Actitron be used as a detector of this torsion radiation?
Perhaps so.
And, well, the bottom line is absolutely 100% it is so. Because when I took it into Coral Castle, I've done it 3 times now but actually we've done it more than 3 times because I was able to wire the castle and get months and months and months and months of long-term data during all different seasons and various celestial events. And I've talked about alignment. It turns out the celestial alignment between spinning planets parts creates wonderful tremors in the force, changes in the torsion field, and the bottom line, I was able to replicably measure those changes. And those graphs, will be part of our paper series that we're doing on this. I was able to, for instance, when Venus crossed the sun, the once every 120-year transit of Venus, where we have 2 of them, 8 years apart. The next one is coming up in 2012. The first one was back in 2004. We got stunning results in the tuning fork sitting in the middle of Ed Leach Scowland's 1,100 tons of coral. Now, why is coral, i.e. limestone, important? Because it's like a huge, huge beehive part. The coral is deposited in hexagonal little crystals by the little organisms that make the oolitic limestone. And when you cut it up and stack it like Leach Scowland did, you basically created yourself a huge torsion amplifier. And putting my little Actitron in there with a computer attached, I was able to magnify the torsion signal. And when Venus crossed the sun, we got stunning results showing that a spinning planet 25 million miles away, where you could cover it with your fingernail, even smaller than your fingernail, had a measurable effect on a tiny, few gram mass vibrating pendulum in this little watch hooked up to a computer. I did it during a total eclipse of the sun that was visible as a partial eclipse in Florida. Got the same effect, which replicated what Maurice Allais had inadvertently done with a torsion pendulum in Paris in 1954. And then I decided, was it possible that you could get rid of the castle? If the physics was changing the way I've been predicting, the waves are getting higher and higher, the amplitude of this is getting stronger as well as the frequency shift, you should be able to do it without the castle. So I did it here during the transit of Mercury, and I had Rob literally looking at the computer screen as Mercury moved onto the surface of the sun, blocking it from its closed orbit. And bingo, exactly when the first contact occurred, when the edge of spinning Mercury, which is rotating every 85 days, 59 days, reached the edge of the sun, which is rotating backwards relative to Mercury every, at the equator, 27 days, there was this stunning frequency increase, not by a lot, by a few hundredths of a percent. But the accuracy of the tuning fork combination of the Actitron on the computer is down to 1 or 2 parts per million. So it's way above signal to noise. And Kozyrev said in his own calculations that these effects are on the order of 10 to the minus 4, 10 to the minus 5, meaning 1/10,000 to 1/100,000 of the normal background entropic, electromagnetic, gravitational, other forces that objects feel. But if you have a tuned system, meaning 2 resonant rotating systems, you can increase that signal so that you can detect them easily. And with computer technology now, they're easily measurable. What I haven't done yet, and what I'm trying to figure out a way to do, is to use the tuning fork and measure the beehive. Because my prediction is that the beehives that are happy and fine will have one set of frequencies that I can measure. And the beehives that are subject to this sudden, colony collapse disorder, where the bees leave because they can't stand their environment anymore. Does that sound kind of familiar to people in LA or New York? That those will have a different frequency, and it should be measurable with the same torsion type detectors that Kozyrev pioneered over 50 years ago.
And all of this, you think, is occurring simply because of the
change in the background frequency,
which is made apparent by the change in the construction of the hive.
That's right. Now, it turned out that what, according to, there's a beekeeper whose name I'm not going to talk about on the air tonight because there's some very curious things going on around his activities. He lives in Wyoming. He's got an extraordinary site. We'll be linking the site in the papers. He had done like 15 years of research, 1,500 experiments with natural beekeeping versus commercial beekeeping, standard foundation. And what he discovered was that even the organic beekeepers have gotten that habit from their commercial friends. In that, although they're producing smaller honeycombs and smaller bees, which turn out to be incredibly resistant to the mite problem, what he found was that any bee can be made to reproduce in any size honeycomb without change except in behavior. In the small honeycomb, the bees will clean the hive and eliminate the mites themselves. You don't have to fumigate, you don't have to put pesticides and fungicides and, things that will attack the parasites. The bees do it themselves. You take those same bees and put them in the large honeycomb, they suddenly forget what to do. There's something in the torsion field which is basically reinforcing their behavior to be good housekeepers.
Okay, again, how long have we been using these larger hive constructions?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years. In fact, you know who the first guy was who actually was an astronomer who looked seriously into the size of honeycombs in terms of frequencies? Johann Kepler.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Impossible to guess. Kepler, in addition to figuring out the orbit of Mars and elliptical planetary orbit, the huge breakthrough in physics that led to Newton and the theory of gravity, Kepler, remember, had another theory that no one ever took seriously, which he called the music of the spheres. The idea that rotating planets orbiting the sun had a natural etheric music that geometrically could be fit into their orbital parameters. And I think he got this idea, I can't say absolutely tonight, but I think based on some of the papers I've seen now, that he got this idea because he absolutely kept bees. And he wrote about bees and beehives and bee behavior, which was stunning to me. It has to do with being a multidisciplinary generalist, putting dots together of things you wouldn't think would connect. Bottom line, I think the physics is changing. The frequency, the background torsion field is changing on Earth.
Due to?
Yeah?
Due to? That's a question mark.
Well, due to both the alignment of the planet with the galactic center, the whole 2012 thing, and due to the fact that Pluto, which is this little guy in this very inclined orbit, 17 degrees, has moved between us and the galactic center right now. And remember, I predicted based on this physics, there are two unseen big planets out there somewhere. And it's all about the alignment and geometry. I've now proven with the Carl Castle work that when you line up a planet with the sun, you get changes in the torsion field.
All right, hold it right there, Richard. Hold it. We'll be right back. Morning, everybody. Tomorrow night, Professor Richard C.J. Somerville, who is a distinguished professor at Scripps Institution of Oceanography and a climate scientist, is going to be my guest. Very distinguished indeed, one of the top scientists in the area on what's going on with our atmosphere, with global warming and such, is going to discuss the effect of carbon dioxide, that which mankind is pouring into the atmosphere at a pretty great rate. Now, most of mainstream science right now is convinced, almost to the point of settled science, that this gas that we're putting into the atmosphere is indeed warming our planet. We just had a forecast by NASA that by, 2080, we'll be in the 100 to 110 degree mark in cities like Chicago, Washington, and Atlanta. I don't think too many disagree that the warming now is going on for years and years they did. Now, they're pretty much agreed. I think even Richard would agree the warming is going on. I don't think that he attributes it, though, to that gas. He thinks the warming is going on all the planets, and that probably weaves right back into what we were talking about with respect to the bees. That in a moment. Okay, a couple of quick things, Richard. First of all, am I right? Would you say that rather than the gases that we're putting into the atmosphere, you feel that not just Earth, but all the planets are warming, and you don't feel it's due to the gases that we're emitting, but rather some sort of uniform change in frequency, if you will, that relates right back to this?
Well, it's both. You know, I mean, there's a natural cycle that's going on all over the solar system, and we can look at all the data. I mean, there's over 100 papers that we referenced in that first series that we did back in 2004.
Yes.
NASA studies of warming and energy changes and you know, phenomenology changes on planets all over the solar system. The most stunning one, of course, is Pluto. Pluto, as you know, is about 4 billion miles from the sun. It's no longer a planet. Sorry about that. It's leaving the sun. It is in an elliptical orbit, and ever since back in the 80s, it's been moving away from the sun, and that's why there was this big ferment in NASA for years and years and years to get a probe out there while it still had an atmosphere. While whatever atmosphere and global dynamics and weather that it had was still ongoing, because if you get the probe there too late, it takes, you know, like 10, 12 years to get there. If you arrive when the whole atmosphere is frozen out and is falling on the ground as snow, then you basically have a dead, you know, ball of rock with some snow on top, and that's not very interesting. So the JPL guys that were trying to get behind the Pluto mission were really pushing the Congress and the president to get a mission funded to get out to Pluto while it's still warm enough that there'd be something interesting to observe when they got there. Well, something strange happened on the way to Pluto. As it's getting further from the sun and should be getting colder and colder, and the atmosphere getting thinner and thinner, and activity going lower and lower. In fact, it's exactly the opposite part.
Getting warmer.
It's getting warmer. There's more atmosphere. It's fluffier. There's clouds. There's weather. There's changes in light. There's all, and by the time, you know, the New Horizons mission gets there in a few years, the end of this decade, it'll be an amazing place. The only problem being, where is the energy coming from? Because a quick calculation shows you that if it was coming from the sun, which is the latest, you know, model in vogue, latest fad, that, you know, all these planetary changes we talked about 3 years ago are basically the sun is doing it. If the sun was making Pluto warmer, then you and I would not be having this conversation, because the life on Earth would be extinct. The sun would have to be so warm to warm Pluto up to the extent that it is.
That we'd be boiling.
Pluto is my canary in the mine for the hyperdimensional model, that there's something bigger going on than SUVs. Yes, we on Earth have done very dumb and stupid things and continue to do them, and we should do a lot of the things to get not really, you know, cheaper SUVs and more efficient fossil fuel, you know, mechanisms. We need a radically different energy source. We need to stop emitting carbon dioxide and other, you know, fossil fuel emissions, period. But even that won't solve the problem, because the background physics is changing. So I'm not against the global warming people, the ones that say it's us that are the problem. We're just not the whole problem. We're, in fact, probably a small part of the problem. I listened carefully to your climatologist the other night. She made some good points. But what she's not taking into account is that this is going on all over the solar system, and it's all in consonance with our little canaries in the mine, let's mix our metaphors here again, the bees. The bees are telling us there's something radically going on that's not man-made.
Richard, if it is the alignment, the spin, the wobble,
it's all
the alignment of the planet, whatever, then it seems to me that's very far out of our control. And so if we take the leap and we assume that you're correct, and this is what's going wrong with bees, then Robert in Anaheim asks, will you please lay down, if you believe all this to be true, what you think the solution to the bee problem is?
The solution is so simple for the bees.
Okay.
The solution is to simply go back to natural organic hives. You can make organic hives on a corporate scale, but you got to let the bees define your geometry. The organic hives, they don't care if they're moved. They don't care if they're mites. They are incredibly, I mean, this guy.
Wait, Richard, wait.
Yeah.
If that's true, then again, you have not defined. You said these hive changes have been here for a couple of 100 years. So again, you haven't proven what has changed in this last year versus the last couple of 100 years.
Let me try to do an analogy. Okay.
Sure.
I'm trying to describe a spiral staircase without waving my arms, which on radio is hard.
Right.
So what I want everybody to do is I want them to close their eyes. Listening to radio, closing your eyes is good. I want you to imagine a large, flat pond, a still evening, just after sunset, where you have twilight. There isn't a breath of wind, and the pond is absolutely glassy smooth, okay?
Okay.
And you've got some balls out there. Think of them as tennis balls or ping pong balls or whatever, and they're scattered around, okay? And somehow you've got little motors in them, and you start them rotating. And what will happen is you will have waves spreading out from each of these little spinning balls.
Yes.
And the waves will interact with each other.
Yes.
Now, how will they interact? They will create ripples. The ripples will have a wavelength, in other words, between crest to crest to crest,
Sure.
and they will have an amplitude.
Sure.
If I have another, let's say, let us make a detector for this. Let's say we've got a little special ball which has a light in it, okay? And we've tossed it out on the pond, and the sun is setting and it's getting dark, and now we can't see the pond or the ripples, so we don't know what's going on. All we see is our one little ball with the light in it, and what do we observe? We know, because we saw it in daylight, that we've got all these ripples going back and forth, interference patterns, the amplitude getting bigger, smaller, the wavelength changing. But all we see of our little lighted ball is it's going up and down, up and down. And it changes going up and down erratically. Sometimes it sits almost still. Other times it's violently jerking up and down, a little bit from side to side. And what we have to do is mathematically piece together from the visible, the invisible model of the waves causing the motion of our lightest detector in the dark. That's what we're dealing with in torsion field physics. We have to make detectors that respond to these invisible waves. Life itself, it turns out, is fundamentally based on torsion field interactions. That's why insects have those antennae. They are tuned torsion wave detectors in this model. And the bees have been building comfortably for millions of years natural-sized honeycombs that responds to the changes in the background physics. When the artificial guys came in and forced them all to live in one-size honeycomb, that was fine for the last couple hundred years, Art, when there was no real change going on in the physics. But as we opened the show, you wrote the book, you called it The Quickening. When the background changes, when the environment is no longer the way it used to be, you either adapt or die. And the natural bees are living in a variety of size honeycombs, and they simply move from one part of their hive to another, and they're perfectly happy. The artificial guys, the corporate ones that are forced to live in the big honeycomb with the fixed rigid cell size, it's too big for the frequency passing through the hive, it is actually making them sick and driving them away, and they can't find their way home, and millions are disappearing every day.
Okay, when I wrote the book, I did it, as I told you earlier in the program, based mostly on intuition and observation, Richard. The events were cascading and were speeding up. Now, I did not prove that there was some great change going on in the universe, in our solar system, with the rotating bodies of planets beginning to create a different frequency. I suppose it amounts to the same thing, but I didn't prove anything scientifically, and I'm not altogether sure that you have either. What you've got to prove here is the actual change in frequency that's resonating in these hives.
The way you will do that is with measurements. As I said, I need to find myself a local bee guy, a commercial guy and an organic guy, and I need to sit them down and I need to say, can I measure the frequencies as this physics is changing and just see what we see? I know I've got a measurable system that is measuring this physics, and in terms of celestial alignment stuff, it's astonishing. It is so incredibly in keeping with the predictions of what we thought we could see, over and above what Maurice Allais saw back in 1954. He was the Nobel laureate in economics who actually wanted to be an astronomer and did all these astronomy and physics measurements of pendulum motions and all that.
Yeah.
And during the eclipse in Paris in 54, he discovered that during a solar eclipse, when the moon comes between the Earth and the sun, he got a sudden shift in the pendulum motion that was completely unpredicted completely contrary to anything Newton or Einstein or anybody else has written, that in fact is torsion. It's got to be torsion. It's the only thing that's left. So if you relate his work to Kozyrev's work and Shipov's work and all the other guys that have written these 10,000 plus papers, there's a huge body of peer-reviewed mainstream science that's been kept from the Western physicists by design, basically, because the torsion field, if you really get into it, Art, torsion field physics gives us anti-gravity, it gives us space propulsion, it gives us free energy, it gives us the keys to the kingdom. And there's a few folks here that wouldn't want the society to have all that, so they really don't want us talking about much of this. And it's useful tonight that we're able to have this discussion and people can begin their own observations in their garages.
All right, but in the meantime, to solve the bee problem, it's your contention they would merely have to change the construction of the hives and go back to the way it was.
Exactly. Now, you can scale that up to industrial size. You can take natural hives.
Right.
You can cart them around because the natural hives are happy. They're pest-free. But now we're getting into something that is almost like a religion, Art, because you have these two groups intensely polarized, and I found out how polarized when I started going through the web articles and the web papers and the blog between the two groups. There was a guy who tried to mediate between them, and both groups turned on him like he was the enemy, because he was saying you don't have to be the strict purist on terms of organics. You can actually, you don't have to suffer huge diebacks when you go from the large comb back to the small comb, because the hives lose something like 70 to 80% of their population when you do that, which for a commercial beekeeper would be catastrophic.
Sure.
This guy was able to make the transition by going to the multiple sizes with very minimal loss, 5%, 6%, something like that. So that's usually what beekeepers sustain during a winter, summer season. One of the things that was so interesting, and how this relates to Kozyrev, is Kozyrev found in his torsion experiments that at certain times of the year, as we orbit the sun on this spinning planet, his experiments worked fine. Other times of the year, he couldn't make them work at all. Now, what's that?
Science really hates that.
Huh?
Science really hates that.
Absolutely. That's what killed cold fusion. That unless you have the conditions right, just right, and the conditions are changing. I mean, cold fusion, by the way, is a torsion field phenomenon. Probably already suspected that, okay? Anyway, Kozyrev found that during the fall and winter, the experiments worked wonderfully. During the summer, they worked not at all. Well, this bee guy, this organic beekeeper who's done these 15 years of experiments with different hive sizes and different cell sizes, found that in a natural honeycomb, the bees make different size combs, and they inhabit them at different times of the year, and they grow and they shrink in terms of the future generations, dependent on the season. A natural hive has a natural growth and diminution of bee size based on the size honeycomb they prefer to live in at that particular month. And this is replicable year after year after year, and he's trying to tell both of these sides, the commercial guys and the organic guys, wait a minute, you both have a piece of the puzzle, and they're not talking to each other, and they basically ostracized him and drove him out of the business. So our hardest problem is not to solve the problem. It's going to get these guys to sit down with each other and talk to each other and basically have a conversation where, for the benefit of everybody, they drop their preconceptions, they look at the data, and they start doing something different. Remember the old definition of insanity.
Well, there's nothing like bankruptcy to get you talking.
Hopefully they'll talk before they get to bankruptcy.
Well, they've got to be close. If the numbers we're hearing about are anywhere near correct, Richard,
I think they're on the low side, Art. I think we're getting filtered corporate media, and people don't want everybody to know how bad it really is. That's why you're getting all these theories that come out.
As you know, it's in Europe as well. It's not just here.
Now, get this. It's only in the Northern Hemisphere. Did you know that?
I think I did. I know that Australia has no such problem.
Nope. And South America, and now why is that? Because it turns out from Kozyrev's work that the torsion field physics based on a spinning Earth is asymmetric. The Northern Hemisphere is different. in the rotating frame than the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
And I mean, there's no way I can, in a few minutes on the radio, describe the stunning litany of experiments that reinforce this whole idea. My job tonight is to get people curious enough, excited enough, uncertain enough to go and want research further. Go to the web. Don't even go to Enterprise. Go look up, Google yourself. Start with organic bees, cell size honeycomb, Nicholas Kozyrev, torsion field physics. It's all there. We have this stunning tool called the World Wide Web. Use it, people. Do your own homework. It'll take you just a few days to discover some amazing things. And the bottom line is to come out exactly where I've come out is that there's some background environmental things which suddenly change, and it has to do with the frequency matching into the size of the comb, and that's why the commercial bees are abandoning their homes.
Now, Richard, other than the bees, what else do you think it's affecting?
Well, I think it's affecting everything. Remember, the bees are a frequency detector. The weather is an amplitude detector. You talked with Evelyn before about energy.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, why do you think this coming solar cycle, 24, is going to be a mind-boggling? It's because the amplitude of energy coming into the solar system, gating in from hyperspace, which is what is causing the ripples on the pond. That's where the energy is coming from. Is opening wider and wider, and the amplitude of energy is getting higher and higher, and the frequency is going up. That's where your quickening comes in. And this affects, a whole cascade of systems, not just weather. It affects sun, solar activity. It affects consciousness. Have you been noticing unusual sociological things lately in when you watch television, when you watch,
Yes.
basic events?
Yes, it's part of what I call the quickening.
Yeah.
Sure.
Have you noticed, for instance, that people seem to be more and more unable to lie? It's kind of like that Jim Carrey movie. They will blurt out, look at the Don Imus thing, all right? Look at what happened with Al Sharpton a few days ago.
Oh, yes.
It's like, the politic thing to do when you're a public person is to look at Baldwin with his daughter.
All right.
I'm seeing a change in social behavior across the board where we're basically more impulsive, and there are more impulsive explosions of emotion.
Richard, if the ability to lie leaves us, then truly we are near the end of the world. Hold it right there. We'll come back and open the phone lines. This should be interesting. Richard C. Oakland is my guest. I'm Art Bell. I certainly am a creature of the night, and I guess Richard is now too. I follow and can embrace the torsion field physics aspects of what Richard has said tonight. It absolutely makes sense. It really does make sense. And even in the limited manner in which it's been able to be measured, I follow along. Now, what I don't think has been proven is the direct effect on the bees and the change in frequency. I don't think that the measurements have been refined, the measurement techniques have been defined clearly enough and well enough to measure the fact that it actually has changed, and then another jump that is what has affected the bees. But that's just my take on it. We'll be right back. Richard, is it the change in torsion field physics, change in frequency that has caused you to get an email address?
What, on the website?
Yeah, I hear you've got an actual email address now.
Well, I wanted to stay with faxes because I wanted to give people a little incentive to actually really want to communicate, not just nonsense. But so many people are so lazy these days. It's so easy to touch a button and send it electronically. So we do have an enterprise mission website address, email address on the website, yes.
Okay, good. Now, I'm even willing to concede, Richard, that...
I don't want you to concede what you don't get, so let me try one.
No, I do get it. I'm willing to concede that these effects may be connected to even human behavior.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's one of the tenets of the model. Well, let's get back to these for a second. The honeycomb is a tuned antenna.
Mm-hmm.
You, of all people, know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the Bell Lab experiment that won Wilson and Penzias the Nobel Prize for picking up the Big Bang background
radiation? Yes.
That was that huge horn at Homedale, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
The honeycombs are like little horn antennas. And depending upon the size, and we're talking your tenths of a millimeter difference between the big ones and the small ones, that tells us how tuned this background frequency is and how little it takes to go from where they're happy to where they're disappeared, where they're gone.
Right.
And
But what bothers me, Richard, right, but what bothers me is that for 200 years we've been doing
because
this,
the physics didn't change.
and it has just recently changed.
The physics didn't change. Remember, it's a plateau, and then at the end it goes up asymptotic through the roof.
Well, right, the physics has not changed, but you're claiming that the physics, the frequency has changed.
The frequency, the physics are together. When I say physics, I mean frequency. They're both together. Let me read you something quick here, because this was so amazing in my research on this, and so correlative. Let me kill that little sound there for a second. The beekeeper, remember the one I said that was ostracized by both sides, who did all these incredible 1,500 experiments, who basically got the database?
Oh, yes.
We'll be linking him in the paper. You can go through all his experiments and see exactly. He's got amazing data on the site. Anyway, he has a section called Mysterious Hive Song. When I saw that, I'm going to try to play something on the radio for you. The bees appear to be singing in tune with the torsion field. Isn't that cool?
Yes.
Listen to this. He says, "We know they dance, but do they sing? I recorded an unusual hive sound. Only 3 times in my life I heard this sound. It's not the common zip-zip of the queen piping. It's more like a repetitive, staccato, hyper-cat purring sound. And it's loud and very unique. Here are the details." Okay? He says, "While working in a large commercial bee yard, I first heard a hive making an unusual sound. I planned to carefully inspect the hive, but before I could, the hive was disturbed and the sound stopped. And then I looked in the hive, I couldn't find anything unusual. The sound was so loud and unique that I didn't think the bees were producing it. I thought a critter had got inside the hive. I heard this same sound a second time while working queen rearing hives many years later. This time the situation was different. Unlike the first encounter, where a single hive was just one of thousands worked never to be seen again, I worked these hives every few days. I knew these hives individually. Again, thinking a critter was in the hive, I promptly set out to discover what it was. While gently removing the cover, the sound stopped. So keeping an eye on the hive entrance to prevent any intruder from escaping, I carefully removed a frame from the top super. After inspecting it, I set it aside. Then I inspected each frame inside the top super, nothing. So I removed the top super, upended it, and set it on the ground next to the hive. The sound momentarily resumed. It was definitely coming from the remaining unexplored super, but it wasn't nearly as loud as before. I repeated the process, again watching the entrance for any escapees. As before, the sound stopped. I completely dismantled the hive and found absolutely nothing. So thinking the critter must have escaped, I put the hive all back together. Then a most unusual thing happened. The sound, though much fainter, started again. It came from the first super I had pulled. It was still on the ground beside the hive. Aha, I thought, I got you now. So I carefully lifted the upended super, set it down on top of an adjacent hive. The sound stopped. I carefully inspected the super without removing any frame. Again, nothing. So I watched and waited. About 15 minutes later, I decided to put the hive back together. Then as I was putting the hive together, a most unusual thing occurred. The sound started again. It was soft and localized in a small area of the bottom super. I set the top super on it. The sound volume increased. It gradually spread throughout the bottom box into the lower portions of the top box. There were bees making the sound. Amazing creatures, I thought, and wondered what the sound meant. I closed up the hive. A half dozen years passed, Art. This is interesting. I set up a hive with a plexiglass inner cover in my backyard. I monitored several times a day. After returning from work, as I rounded the corner of the house, I heard that sound again. I was 75 feet away from the hive and immediately knew what it was. Oh my gosh, I thought. I ran to the hive, and sure enough, it was the hive making the same sound. I carefully backed away, not wanting to disturb them. Then I began a frantic search for a way to record it. What happened to all those old cassette tape recorders anyway? Surely my teenage son, steeped in electronic gadgetry, has a means of recording sound. Not so. I couldn't believe it. Would I have time to rush to a box store and buy something before the bees switched gears? Then I remembered a feature on my digital camera. I had never used it and couldn't even remember how to use it. The camera could record small video clips with sound. So out came the camera and the manual. I carefully set the camera on top of the hive and recorded the sound. It just didn't do justice, though. I think the daytime sound just overwhelmed the camera's minuscule microphone, but it was the best I could do. By mid-afternoon, the sound stopped, and I haven't heard it in any hive since then. So here it is. Listen carefully. It's not the squawking bird or the barking dog or the car. I'm a little dismayed the bee sound, which is so loud, sounds muted in this recording. If you have trouble discerning it, try turning up the volume on your computer speakers. Listen to the night sound first, as the sound at lower tempo helps. And then he asked his other bee guys, have you ever heard anything like this? So let's try and see if I can do this. Okay?
Sure.
I think they're resonating to the torsion field change that occurred. And you know when he last heard it?
When?
November 2006. Which is when the bee collapse started.
Okay, by the way, Richard, Eric in Hawaii says, last week Linda Moulton Howe reported the honeybee hive collapse disorder has now been reported in southern hemisphere, specifically Brazil.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, listen, I've got a lot of people who want to ask questions, so let's get to that. Pat in Maui, on Maui actually, you're on with Richard.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi there.
Hi, my name's Pat, and I work at a protea farm up here in Kula, up on Haleakala, and the bees are just everywhere. They sit on my shoulders. They're all over my glasses. They really, truly are here.
Okay, Pat, turn your radio off. That's
okay. Hang on.
Well, of course, she's at 19.5 on the global grid
Yes.
You don't laugh about that. It's a part of this set of data.
So you're suggesting that somebody at 19.5 wouldn't have the problem?
Depending upon whether they're commercial or natural hives and the size of the comb and the resonant frequencies. I mean, this whole model all fits together. It's testable. I'm not trying to prove this tonight. I'm trying to put an idea out there so others can help prove it.
No, I'm with you there. All right, so Pat, you have a lot of bees.
And they're so nice.
They're nice.
You don't know where they come from, though, right? You don't know whether they're organic grown bees or natural bees or...
Well, they've been here forever.
Uh-huh.
We're out here on the rock, yeah.
Well, Hawaii is a very special place at 19.5.
Yeah, it is. And,
Okay, Pat, we appreciate it. Bees in Hawaii. Doreen in Northern California, you're on with Richard Hokum.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Doreen. I thank you very much for taking my call. Your last statement before the break, Richard, was telling the truth, and I'm finding that to be quite true in my hemisphere, if you will. I want to know what you believe to be the most important and significant part of our history and truth at this point. I believe the politicians are going to start doing things that they never thought would come out of their mouth.
Yep.
I'll take your answer on the air.
I absolutely, I really think you're on the same wavelength I am, keeping the metaphor going tonight. I have actually coined a little kind of term for this, the good are getting better and the bad are getting worse. If we're looking at a physics which is basically driving inclination, then the people who are on that side of the equation, looking toward the light, looking toward, service to others, looking toward beyond themselves, they are becoming better. And the other guys, as tragic as it sounds, I think that Evelyn is absolutely right, because I see Virginia Tech as a sequence of these people who are driven basically mad by internal problems that they cannot handle, they cannot control, and it's going to come out violently, and we need to be prepared to deal with this in a proactive, preemptive way before it gets out of hand. But if this is part of a background, think of it, Art, as a frequency-tuned matrix where various predispositions are encouraged. It doesn't mean we have to do it. We have to follow it. We are still masters of our own destiny and captains of our soul, but most people, they flow along the river as opposed to, driving upstream.
And what I'm thinking of, Richard, is a lot of our politicians joining Don Imus.
Yeah, you're going to see. Look at the things that are coming out of people's mouths that you would never expect.
Yes, Adam in Akron, Ohio. So it's time for something to come out of your mouth. Hi.
Good morning, gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the denizens of Coast to Coast channel on Undernet IRC.
Okay.
My question for you, Mr. Hoagland, is in two parts. It's referring to what you were discussing earlier about honeycombs and torsion wave energy. Mm-hmm. My first question is, would it be possible to build a very large honeycomb and thereby use its power to, say, torture or kill a terrorist, a human being, put a human being inside a massive honeycomb and use the torsion energy to deal with them? Perhaps use terrorists to do something with them. My second question is, I have an entire box of honeycomb cereal in my pantry, and I'm now concerned about eating the cereal. Mm-hmm. Now, do you think that it's safe to eat the honeycomb cereal, or do you think I should throw it out?
Throw it out. Throw it out, huh?
Yep.
And the terrorist?
I don't think that was a serious question.
I don't either. But, all right, we'll leave it at that. Rick in Toronto, Canada, you're on with Richard.
Hi, 6:40 a.m. Richard, do you think this is the canary with the precursor for an ice age coming in 2012? The bees are migrating to areas that they can survive in, meaning they're leaving areas that will be too cold for them to survive in.
Well, remember, that was just an idea that Art threw out a couple hours ago. We have no data that the bees are migrating anywhere. We haven't had a set of calls from Canada saying, wait a minute, what are all these bees doing coming across the border without the passport?
While that is true, Richard, it is reasonable, I suppose, to speculate that if we're going to see Chicago go up 10 degrees, and that process is actually underway right now, it may well be that an insect, a very sensitive insect, might detect this prior to our beginning to sweat about it.
The problem with that whole model is this started in November 2006. And in November, it's getting pretty cold in North America.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't when it's getting to be summer, it's when it was getting colder. And instead of going north, you'd expect they would go south. And no, there's been no reports of migrations. They just disappeared. And I think it's because they can't find their way back, and then they die individually. Again, do the numbers. Spread out even millions of bees over a few square miles, and you're not going to notice anybody.
Okay. Jeff in Kent, Washington, you're on with Richard.
Hi, Richard. Have you ever heard of the mitoside hibastin?
No.
Okay. Well, it's a very new mitoside. In fact, it's the first year of the use of this mitoside. And it's not being used in all the states yet, but it's being used in many states, including Washington, and I have not been able to find many bees around here.
Now, I would imagine the very first thing the scientists would look for would be anything that has just started to recently be used, coinciding with, the disappearance of bees.
Well, that would be the logical thing, and I know there have been some attempts in the last few weeks for various studies and study groups to come up with some, normal, mainstream, logical extrapolation.
Yeah, in any forensic examination, you would first ask what has changed.
Yep. And my model is it's the background environment. It's the physics, stupid.
Okay, John in Westminster, Colorado, you're on with Richard Hoagland.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out something. You know, when somebody engineers something in life and then they give out the instructions on how to maintain it, usually you wouldn't consider a person very wise that ignored it, and the device wouldn't usually last that long. Well, the problem is there's one guy, one being that designed everything, and that's being ignored. One of the things that's being ignored is crossing species with hybrid situations. But the other factors that I'm thinking about is before we had mass transportation and things were taken by wagon, usually beehives were only moved around within the county or within an adjacent county.
Mm-hmm.
And so the bees got acclimated to where they lived, and their immune systems adjusted, and they didn't have much problem.
But again, caller, the mass transportation bees, according to Richard, has been going on for a couple of 100 years.
Well, not in the way. I mean, he's absolutely right that as we progressed up the technological transportation curve,
further and
we've
further.
gotten semis, and the real carting around of bees for pollination purposes and all that started back in the 1950s with the standardized, Henry Ford approach to the standard.
But enough years ago, Richard.
Years ago that was the problem.
Right.
We would have seen it a long time. This happened suddenly in November. Now, this is telling me that there is a step function, that something changed suddenly in November. By the way, November is when hives are closing down and they're basically going to winter over and all that.
On the quick change, I couldn't agree more. And that's what they should be looking for. Hold tight, Richard. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. We're bringing the buzz to you right here, folks. This is a pretty interesting observation, if accurate. It's from Dave in San Jose, California. He says, look, why are 90% of wild bees gone? They're not limited by commercial hive size. Wild bees are practically extinct in Northern California. We'll put that one to Richard in a moment. I'm a million miles from being a bee expert, but Dave in San Jose, Richard, says about 90% of the wild bees are gone. That wouldn't make sense because wild bees would construct their own natural habitats, right?
Yeah, they do. The problem is we completely wrecked the ecosystem in major parts of the farming communities. And the natural bees don't have any place to build their hives. And they can't compete with the mega corporation bees trucked in who basically take all the food. There the assembly line technique has worked to the detriment of the natural ecosystem. I know there's a study out of the University of West Virginia of West Virginia bees, and there the study says, and I will have this linked, of course, on the papers that we're putting out, that natural pollinators do 90% of the work in West Virginia of pollinating, and that the artificial bees, the domesticated bees, certainly the corporate bees, are a very minor component of the whole ecosystem. So it varies radically from state to state and region to region, depending upon how we've assiduously changed the environment to fit the corporate model.
Well, it sure seems like this is spreading exponentially.
Yep.
And it's frightening, Richard. It really
Well,
is.
that's why we got to get a handle on it. And see, again, if it weren't for the fact that we've got empirical examples, theory aside, toss my idea tonight in the ash can if you want. The fact is that natural organic bee farmers and natural bee communities, hives, colonies, are doing stunningly well with zero problems.
Right.
And these other guys are having the huge hit. And just on economics and empiricism alone, the corporate guys have got to start talking to the natural guys. Otherwise, we're all not going to be long for the
Well, I certainly agree with that. Ken in San Francisco, you're on with Richard.
Good morning, Art and Richard.
Hi.
I want to, Richard struck a resonant chord with me when he said connecting the dots. I caught part of George's show, I believe it was, talking about Planet X. And what hit me was that's like tossing an extra rock in the pond, which could account for change in frequency.
Well, planets are involved. alignments are involved. I have measured these alignments. I absolutely have replicable science. It's amazingly, it's so incredible to sit here and watch in real time the effect on a little tiny, Accutron watch on my desk when Mercury crosses the sun, which, by the way, Art, it did in November. And that's when my beekeeper heard that sound the last time.
Right.
I've got to go and see his time back, because he's meticulous in his recording. I have to go back to the site and look and see if the other times that he recorded that strange sound. What did you think of that sound coming from the hive?
That was interesting. I don't know that it translated very well on the radio, Richard.
I know, because you're missing all the low frequencies.
Right, exactly.
Going
right.
to a phone system is what, 5,000 hertz?
At best, more like 3 probably. Anyway, Richard, look, it's interesting. I bought the whole torsion field physics concept and its effect on virtually everything. Again, I'm not sure that you've proven a change in frequency, and then beyond that, that's what happened to the hives, but could be. Charles in Osmond Beach, Florida, you're on the air with Richard.
Okay, that's Ormond Beach. It's a suburb of Daytona.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to address my question to Mr. Hoagland's reference to the climate or the cyclical climate in the universe. I personally am intrigued by his reference to the physics. What was the kind of physics you mentioned? It was the
well, it's the field where the papers are all published is called torsion field physics.
Torsion physics. Now, you can laugh at me and you can throw eggs at me if you like, probably tainted with melamine from the chicken feed. But I am convinced I've had and still have a theory of everything and had it for years. Now, I find your torsion physics an element of that theory. And here's my question I pose to you. Can you see, and it's pretty profound, in the ever-expanding universe and Earth's participation as a piece of matter in that expansion, having a relation to the climate in the universe, and of course, subsequently, a climate change on Earth, right down to the bees?
Well, first of all, the universe is too big a canvas. The landscape we're talking about is the solar system, which is a central star orbited by 8 planets, 1 dethroned planet, and a bunch of other junk, and probably a couple of guys out there, besides Cessna and what's her name, that we haven't found yet. And it's the orbiting rotations in this torsion field model that change the ripples, the 3-dimensional ripples in the space-time fabric and the ether going on between all of these bodies, which interacts with everything in the system, including the biology going on here on planet Earth. And if there's biology on Mars, it would interact with that and do it the same way. Now, I know, because I've measured it, that these celestial alignments between spinning celestial objects changes this torsion field physics. I've been able to measure the actual changes on a computer screen. I've got screenshots. I'm putting them up. I've got them in papers. I've sent them to other colleagues. I'm going to put them as correlative evidence in this series of papers that we're going to put up in the next few days.
It's a fascinating field of research.
It's stunningly, it's stunningly predictive and confirmatory. And the biggest part is that if you think, forget all the other planets, all right? Think of just the sun and the Earth, okay? And let's pretend that there's a galaxy with stars light years away. The center of the galaxy, 26,000 light years away. It's got a 4 million solar mass black hole, right? That's the current theory.
Right.
Okay. I have been able to actually measure the torsion field effect of the center black hole in the Milky Way. And it's reproducible. It occurs every year around the winter solstice. That's when the Earth and the Sun and the galactic center line up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when Kozyrev measured his maximum effect in torsion physics. That's when the bees, going back to my bee guy, measured the minimum size in the bees, because they go up and down in size depending upon the seasons. And the relationship of those seasons is measured relative to an exterior reference point, which is the galactic center. That's why the Mayans were and are so fixated on the galactic center, and why 2012, I believe, is more than just a date on a calendar, we're seeing the run-up. As in any physical resonance system, we're seeing the frequency changes as you run up the scale to a nodal point, to a peak part. And this is all testable. That's what's so cool. Nothing I've said tonight, we can't back engineer, figure out. I mean, I can actually measure beehives and see if we get effects naturally. Then we can bring in some of the torsion field generators that the Russians actually are selling on the commercial market, a little gadget that sits on your desk the size of an old telephone, and you turn it on, it generates torsion waves, right?
Right.
Suppose we put that next to a beehive and we change the frequency and see what happens to the bees.
Either that or go back to the normal hive size and...
Yeah. And we correlate all of that.
Okay, Mary in Ohio, you're on with Richard.
Hello, Art and Richard. When you were discussing frequency changes, in addition to what's happening in the cosmos, what influence would HAARP have on this, or even the government's experience, the military experience with low frequency sound changes?
Okay, that's a very good question.
Good question. Art, you've got one hell of an audience. You know, it's always been that. The best questions come from this audience. The answer is I don't know. Based on past work the Russians have done, there is some influence between electromagnetic waves and torsion waves, okay? There's not a lot because they're produced by two radically different processes. One can imagine a scenario where, for instance, I'll give you one scenario. I mean, she really is onto something here. Because one of the things the Russians found is if you resonate plasma, if you make plasmas jiggle in unison, you get torsion wave generation. So the thing is, HAARP is a big heater of the ionosphere, right?
Yes.
Beams power up in a rhythmic frequency, whatever the megahertz range is. It jiggles the ionosphere, which is a plasma. And that jiggling ionosphere in turn generates torsion.
That's right.
Which could affect, I mean, this woman is a genius. She has figured out another potential thing we need to look at.
Well, HAARP is using harmonics, subharmonics, to get to very, very low frequencies that would operate in exactly the range you're talking about. Tony in Las Vegas, you're on with Richard.
Art, Richard, it's an honor to speak to both of you, and great to hear you both together. It's like a Beatles reunion. I pray we get to hear this more often, the two of you. I've listened since 1990 to Art and Coast to Coast. In all those years, Richard, I think former caller, I was going to say something about that too, HAARP playing a possibility in that. And Art, you broke that huge interview a couple of years back with the scientist from HAARP. I think that does play a role. But I wanted to ask you, Richard, in all the years I've listened, I don't recall that I happened to catch a program where you explained how did you make the connection between the sort of Egyptian mystery science religions, Masonic, in the year, because you came from a secular background in news, how did you finally make that connection between the Egyptian sort of mystery Masonic 19.5 and connect that with NASA, the missions, and please, if there's, I know it's not much time, but I would love to hear, I'll take that off the air, your answer on that.
That's really a whole other program. It's basically the numbers. You start looking at these numbers, and you know that there's a physics behind the 19.5 business and the 33. And then you realize that these other ritual systems are a fossilized encoding of the numbers without knowledge of what the numbers mean. This happens over and over again in human societies where you start out with a body of knowledge and a bunch of people that know what they're doing. And then if you get too many generations down and you get things that are lost in between and manuscripts get lost and people die off and you've got wars and you've got, migrations, the survivors, they have the outer form, but they've lost the core of what the knowledge means. So they simply go through the motions, and that's what we found in that other area, which of course is a whole other program, and that was kind of diverted us tonight. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Danny in Utah, you're on with Richard C. Hoagland.
Hi, I'm a first-time caller, but a long-time listener. I actually had a question about the mint plant and also it being involved with the bees' natural antibiotics and their ability to fight off, the mites they say are involved, where the natural honeycombs actually don't allow these mites.
Well, look, this is not about chemistry. I think we're going to prove at the end of the day this is not about chemistry, and we've gone down that wrong road again. Pesticides, herbicides. You know,
Yeah.
this is trying to figure out what the bees are trying to tell us and then following their lead. And what the experiments that this guy, you know, he did 1,500 of these and documented them with digital cameras and measurements and graphs. I mean, it's incredibly scientific and really understandable. He
So like
demonstrated.
natural harmonics.
It's about harmonics, and it's
Yeah.
about what happens when you put the bees in the smaller comb. They suddenly seem to remember behavior that they forget when they're in the bigger comb, and they start literally nipping these little mites in the bud. They seize them with their pincers, their jaws, and they crush them to death, and they fall out on the bottom of the honeycomb. And he has photographs showing the bottom floor filled with dead mites that have been attacked by the worker bees, selectively cleaning the hive as behavior, which is what they're supposed to do. But when you put them in the bigger comb, they somehow develop amnesia. I think it has to do with triggering certain genetic DNA programmed instructions. It's like if you put the computer in the wrong area or you feed it the wrong program, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
Sure.
And this has to do with, remember, bees are the most robotic biological analogs to man-made systems, to computer programmed systems that we have, that and ants. Ants don't build geometries. Bees build a stunning geometry. Why do you think, by the way, and this is a complete non sequitur, Art, but the previous caller made me think of it, why do you think we have a state in the Union called the Beehive State, which is Utah? And what's the predominant religion of Utah? Mormonism. And where do the Mormons get most of their rituals? From the Masons. I'll just leave it there and let people think about that.
All right. Joe in Merced, California. You're on with Richard.
Good morning, Art. I'm a first-time listener. And good morning, Richard.
Morning.
My question is, I had a geology professor years ago say that in the rock record, there's proof that the periodically the Earth will, its magnetic field, the polarity will change.
Yeah.
I'm noticing down here in Merced that the bees, now I've always thought that they navigated using the Earth's magnetic field rather than this original wave energy or whatever.
Right.
And I'm noticing the bees here are very disoriented. In fact, I'm picking them up off the sidewalk and out of the back of the yard, and I'll hold them up and up into the sun, and then they seem to gather some energy, and then they head toward the sun, then they circle a number of times, and then they seem to take off in this direction. I'm wondering if somehow maybe with this planetary alignment and whatever, that the Earth is about to change its polarity.
Well, that's a big change, and yeah, that's one possibility, up to and including a physical flip of the pole, and that's the worst-case scenario. But the physics active. You remember, torsion physics, if you start looking at the details, it's also about inertia. It's the key to anti-gravity, workable anti-gravity. In fact, one of the leading theorists, a guy named Gennady Shipov, who is a good colleague and friend of Tim Ventura, who runs the American Anti-Gravity website, actually has a gadget, Art, which is a space drive, which actually produces unidirectional force through spinning motion of masses in this gadget based on the Kozyrev original experiment. And one of my fond hopes is that I can prevail upon you to put me in touch with Bob Bigelow, and we put one of these gadgets in his inflatable Genesis space modules, and we turn it on, and we watch a non-rocket propulsion system based on torsion field physics radically change the future of space travel. Interested?
Perhaps so. I'm sure you'd be concerned about what that might do to the spacecraft.
Well, it would change the orbit, so obviously you wouldn't want to keep it on. But the perfect, I mean, he's got, 20 cameras and stuff like that?
That's right.
And we're not going to get NASA to do it. We can't get the Russian space program to do it. Shipov has been cut down by his own people. But if we went through, if I can get a gadget that would be space-rated to go in Bob's next flight, or the flight after that, and we can get this thing turned on, and we watch it, and we watch the tracking, and you literally watch this torsion device change the momentum of his whole space station without rockets. Look, Ma, no hands, no rockets. This could be a stunning development that this whole discussion tonight has been pointing us toward, because the bees are trying to say something to us. They're trying to tell us, in the largest metaphorical sense, pay attention to the real physics of what we're functioning under.
There's no question they're trying to tell us something, all right. All right, Richard, anything you want to plug or get on very quickly, because we're about over here.
I just did it. My real art tonight is to try to get you to help me with Bob Bigelow to get ship off torsion field generator, a unidirectional non-rocket propulsion system, into one of those space stations so we can watch it function in orbit and change the future of history.
Well, I know he's got a lot of launches coming up, Richard, so anything's possible. I'm sure he'd be concerned if he was convinced something would change the orbit of one of his spacecraft. He'd probably be somewhat concerned about it.
Well, you don't have to change it very much to be noticeable on the radio tracking.
That's absolutely true. All right, Richard, we're out of time. That's it.
Art, it has been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure, and it's been a long time. We'll do it again soon, Richard. Take care.
Thanks, my friend.
All right.
And,
ladies and
have
gentlemen.
a wonderful anticipatory.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as it may be wherever you are in all these prolific time zones around the world. Howdy, everybody. I'm Art Bell, filling in for President Nori this evening, who's getting a well-deserved night off. I can tell you from having done it for decades that it's a rough haul, and when you get a night off, you deserve to turn the radio off and simply enjoy it. So we will fill in this night. I'd like to assure you that my wife, Erin, is well indeed. A more loving, supportive wife a person could, I guess, not ask for. She's just incredible. And updating you on our offspring, if you want to check coasttocoastam.com, it says Art's webcam up toward the top of the page there. Just click on that, and that is a picture taken by Erin, I think, about a week ago. So that picture is about a week old, and our precious little one, Asia Rainbell, is now, as of today, 6 months old. So it is her 6-month birthday today. All else well in the AB household. Yeti, Abby, Dolly. Boy, Dolly is something. She's a little Filipino immigrant cat that we brought with us, and she's really darling. She sleeps curled up to my legs every night, all night. And to finish up on the personal stuff, tomorrow, Saturday, our little Asia becomes a new Catholic, baptized. And so we will try and stumble our way through the baptism tomorrow. It's sort of a ritual kind of thing, and I'm not sure I'm altogether prepared for it, but I'm sure one way or the other we will make it through. Again, to see a picture of Asia, just go to the coasttocoastam.com website. Up toward the top, it'll say Art's webcam. Click on that, and there she is, her little head in the air. She's now, well, see, that's the trouble. When dads get talking about their little ones, it's hard to stop them. But she can now turn over. For a while, you know, she would just turn over to her belly, and then she would get frustrated that she was on her belly and she couldn't get back around. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, she has just learned to turn around the other way. So that ends a lot of baby frustration for her. She can actually turn back around. Now she wants to grab cups of coffee and anything else that her little eyes can see. All right. We're going to take a look at the world news, never a totally pleasant task, and then get on to the real stuff. It was interesting. Somebody walked into a Clinton office, campaign office, said he had a bomb strapped on him, and they thought he did. Whole thing went on about 6 hours. He finally gave up, let all the hostages out, gave up peacefully, and came out and wanted to talk to somebody about mental health accessibility. I suspect he's accessed the mental health system by now. 4 arrested in the murder of Redskins Taylor. Police said 2 men and 2 juveniles were arrested Friday in the shooting death of Washington Redskins star Sean Taylor. Unbelievable. Went to his home intent on stealing, not killing. And I heard he locked the door. And I guess they heard him locking the door to the bedroom or whatever and crashed through and shot him. Congressional Democrats reached a compromise late Friday to boost automobile fuel economy by 40%. Boy, we can sure use that, huh? Clearing the way for a House vote probably next week or so on an energy bill that Democrats would like to send to the president before Christmas. Wonder if he'd consider it a Christmas present. The agreement came after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi reached an accord with Representative Dingell from Michigan, a longtime protector of the auto industry that dominates his home state. Evel Knievel's gone, folks. An icon. And for most of us, my age certainly, Evel Knievel at 69 years of age, dead after a long bout with diabetes and pulmonary problems. Take care, buddy. We all watched you. An Amtrak train ran right into the back of a freight train in Chicago, crushed one end of a boxcar under its wheels Friday. It injured dozens, some seriously. And then finally, looking at the depressing world, get this, the Bush administration intends to slash counterterrorism funds for police, firefighters, and rescue departments all across America by more than half next year. That's a big cut. That's a really big cut. Going to slash counterterrorism funds by half. The Homeland Security Department has given about $23 billion to states and local communities to fight terrorism since September 11. And I guess the thinking in Washington, right or wrong, is that that's enough. And we're ready. And so now we'll, cut the fund or something. We're going to be doing unscreened open line calls for the balance of this hour, but in a moment we will peruse the other news. You know, the state of Massachusetts is actually trying to outlaw spanking. So I saw on CNN the other day, what is going on in our nation? Outlaw has a law against spanking? Now, obviously, nobody wants to see any child struck and the line crossed to child abuse, but outlaw spanking? Weren't most of you spanked? I certainly was. And there are times, not many, hopefully, when for a child's own welfare, they have to understand what no means. And it takes a little swat on the tail to reinforce that. But to outlaw spanking, what are they going to do? Carry parents that are been rumored to spank off to jail? Yikes. Japan. Now, if you're going to Japan, you might want to listen up. They're going to fingerprint and photograph foreigners entering their country beginning next month as an anti-terrorism policy. And there's a lot of people really angry about it. Anyone considered to be a terrorist or refusing to cooperate. I wonder if that would include somebody going to save the dolphin slaughter. Anyway, will be denied entry and deported. They say, quote, it will greatly contribute to preventing international terrorist activities on our soil. Japanese spokesperson. Japan, unlike the U.S., will require resident foreigners as well as visitors to be fingerprinted and photographed every single time they re-enter the country. Forget about the threat that mankind poses to the earth. This is going to be by the way, coming up next hour, Dr. Michio Kaku, who is one of Earth's greatest minds, theoretical physicist, been on the show many times, brilliant. It'd be a good question for him. Forget about the threat that mankind poses to Earth. Our activities may be shortening the life of the universe as well. The startling claim made by a pair of American cosmologists investigating consequences for the cosmos of quantum theory, the most successful theory we have over the past few years, cosmologists have taken this powerful theory of what happens at the level of subatomic particles and tried to extend it to understand the universe since it began in the subatomic realm during Big Bang. Now, what are we talking about here? There's an odd feature of the theory that philosophers and scientists still argue about. In a nutshell, it suggests that we change things simply by gazing at them, looking at them. That's it. And theorists have puzzled over this implication for years. They often illustrate the concerns about what theory means with mind-boggling experiments, notably Schrodinger's cat. You've heard about that, right? In other words, a cat is either dead or alive until you look. And when you look into the box and you see a dead cat, then it's dead. But before you look, it could well be alive. And so the new scientists actually, a very well thought out publication in the New Scientist reports a worrying new variant as the cosmologists claim that astronomers may actually have accidentally nudged our universe closer to its death by observing dark energy. You can bet we're going to talk about that tonight. A mysterious anti-gravitic force, which is thought to be speeding up the expansion of the cosmos. So, just by looking at our own universe, we may have changed. We think of our universe as being in a box like a cat. The origin of life is one of the great unsolved problems of science. Nobody knows how or where or when life originated. But all we know for certain is that microbial life had established itself on Earth in and about 3.5 billion years ago. In the absence of hard evidence of what came before, there's plenty of scope for disagreement. 30 years ago, the prevailing view among biologists was that life resulted from a chemical fluke, so incredibly improbable that it would be very unlikely to have happened twice in the observable, that's a very important word, universe. That conservative position was exemplified by Nobel Prize-winning French biologist Jacques Monod, who wrote in 1970, quote, "Man at last knows that he is alone in the unfeeling immensity of the universe, out of which he emerged only by chance." Now, that's a depressing statement. Listen again. Man at last knows he is alone in the unfeeling immensity of the universe, out of which he emerged only by chance. Or you could take the other view that the universe is teeming with life. And that, believe it or not, folks, is something we're going to discuss with Dr. Kaku tonight. Now, that surprises me because Dr. Kaku's always sort of shied away in the past from discussing SETI or any possibility of aliens, noting, I think quite logically, that there are so many light years away that they couldn't get here, or we couldn't get there. They're impossibly far away. And so, while never denouncing SETI, certainly, scientists like Dr. Kaku have always sort of, well, I don't know, given it a wink and a nod and said, well, I suppose the money is not totally wasted or something of that sort. Tonight he actually wants to talk about SETI. That should be really interesting. Researchers in England have developed, get this, their own flying saucer, and it might be going to work for the U.S. and British military. Now, this will be a big problem for ufology. GFS Project's unmanned aerial vehicle can actually soar high in the air, hover, bank, fly over any terrain, making it ideal for military surveillance. It's like a flying saucer. It uses an aerodynamic principle known as the Coanda effect. It takes off vertically from any solid surface. A propeller mounted atop the 2-foot wide aircraft apparently pushes air down over the saucer-shaped body, creating a broad cone of thrust extending outward. Now, this caught my eye because if they begin flying in our skies, we're going to get millions of UFO. Or I saw a saucer. Well, indeed you did. And how will ufology ever differentiate between these things and those things? Answer is they really won't. A physicist and his biologist son apparently, get this folks, have destroyed a common virus using a super fast pulsing laser without harming so much as a healthy cell. The discovery could lead to new treatments for viruses like HIV that have no cure. Quote, we have demonstrated a technique of using laser to excite vibrations on the shield of a virus and damage it so there's no longer any functional virus at all. So the professor of physics at Arizona State University, we're now testing it on HIV and hepatitis. So hope for many if it works. Here's an article entitled, we have on this program many times talked about nanotechnology, and I've had a lot of nanotechnological people on the air, and inevitably I ask, is nanotechnology potentially dangerous? I am with that. And they always answer, oh no, Art. No, it's under control. Don't worry. And here's an article that states on nanotechnology, experts actually see more risks than does the public. In a surprising reversal of roles, nanotechnology scientists outrival the general public, all of you, including me, in seeing a cause for concern in some aspect of their work. Nanotechnology, the science of making things little, measured in units of 10,000 times smaller than the width of a human hair, holds, of course, spectacular promise in virtually every sector. But it also holds an awful lot of worry. For example, you might breathe in, you actually might breathe in a little nanotechnological something or another, and it would be so small that it would just go straight to your lung lining. And who knows what it's designed to do, right? There's no way to really, it might go in there and start doing it to your body. So that's something to worry about. And the people who do these nanorobots, and so forth, while they talk about repairing damaged tissue with these little guys might go racing around your body, tearing up everything in sight. Something to worry a little bit about. The weather came from Whitley Strieber's Unknown Country. Weather wars are a possibility, at least in this article. It seems to suggest that when it gets either too cold or too hot, the world has more wars, and there is statistical evidence to back it up. We could look at the mini ice age and get it. There were more wars. In other words, any time temperature in the world changes dramatically, or even fairly dramatically, nations begin to get hungry and they go to war with each other. Now, they tend to go to more quickly to war when it gets colder, but they also more slowly, but inevitably, go to war also when it gets warmer. Now, it's okay for a while. Apparently, nations like warming weather for a little while, but then when it gets too warm, as when it gets cold, they go to war. Food, that sort of thing. University of Utah biologists genetically manipulated I believe they call it a nematode, little worm. So the animals were attracted to worms of the same sex. A study that shows sexual orientation is wired, at least in their brains. Biologist Eric Jorgensen says, quote, our conclusion is that sexual attraction is wired in the brains circuits, common to both sexes of these worms, and is not caused solely by extra nerve cells added to the male or female brain. Our conclusions are narrow in that they are about worms, how attraction behaviors are derived from the same brain circuit, but evolutionary biologists will consider this to be potentially a common mechanism for sexual attraction. We cannot say what this means for human sexual orientation, but it raises at least the possibility that sexual preference is wired in the brain. Humans are subject to evolutionary forces just like worms. It seems possible that if sexual orientation is genetically wired in worms, it will be in people too. Humans have free will, so the picture is more complicated in people. All right, we're going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour in a moment. When we come back, we're going to get a little promo about a show coming up tomorrow, Ian's show coming up tomorrow, and then we're going to go to unscreened. That's right, unscreened open lines. Now, what that means is I'm not going to have your call screened to see what they're all about, so I want them to be good. In other words, don't pick up the phone unless you have something really cool that everybody would be interested in. West of the Rockies, the number is 800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 800-825-5033. First-time callers, 818, area code 818-501-4721. And finally, the wild card line, not quite finally, at area code 818-501-4109. Internationally, outside the country, 800-893-0903. Get a hold of the international operator. Tell everyone call Coast to Coast AM on the international toll-free line. Again, it's 800-893-0903. If you didn't get any of those, because I did it quickly, listen closely as we come back. We'll repeat them for you. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell, in for George Norrie, and we'll be right back. Indeed, this evening in for George Norrie, and he's not the only one. The weekend has any number of hosts, one of which I've got on the line with me right now, INFORMANT.
You want your Saturday night back yet? Is that what this is about?
I don't want it back, no. No, it's all yours, buddy, and what do you have planned?
Well, first of all, let me just say it's always a pleasure to hear you on. And secondly, I thought I could get this to you. A friend of mine named David Mack, who writes Daredevil and a couple of other comics,
Yeah.
he's written a children's book, and he sent me a copy of it to give to you for Asia Rain about a little girl who wants to be the vet for Bigfoot, Yeti, and the Loch Ness Monster and other shy creatures.
Well, I know she wants to get to my Yeti. She keeps reaching out for him. Soon she'll be able to do it, and then my cats will learn real fear.
So I'll have to get a copy of this to you autograph.
Contact me privately. I'll give you an address, Ian.
It's super cute. Hey, and tomorrow night we have sort of the Michio Kaku of robots. Tomorrow night he's David Levy. He's written a book called Love, Sex, and Robots, and it is a futuristic look at companion robots. He's kind of worked out where we are right now with, even if you saw that piece earlier in the week about Japanese robots that are working on touch, the sensitivity of touch and language, and he takes a very provocative look, and provocative here probably being very literal, on how robots will be used as soon as 5 years, and maybe how they could replace human relationships altogether.
Really, can you imagine a moment in your life now or future, Ian, when you get so lonely or so whatever that you take up relations with a robot?
That he would argue.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, not me. No, I
Not you.
No, but what he says is that we may get to a place where wives will want their husband to have a robot, a love robot.
Deptford robot.
Yeah, he talks a lot about people who are in difficult relationships, or if there are sexual problems or other things, how robots will continue to serve man, as it were. But also true for women, too.
That should be a hell of a show.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, that should be a hell of a show. All right, well, that's enough. Believe me, that'll get people tuning in, buddy.
Well, Mitch
Richard Cox is going to be great tonight. It's always good to hear him back on.
He will be indeed.
He'd only do it for you, Art.
All right, Ian. Tomorrow night, robots, sex, and you. Good night, Ian. We'll be right back. You know that thing that we all experience as we get older? And that is, my God, you call that music? We change, right? I've been convinced for years and years, decades actually, that getting older, if you achieve it, you make it into your 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. By the time you're ready to die, by the time you're ready to go, you are so fed up with a world where they've outlawed spanking and robots are available for sex that you just say, God, I'm ready to go. Take me. Take me. First time caller line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Art. This is Ted down in Florida, South Florida. It's amazing that I get to talk with you. I was listening to Ian, and I was like waiting for him to hang up, and I pressed the last digit, and I got the ring, and I've been hanging on. It's great to talk with you guys. You're great. I just wanted to cover just a few things that was on my mind about the nanotechnology regarding, getting in and starting to, do its thing and starting to build its own, identity and whatnot. To get back to nature, I was thinking, because I have a friend that has this affliction, and it's a very delicate.
Excuse me, what affliction?
Oh, I'm sorry. Morgellons disease.
Oh, yes. The mysterious Morgellons.
Yeah. And the only thing, and I'm so sad, and it's a hard subject to discuss and with her, and I feel that oregano, if they could just get some good organic oregano that's approved, GSA by the FDA approved and everything, just take a couple of drops at a time and maybe get some lotion and start putting it on the stores of, oregano.
Maybe.
And then just a couple other things I just want to mention real quick. One Bigfoot sighting in my life at about 9 years of age.
Where?
I upstate New York, where I grew up in north of Syracuse, and I saw it. I grew up in the woods. And I stayed out overnight, and I made up a lean-to. I got up real early in the morning because a squirrel woke me up. And anyway, I make a long story short. I got up real quiet, stood up. I looked across the turtle pond. That's where all the Boy Scouts used to do their thing, the Girl Scouts. And I looked out, and I saw this huge reddish-brown, mannish, postured thing walking, and it was just like so slow, and I saw it for like, maybe like 30 frames or something, like maybe like 2 or 3 seconds. I saw this image, and then another time in the same area, but maybe about 15 miles away, I witnessed a footprint of a Bigfoot going into a canal.
Yeah, but the only thing I can say about Bigfoot all the way around is, where are the bodies? Either Bigfoot is somewhat paranormal and is able to disappear, or we've got to get hold of the one guy I interviewed who knocked off, he claims, a couple of them and dig up the bodies. In other words, where are the bodies? Where's the proof of Bigfoot? Surely by now. I think there was a recent controversy about the chupacabra, right? And in the end, it turned out to be some sort of coyote or something. So, in other words, where are the bodies? I'm certainly intrigued by and willing to investigate, look into all of this, but we need proof. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Howdy.
Hi, how are you?
Just 50, sir. How are you?
Good. Is this Art Bell?
It is. What's up?
I just wanted to let you know that my name is Larry, and I talked to George Norrie last week when Christian Weil was on there, on the show.
Yeah.
And I called in, and I have congenital heart disease, and I wanted to let him know that, I wanted to let George know that I've been in contact with Mr. Weil, and he said he don't want to give me false hope, but he's going to talk to someone at Columbia University, and they're probably going to help me with my congenital heart disease and giving me a new heart.
Well, that's wonderful news. I guess you've got to get on a list, right? I believe you've got to get on a list if you want a new heart or other new body part, and you've got to wait and hope and pray. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, my name's Eric from Gardner.
From where?
Gardner, Massachusetts.
Welcome to the program. Turn your radio all the way off, please.
All right, 1 second.
It's very important because we get you on here live without a screener, so we can't have the echo.
Oh, I can't believe I'm on the air.
You are. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Art. It's great to talk to you. Today I saw a triangular shaped aircraft in the air about 8 o'clock today.
They're out there, all right.
It was hovering over me a little bit over the trees for about a minute or so. And I was working at a ski resort at the time, and to my amazement, nobody else saw it, even though I kind of pointed it out.
You mean you yelled at other people, look at that, and they didn't see it?
No, I kept on looking up. I was running the ski lift at the time, and I couldn't really stop it at the time. And I just kept on looking up the sky, and to my amazement, nobody else really looked up. And I mentioned to one person, but he didn't really look up.
Oh, why didn't you turn around to somebody? What the hell's the matter with you? Look at that.
Yeah, I really should have, but yeah, it was really amazing. It was so strange.
Well, they're up there. I've had my own personal sighting, as most of you well know. And so they certainly are there. Great, big, gigantic, triangular craft that are powered by, well, we don't know, do we? Something that apparently defies gravity because there's no sound, there's no apparent propulsion system, nor are they going fast enough to traditionally, at least temporarily, escape gravity with the aerodynamic principles we're all well aware of. So what the hell are they? On the wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yeah.
This is Mary Michael Sampson from Salt Lake.
Okay, you're not allowed to actually give your full
Oh, I'm sorry.
name, so let's begin again. And your name is Mary.
Yes.
Okay, Mary, what's up?
I just wanted I don't know if you know Jeffrey Seelman or not.
I do not.
He's been on the program for about the last 5 years. He's an exorcist and a healer and a friend of mine. And he is in the hospital, and he may die, and I just wondered if perhaps the people on this program might say a prayer for him. That's all.
Of course, I'm sure anybody so stricken deserves a prayer. Thank you very much, and I wish him well. A friend of mine, actually, a young man at the time who was a competitor of mine, Billy Goodman. I wonder how many of you remember. Now, you'd have to be probably a person who lived out here in the middle of the desert back in the 1980s. But if you were, you'll recall a young man at that time whose name was Billy Goodman, still is, actually, he's still with us. But he's fighting cancer, and I spoke with Billy just yesterday on hearing of his affliction, and I certainly wished him well. And it may well be that given an opportunity in one of the programs I've got coming up, I'll have Billy on the air. We were competitors in Las Vegas. I worked for KWEN radio. He worked for, at that time, KVEG, both 50,000 watt radio stations, and we kind of had a blast. I mean, we were the only ones in the country doing it, as far as I know. And here, all these years later, I got an opportunity to talk to Billy Goodman. He had a show called The Happening. And Billy is very, very ill with cancer, although feeling that he's with God and has turned his life and fate over to God in terms of treatment for the cancer. And we had quite a long talk, and I guess reminisced, and we'll probably have Billy on the air to say hello to you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Oh.
Hi, turn your radio off, please.
Yeah, it's off.
Good for you. Where are you and who are you?
I'm in Tennessee, and my name is Wade.
Okay, Wade, welcome.
Thank you.
Proceed. You're on the air.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry. This is a fantastic show. Michio Kaku is
the best.
Profound.
Yes, indeed.
Very impressive. I wanted to tell you on the air about a very large triangular craft that I saw a long time ago when I was in my early teens.
Okay, they're real.
Yeah, it was
it was unbelievable. I pointed it out to my father, and he said, "A weather balloon." And I said,
How old are you now? How old are you now?
I'm 55 now.
But this was in your teens. Now, while one might imagine that we've developed something triangular, secret, and quiet by now, certainly it would not have existed that long ago, now would it?
No, I didn't think so. He said weather balloon, and I said, no, it's going against the trade winds.
Well, did he see it?
Yes, he did.
So what to you was a triangle, to him was a weather balloon.
Yeah, exactly. It was so high up that it was reflecting sunlight. It was nighttime.
I see.
And it was triangular shaped, and you could see the reflection of the sunlight because the sun had gone down maybe a couple of hours before.
Oh, well, then that would have made it very, very high in the sky, if still within the atmosphere at all, to be reflecting any sunlight whatsoever. Within an hour or two at the most, I guess, of sunrise or sunset, rather, you might observe, for example, a satellite that would still be in sunlight. But you've got to get awfully high 2 hours after sunset to be seeing reflected sun on anything. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, yes, Art. This is Kevin from Iroquois Falls, Ontario.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going? Yes, first of all, let's say hi to my pals on Pal Talk. And second of all, you're talking about SETI that's going to be, talking about SETI with...
No, actually, Dr. Kaku wants to talk about SETI, which is something of a surprise to me.
Yes, well, if you want to talk about SETI, I think you don't have to look any further than the archival reply. Do you remember the archival reply back in 2001?
No.
Well, you remember the archival message that we sent back out in...
Oh, yes. Oh, you're talking about from Arecibo.
Yeah, Arecibo, sorry. My pronunciation is not all that great. But the Arecibo message that we sent out back in 1974.
Sure.
Do you remember the reply we got back in 2001? Do you remember
talking about the crop circle?
Yes, the crop circle itself. We got the reply from the Greys themselves.
Well, I'm not sure that was authenticated as a real crop circle, insofar as they're able to authenticate crop circles as real. But it was amazing. Yes.
Well, I got to say that that crop circle, there's no way that could have been done in one night.
Yeah.
That crop circle that was made, I have to say that crop circle was made by the Greys themselves.
Well, okay, that's your opinion. I don't necessarily share it with you. I guess amazing things have been done in one night by large groups of people. Although I'm kind of with you. On the other hand, it seems impossible.
Yes, it does.
I know about the reply, the alleged reply, and all the rest of it, but I don't think we were able to authenticate that as beyond any shadow of a doubt. We saw, for example, molecular changes to the grain and the seeds and that kind of stuff. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Turn your radio off, please.
Hello?
Hi, turn your radio off, please.
Oh, okay, I did. I'm very sorry, Art. I just thank you for taking my call. You folks have really inspired me to the heavens, and I'm saying prayers for your friend, by the way. I wish him the best, and I think it's great he's given his life over to God. And I also wanted to mention about the spankings. I am outraged, absolutely outraged, and the only way that these people, whoever they are, they have some major, major problems. They can be overcome. You had a guest on last night with George Norrie, and that man, to me, is one of these people that says he mentioned that they can be overcome, but they have to be overcome with love, and we have to forgive them. They have major issues. They have to know that their soul is on the line, and make no mistake about it. Their souls are on the line, and we have to be brave. We have to believe in God and know that we will overcome all of their evil.
Well, that's very charitable of you. As far as I'm concerned, they're idiots.
They are. They're very ignorant, and they're not knowing what's really going on the other side of the after we pass on.
Can you imagine?
They're not awake.
Can you imagine not being able to give a child? Giving a child a little swat on the back end, stay away from that electric socket or whatever it is for the child's welfare, and then having the police march in and arrest you.
You know what, Art? I am one of these people that ordinarily I don't even believe in corporal punishment. But let me tell you, I was raised in an upper middle class family, and I got swatted a few times on the butt. And this is way over the top, way over the top. And we as a free American society, we need to speak up, speak out. I haven't seen the most recent movie with Tom Cruise and Meryl Streep and Robert Redford, but I read a little excerpt, and Robert Redford was saying something to that effect. We cannot let people, ignorant people, and evil people overrun this country. This country's great because we have voices.
All right. Look, we can't let the country become overrun by idiots. That's the bottom line. Idiots. I saw a movie, she mentioned movies, I think it was yesterday, in which the genetic undoing of America was, in a comedic way, described rather accurately. You know, those with money and wits didn't reproduce and the idiots did, and maybe that's happening. We'll be right back. I am filling in for George Norrie this Friday night, Saturday morning, coming up in a moment. Dr. Michio Kaku. He's an internationally recognized authority in theoretical physics and the environment. He holds the Henry Smutt Professorship in Theoretical Physics at City College and the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. He has lectured all around the world, and his PhD-level textbooks are required reading at many of the top physics laboratories. Dr. Kaku graduated from Harvard in 1968, summa cum laude, #1 in his physics class, received a PhD from the University of California, Berkeley Radiation Lab in 1972, held a lectureship at Princeton University in 1973, then joined the faculty at the City University of New York, where he has been a professor of theoretical physics for 25 years. Indeed, is one of the brightest minds in the world right now, and he'll be up next. Dr. Michio Kaku, welcome back to Coast AM, my friend.
Glad to be back on the show, Art. It's been too long.
It has been. Mm-hmm. Professor, before we even get to what I'm surprised we're going to be talking about tonight, there's an article in New Scientist, which I'm sure you're aware of. A couple of fellows, Professor Lawrence Krauss of Case Western and James Dent of Vanderbilt. Now, Schrodinger's cat, I never worried too much about whether the cat was alive or dead. But if the observation of dark energy, they're suggesting that the mere observation of dark energy, like the cat situation, may actually be nudging our universe closer to its own demise. Just by observing it.
Well, that particular article I haven't seen. I write for New Scientist magazine. I have an article in the, I think the October issue of New Scientist. I haven't seen that particular article, but for your listeners, let me sort of give you some background. Dark energy makes up about 73% of the total matter energy content of the universe. You and me, okay, the higher elements like lithium, helium, nitrogen, we make up 0.03% of the universe. So the universe is overwhelmingly dark, okay? The stars you see in the heavens, they only make up about 4%.
And also undetectable, right?
It seems to be undetectable, except, of course, by very indirect means, using our satellites and calculating the expansion of the universe. Dark energy is killing the universe. It's blowing the universe apart. It's causing the universe to not slow down, but accelerate. And so it's in a runaway mode right now. It's in what is called an exponential de Sitter mode. And it may go on forever, in which case, one day when we look at the night sky, it'll be totally dark because light will not have the ability to reach us from deep space because the stars will be so far apart. And this means that we can see how the universe will die. The universe will probably die in ice rather than fire. We'll probably freeze to death trillions of years from now. And it's not a pleasant sight, but the laws of physics seem to be a death warrant for intelligent life on Earth. Now, in my last book, Parallel Worlds, I lay out perhaps the only way to avoid this catastrophe, the ultimate death of all intelligent life in the universe. And my own point of view is that when that point is reached, trillions of years from now, we might have to leave the universe. If the universe becomes too cold to support life because dark energy is blowing the universe apart, then we may have to drill a hole in the universe, create a lifeboat, and sail away in hyperspace to another parallel universe. Now, if you get the latest issue of Scientific American, okay, the latest issue of Scientific American, they take parallel universes very seriously. You know, when I first came on your show and I talked about parallel universes, right?
No.
Some people were like flipped out and said, "This is nonsense. This is science fiction, right?"
That's right.
Well, not anymore. Since I came on your show, there have been a lot of papers published on parallel universes. So much now that it's mainstream. And the latest Scientific American has a whole article devoted to parallel universes. So the point is that if our universe is a bubble and it's expanding out of control, so that the surface of the bubble is going to get colder and colder and colder in the future, we may have to leave our bubble. We may have to create a little baby bubble, which Stephen Hawking calls the baby universe, leave our universe and attach ourselves to a younger universe and perhaps start all over again. So this may seem far-fetched, but again, a technology trillions of years from now may have the ability to, punch a hole in space, leap through 11-dimensional hyperspace into another parallel universe to start all over again.
Well, that's all very interesting, but actually, having listened to you over the years, I know that the chances of our making it that far are, well, there was a lady here in Toronto, Nevada, who not very long ago hit $18 million on a penny slot machine.
Uh-huh.
And I think our chances of making it out that far are about, well, not as good as that lady's who hit the 18 mil.
Uh-huh. So she may never live to spend all that money, huh?
Well, but the truth is, given our propensity for self-destruction, given the current state of the world, with all the ice melting and all the rest of it, I mean, really, given element 92, what do you really calculate our chances to get out to the new bubble place?
Well, it's a race against time. If you take a look at not the universe now, but just the planet Earth, right? It's a race against time whether we're going to make it to the end of the century. One of my friends, Sir Martin Rees, who is the Royal Astronomer of England, he reports to the Queen. He gives it 50-50 that either will unleash a germ, will unleash element 92 uranium, or perhaps we'll fry ourselves with global warming. He gives it 50-50 odds that we'll reach 2100.
Well,
which are not very good odds.
No, and based on what I've heard you say in the past, that would be very, very optimistic.
That would be optimistic, right? Because, you don't have to be weatherman to know which way the weather's blowing, as Bob Dylan once said.
Now, maybe you've changed your worldview, and maybe you're more optimistic than you once were. Is that?
Well, there's a small ray of optimism in the sense that the world seems to be more galvanized than before. It's on people's agenda. Mom and dad are talking about it. It's not something that, climatologists discuss in hushed tones. It's something that is now being talked about seriously by governments around the world. The question is it too little too late? That's another problem, right? And, when you came out with The Day After Tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm. People laugh,
Yeah, people thought that, well, this is Star Trek, it's science fiction, right? Well, they're not lasting anymore, you know?
No, I know.
The projections given by, the United Nations and other organizations show that the Earth is changing much more rapidly than anyone ever expected. That all the estimates done 10 years ago, if you were to go back 10 years ago, look at the estimates made then.
They were conservative.
One was conservative. Every single one missed the mark by failing to predict the actual change in temperature, the actual slow breakup of the Arctic, and huge chunks of the Antarctic breaking off. You realize that the North Pole is going to be completely free of ice in summertime in the coming decades. And I was just speaking of Switzerland last year, and the Alps. The Alps are melting. There was almost no snow. It was a disaster for the ski season. And now the economies are being disrupted because, of course, tourism is a huge business in the Alps. But we may just have to get used to it. Drought, melting of glaciers, recession of the glaciers, and the spreading of disease north. All these dire predictions are coming to pass much faster than anyone expected.
Professor, come back to too little, too late. Is it?
Well, I'm an optimist there. I think that just like the frog that's in a frying pan and you slowly turn up the heat, some frogs will realize that they're going to fry to death, even though it's a slow burn, and they will jump out of the frying pan. Okay. My only hope is that we wake up in time to jump out of the frying pan, even though the temperature is slowly being ratcheted up. So slow that governments would like to tend to ignore the fact.
Yeah, but I don't get it. I'm just a little frog, and I don't see how I get out of this pan. I mean, we're all like in the same pan, aren't we?
Yeah, well, there's a little glimmer of hope. Take a look at the automobile industry, for example, right?
Yes.
Ford going bankrupt. No one is crying in tears because everyone believes deep down in their soul that they deserve it. They ignored all these warnings. And now foreign cars are coming out with hybrid. Honda is just coming out with a fuel cell car. I mean, that was considered science fiction just a few years ago, science fiction. And already they're marketing it on TV now.
Yeah, I don't get it, Professor. I mean, if you go back to the 70s, we had the oil shortage. I was part of that where we all stood in line, waiting for gas. It was horrible. Fist fights broke out. It was, disruptive.
Right.
At that point, Detroit began to make smaller cars, copying the Japanese. But the moment oil eased, there was nobody looking ahead another 10 or 20 years, 30 years, nobody. And so we went right back to making big cars again, SUVs, all the rest of it. And now, here we are again. Same deal.
Yeah, and this time there's no bailout for General Motors or for Ford. Because two reasons. One, people know that high-tech is huge, and we don't necessarily rely on automobiles to keep the economy going anymore, right? And second of all, like I said, they bungled it. I mean, General Motors and Ford, they made the mess, right? They're to blame for the fact that they ignored all these warning signals. They ignored all the moods of the consumer. They have the least energy efficient cars of any large automobile maker. They hold the rear on every single measure of safety, quality, and especially fuel efficiency. And that's just to take a small example. So anyway, plug-in hybrids, give us some ray of hope. Plug-in hybrids, for example, can run for 60 miles on one charge of electricity before you turn on the gasoline engine. Now, most people do all their chores in the first 60 miles, which means you could be 100% electric with the plug-in hybrid. And now with fuel cell cars slowly hitting the market, the only thing they admit is water vapor. Think about it. You don't have to choke on the smog coming out of somebody's rear end in a car. Just water vapor comes out of these fuel cell cars. So these are small little things, and I'm not sure it's enough. But I think it's a ray of hope. Now, my point of view is as follows. In the next several decades, there's going to be a mix, an energy mix, with different renewables competing with oil and coal. Oil prices are continuing to rise into the coming decade, But solar hydrogen costs are continuing to drop. At a certain point, they will cross. When the rising price of oil crosses with the falling price of solar hydrogen, at that point, we may gradually go to a solar hydrogen economy. And that's going to be within 15, 20 years.
Will the rest of the world follow or lead?
Well, the marketplace, I think, will lead on this because we are hitting what is called Hubbard's peak with respect to oil. Now, let me explain. Back in the 60s, Hubbard was the Shell oil engineer who predicted that we will hit the 50% mark for American oil and that we will then become a net importer of oil. Well, everyone in the 60s thought Hubbard was nuts to talk about a bell-shaped curve and us hitting the top of the bell-shaped curve, but we took out 50% of the oil from the ground. Well, lo and behold, we hit Hubbard's peak, and America imports oil now. Everybody knows that. We import oil. We are addicted to oil, as the president has said. Now we are hitting Hubbard's peak for the planet Earth. We have taken about 50% of the world's oil out of the ground, and we will continue to find new deposits, of course, but you would have to discover a new Middle East, a new Saudi Arabia, every 10 years in order to meet the rising demands of China, India, the rising middle class.
Sure,
now, no one says we're going to discover a new Saudi Arabia every 10 years, right? That's out of the question. So what this means is we're hitting probably the top of Hubbard's peak now. And as we go down this bell-shaped curve, prices are going to continue to rise, not fall. And I think that's going to create more instability around the world. But the silver lining is that this is also going to create more incentives for us to get rid of our addiction to oil. So I would say within in 15, 20 years, we'll go to a solar hydrogen economy. And then 30 to 40 years, fusion will probably come online. The French government is betting the house on the ITER experimental fusion reactor to be based in southern France. And a lot of European governments are also backing them. And we may eventually use seawater as our fuel supply 30 to 40 years from now.
In fusion reactors.
That's right, fusion reactors. In other words, a piece of the sun on the Earth.
But nobody has really successfully sustained a fusion reaction yet, have they?
Well, only in a hydrogen bomb. An uncontrolled fusion process is designed in a hydrogen bomb.
Well, that would cure the problem as well.
I know that because my mentor in high school was Everett, and he even offered me a job designing hydrogen warheads for the United States Pentagon. But that's another story.
That must have been tempting.
Well, it would be a guarantee of an income. You know, he made a big pitch.
Well, not just that. I mean, but look at the reputation of Teller. I mean, there had to be a sort of an academic, oh, God, I kind of like to do this kind of draw.
Yeah, well, you know, I went in eyes wide open. I knew his reputation, right? A lot of physicists hated his guts. They wouldn't shake his hand. But on the other hand, you know, he was the darling of the Pentagon. And had access to billions of dollars of the funds. You know, he created the Livermore National Laboratory just on the basis of his own reputation, basically, and convinced the government to fund the Livermore National Laboratory, which designed hydrogen warheads.
Well, there you have it. So there must have been at least a bit of temptation professionally and from an economic point of view.
Yeah, it was tempting. It would be, you know, a lifetime job if I was designing hydrogen warheads. But
I'd still be doing it now, wouldn't you?
That's right. I'd still be doing it now. I might even be unemployed. But my point of view was that I'd rather not work on little bangs. I wanted to work on big bang. I wanted to work on the biggest explosion there was, and that is the creation of the universe itself. I mean, now that's real fireworks there. Okay.
Well, it certainly is.
And that's what I wanted to work on. And that's, you know, that's what I do for a living, is to tease apart what happened at the instant of creation.
So how long did you struggle with that offer?
Well, for about a year. I graduated from Harvard, and I was looking for fellowship. And, you know, he sort of dangled that offer, and he said, you would pay everything. The Earth Engineering Scholarship would pay all bills. I would work in one of three places, Los Alamos, Livermore, or MIT, and basically work on fission and fusion weapons. But like I said, you know, my heart was really in trying to figure out, you know, what makes the universe tick. rather than trying to figure out what makes uranium tick.
Well, all right. Why, in your best guess, have we not been able to sustain a controlled fusion reaction?
Yeah, well, it's very simple. The sun contracts by gravity because gravity is based on what are called monopoles, single poles. Every rock, every piece of garbage on the Earth itself is a monopole, and gravity squeezes evenly. That's why the Earth is round. That's why the sun is round.
Right.
But you see, magnetism has a North Pole and a South Pole. It's not a monopole at all. It's a dipole.
Right.
And dipoles are horrible in shape. They look like spiders. If you ever, put a bar magnet and iron filings, you see the iron filings form a spider web of field lines around the North Pole and the South Pole.
Right.
Well, try squeezing hydrogen gas with a dipole. It's really hard. We have to use donuts and all sorts of bizarre configurations in order to squeeze hydrogen with magnetic field because it's a dipole. It's like squeezing a balloon. You squeeze one part of it and
the part
bulges the other end.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. Professor Michio Kaku is my guest. I'm Art Bell for George Norrie, and we'll be right back. In this night, filling in, that is, for George Norrie, taking the night off, my guest is Dr. Michio Kaku, and we're about to discuss what in the world it's going to take, or perhaps outside this world, to contain a process that goes on constantly on our sun, and we can so far only duplicate by dropping big hydrogen bombs. That would be the answer for energy if we can figure out how to contain it. In a moment, Professor, if containing such a field is virtually impossible, like as I think you put it, trying to grab a balloon and then watching it bulge out here and there and everywhere as you grab it, what do you imagine that might contain such a process? Would it be giant electromagnetic fields or what?
Well, that's our best bet to create what is called the magnetic bottle. You take a donut, and put coils of wire around the donut. Okay, so you have basically a coil of wire wound in the shape of a donut. You put the gas inside the donut, and you turn on the magnetic field, and the magnetic field contains the plasma, that super hot gas inside, and then you send a spark inside to heat it up. And so far, they've been able to hit tens of millions of degrees centigrade with devices like this.
For what period of time?
Well, less than a second. You have to do what is called attain Lawson's criterion. Lawson's criterion is attained in the center of stars. It's also attained in hydrogen warheads. And we're not quite there yet with Lawson's criterion in a fusion reactor. We're about 1/10 of Lawson's criterion. You need to contain the gas for about 1 full second. So far, we can do it for a fraction of a second before the plasma disintegrates. Because, you're squeezing this balloon. Every time you squeeze the gas at one point, it bulges out someplace else. The gas is unstable. That's the reason why we still rely upon oil and coal. Because magnets have a dipole charge, plus and minus, north and south, and it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to squeeze gas using dipoles, and the best we can do is use donuts to squeeze the gas. But the French, as I mentioned, and the European Union and the United States and Japan and Korea are investing hundreds of millions of dollars on the ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, to be based in southern France. And it has the best hope of attaining fusion perhaps by 2030. And if that takes place, then commercialization will take place around 2040.
Well, a couple of questions. You suggest if it can go for a second, it can then keep going. So is that a process that once it's going for a second or so will then be self-sustaining?
Well, once we hit a full second, you will then attain Lawson's criterion. It'll be generating lots of heat. That heat then in turn can be channeled to keep the magnetic field going. So it's self-perpetuating. It creates heat. The heat is then used to make electricity, which then is used to create the magnetic field, which in turn is used to squeeze the gas. And that's why each cycle you get more energy coming out. And that's why this is called hot fusion. We think that hot fusion may in fact be attained within a few decades. Now, of course, there's also cold fusion. There's some people who still hold out for it, but we have yet to have any reliable source of energy from cold fusion, fusion in a glass of water. So most physicists would say hot fusion is the way to go.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm still working on hot fusion in my mind. Now, let's say we get it going for a second, and it becomes self-sustaining.
Sustaining.
It's a kind of thing that ratchets up.
Right.
Right. You said reaction equals heat equals more electricity for the magnetic field to hold it in. How do we know that it just doesn't simply ratchet up past the hardware's ability to keep it contained?
Okay, what happened is, if it spins out of control, unlike a fission reactor like 3 Mile Island or Chernobyl,
right.
Once it starts to melt itself and devour itself, like in a science fiction movie,
right.
Then Lawson's criterion is no longer satisfied, and the thing turns itself off.
So it doesn't kaboom.
It doesn't kaboom, right.
It doesn't release enormous amounts of dirty stuff.
A fission reactor has nuclear waste inside, tremendous amounts of nuclear waste. So about 30 tons of nuclear waste inside a typical fission reactor.
Yes.
A fusion reactor has basically just hydrogen gas. And so you're not talking about hardly any waste products at all, except the steel. But, after 30 years, you have to decommission the steel.
Mm.
There's no nuclear waste like what you find in a meltdown. If you have a Class 9 meltdown, which is the maximum scenario for a fission reactor, you could wipe out the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh, sure.
50,000 square miles, you can pretty easily wipe out if you lost 30 tons of nuclear waste into the atmosphere in a typical fission reactor. And these are just average numbers I'm giving you. You can wipe out a huge amount of real estate. If Indian Point, north of where I'm standing, Indian Point, north of New York City, were to have been hit by the terrorists, and the terrorists in 9/11 thought about targeting Indian Point. They even have said so in a video. If they had hit Indian Point, I wouldn't be here right now. This whole Manhattan would be radioactive. They would have to have evacuated all of the Northeast corridor if they had hit Indian Point and released 30 tons of high-level nuclear waste into the atmosphere.
Do you think that if one of those airplanes had indeed been targeted on Indian Point, that it would have breached the containment?
That's a $64,000 question. If you take a look at the original design specifications for design basis accident at a nuclear power plant, they said that only a small 707 jet plane, it would have to withstand an attack from a 707 without jet fuel, okay? And this, of course, was back in the 70s when these estimates were done. Now, nobody flies 707s, and everybody knows that they're fully laden with fuel, especially on takeoff, and that's an enormous amount of fuselage and engine parts and metal with a tremendous amount of fuel plowing into a building. And I really doubt that the Indian Point nuclear power plant containment would have handled anything close to a 747, let's say jumbo jet, fuelly laden. It would have breached the containment, and it would have caused an evacuation of the plant.
Then why, Professor, do you think they did not do it?
If you listen to the videotape very carefully, okay, they simply say they scouted out targets in the Northeast. They seriously considered looking at, quote, nuclear installations, according to one translation that I've seen. They didn't say Indian Point specifically, but, 2 + 2 is 4. Indian Point is the only large nuclear installation in this area. And they don't say in the tape why they went for World Trade Center. I suspect that it was an easier target. Indian Point is a very small reactor from 5 miles up, while the World Trade Center is visible from 5 miles up. And so I think probably logistically it was easier for these pilots to zero in on the World Trade Center rather than Indian Point.
Okay, so for these reasons then, and others, including waste, storage they want to put very close to me out here, I take it that you do not support continued or renewed building of fission plants.
Well, to make a dent in global warming, you would have to increase the number of fission plants by a factor of 10. Now, we have about 100 right now. Can you imagine 1,000 nuclear power plants? That would make very inviting targets for terrorists, given the fact that security at nuclear power plants is not the best. There have been a number of scandals involving security at nuclear power plants. One nuclear power plant was found to have actually given the answers to the workers for a test that the workers are supposed to have passed. The NRC once put a gun encased in plastic and put it in a suitcase so that no one could fire the gun, and to see how far they could go into a nuclear power plant. They went all the way into the control room with a gun, sealed in plastic in a suitcase.
Yeah.
So I don't trust the security that we have in nuclear power plants, especially if 747 jumbo jet is coming at you 5 miles up. There's really not much a nuclear power plant can do. It's a sitting duck, basically, and we would have 1,000 of them scattered around the 50 states.
Well, based on what you've just said, we already have enough.
I think we have enough. I think we should go for a solar hydrogen economy. Again, a mix of energy for the next 10, 15 years. But when the two curves cross, the rising price of oil, the falling price of solar, when they cross about 15 or so years from now, that will give enormous incentive to go to a solar hydrogen economy.
I wonder if our economy can make it through all of this, make it through what you just described as basically a stopgap measure.
Well, I think the marketplace is going to dictate that. Prices are going to continue to rise. They'll oscillate, of course, but the average will continue to rise. We are at the top of Hubbard's Peak, the top of this bell-shaped curve. We have exhausted about 50% of the entire Earth's oil supply. And even if there are hidden deposits elsewhere, we're certainly not going to find a new Saudi Arabia every 10 years. So I think the marketplace will dictate it. We'll always have oil, but prices will continue to rise to the point where it becomes, people in America complain about oil. You should go to Europe. Okay.
Well, I did. I saw it several years ago.
Europe, gas costs many times that amount in the United States. Get used to it, okay? We're going to be like the Europeans. The Europeans don't drive small cars because they like small cars. They drive small cars because they have to drive small cars. We're going to have to get used to it if we're at the top of Hubbard's Peak and we start to slide down the curve.
The question is, though, again, we are all geared up for the distribution of petrol and oil-based products. Can we really redo everything and have the economy survive that redo?
Well, retooling is not going to be easy. You know, when Henry Ford and Thomas Edison had that famous contest about 100 years ago, Henry Ford was backing electricity and Henry Ford was backing gasoline internal combustion engines. People criticized Ford and said, "You're stupid. There's going to be a gas refueling station in every block. Okay? Cars are going to crash. People are going to die in flames when your gasoline-fired car crashes." Well, both predictions turned out to be true. 50,000 Americans die, 40,000 Americans die every year in car accidents and horrible deaths.
Yes.
And we have a gasoline pump in every block. So it came to pass. Now people are saying that hydrogen will kill you and that we'll have to have hydrogen refueling stations every block. Well, that may come to pass too.
But again, what you're describing is simply a stopgap measure. And that's going to be a hard political argument at best. Now, maybe it's the only thing you can argue, but that's what it is, kind of a stopgap,
The
right?
marketplace will dictate it. You know, the atmosphere will continue to scare the pants off people, and the marketplace will scare the pants of people at the gas pump. And remember, people don't change because they want to change. People change because they have to change.
Absolutely true.
And it could come down to that. If people are not willing to make changes, the marketplace and the weather will force them to make changes, okay? And like I said, if you travel in Europe, you know that Europeans have a quite different lifestyle than us. They don't have huge suburbs because they can't afford cheap gasoline to go to the suburbs.
Right, but we do.
Yeah. So we may have to learn to live more like Europeans in the future, especially if gas prices continue to accelerate.
Well, would you go so far as to imagine that we would begin re-centralizing our population?
Well, That's a tricky question. There was a group, the Global Business Network, that did a study for the Pentagon about worst case scenarios and populations and stuff. And their conclusion shocked everybody. It made the front page of a lot of newspapers. Their report to the Pentagon said that populations will begin to migrate if we have massive droughts and national borders disintegrate. And mass migrations will threaten the integrity of nation states, and they will use nuclear weapons. They'll use nuclear weapons to preserve their national borders. Now, that scared the pants off a lot of people when that report came out. But if you think about it, that's a logical thing for the Pentagon to do. If they have nuclear weapons, borders start to disintegrate because of drought, mass famine, riots. Again, this is not anytime soon. We're talking, 30, 50 years from now. But if it gets to the point where mass migrations take place of starving people by the millions, nations will use nuclear weapons to preserve their national borders. And that's, of course, the worst-case scenario. But it's a scenario that the Pentagon has considered.
There's some conservatives probably almost ready to suggest it on our southern border right now, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, in fact, it could go the other way. The irony is, as reported in the report by the Global Business Network, we may be going to Canada. And the Canadians may be saying, oh, these illegal aliens from America, and these illegal aliens from Chicago, we should send them back to Chicago.
Well, I guess if global warming continues as it is forecast to, then Canada would be the new farm belt. It would move north.
South. If you want to know what the weather's going to be like in the coming decades, look south, okay? So the Canadians are probably looking at us and saying, gee, what a mild climate the Americans have for now. And think about the climate we're going to have in the future.
Yes. Well, that is a fairly, if we're talking about nation states using nuclear weapons to preserve their borders, and we're talking about nations that are basically right now friends, how are we ever going to make it to the next bubble?
Yeah, it really gives you pause.
Yes, it does.
Consider that, dikes will have to be placed around Manhattan, where I'm standing right now. We may have to have dikes around Manhattan so that Wall Street is not inundated as sea levels start to rise.
Is there any possibility in your mind, Professor, that as in the movie The Day After Tomorrow, it wouldn't happen in the span of 2 hours, but a whole lot faster, much faster than we imagine? In other words, there could be a kind of a trigger effect that begins to occur as the melting continues, and it could be sudden, relatively sudden.
Yeah, there are two doomsday scenarios. Again, you have to take this with a certain grain of salt, right? One doomsday scenario is Siberia. If Siberia starts to thaw out, as Alaska is already thawing out, the tundra will release methane gas. Methane gas locked inside the decaying tundra for tens of thousands of years since the last ice age. That methane gas is about 20 times worse than carbon dioxide for trapping heat. And that sudden release of methane could trigger a collapse of the atmosphere. It would cause a spiraling out of control. As things get hotter, the tundra melts even more and releases more methane gas. More methane gas heats up the atmosphere and melts more tundra, which releases more methane gas. And you have a vicious cycle taking place. And that vicious cycle could take place pretty rapidly. And that's something that we have to worry about. We also have to worry about methane compounds in the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, yes, that's the one I've heard about. That there's a lot of methane trapped at the bottom.
Down there, right? And if temperatures reach a certain point, you may have a bubbling of enormous amount of methane gas coming out of the ocean, and that could happen again very abruptly. And if that triggers, you are talking about Chicken Little, talking about the sky is falling. You're talking about doomsday scenarios now.
What would actually occur if either one of these scenarios you just described actually came to be? What would we in North America? What would we experience?
Well, it's happened before. If you take a look at the archaeological record, ice cores, you dig right into the North Pole and you take out ice that's been there for up to 600,000 years. That's the world's record. We're almost approaching 1 million years into the past. And then take a look at lake sediments, and that even takes even beyond that. You realize that millions of years ago,
At one point, the North Pole was completely melted over, and that millions of years ago, it was actually tropical in the North Pole. Sea levels were much higher back then, and a lot of the coastlines of the Earth would be unrecognizable back then. Again, we're talking tens of millions of years ago. But that's when we did have tremendous heat, and glaciers almost totally receded, and the Earth was totally different than it is now and had different life forms. And it's not clear that humans would survive in...
Well, you're in New York City. You're in New York City. What would happen there?
Well, where I'm standing would be underwater.
Underwater, right. Professor, hold it right there. Professor Michio Kaku is my guest, and we're discussing various possibilities that could be in our fairly near future. I'm Art Bell. Don't fear the methane, baby. Don't fear the methane. Just take my hand and remember, God wouldn't let that happen. Dr. Michio Kaku is my guest, and believe it or not, he was actually advertised to be on here tonight, and coming up shortly will, in fact, be talking about SETI. Now, that's the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, and well, I always thought people like Dr. Kaku kind of winked and said, I don't know, if we get some extra money, that might be all right, but kind of a wink and a nod, and maybe it's wasting money, and they're not out there and that kind of stuff. But he wants to talk about it, so we will in a moment. Professor Kaku, just before we move towards SETI, Jerry in San Diego says, well, then, Art, why can't we use methane gas as fuel? It burns.
We can, but it also creates carbon dioxide when it burns. And so, in fact, anything that undergoes combustion will release carbon dioxide. So that's the basic problem. We have to get away from burning.
Right.
If you think about it, burning is the central core of modern civilization. Right? That's why we have to get away from thinking about things that produce large quantities of carbon dioxide. And remember, carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere a lot longer than methane. Methane is more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas, but methane doesn't stay in the atmosphere as long. So anyway, for doomsday scenarios where you could literally collapse the atmosphere in a relatively short period of time, methane is one. Methane from Siberia, when Siberia thaws out from the bottom of the oceans. And the third doomsday scenario is actually mentioned in your movie, Day After Tomorrow, where Greenland melts and fresh water is injected into the Atlantic, which destabilizes the Gulf Stream, and that could cause Europe to freeze over. It was Benjamin Franklin who first figured out 200 years ago the role of the Gulf Stream when he was crossing the Atlantic centuries ago. And anything that disrupts that Gulf Stream could have serious repercussions on the weather and could have a catastrophic implication for especially Northern Europe. England, as you know, if you take a globe, England has the same latitude as parts of Canada. So England, by right, should be frozen over. England has no right to be as warm as it is.
Except for the ocean.
Except for the ocean currents, which can be disrupted by fresh water. And this has happened in the past, by the way. It's not science fiction. It's already happened in the past. And we don't know how fast it took place, but we think that in just a few years, the Gulf Stream was disrupted in the past, which caused many ice ages.
Interestingly, Professor, even recently, they've noticed a slowing of the Gulf Stream. They've noticed a splintering of the Gulf Stream. Worrisome, not yet catastrophic, but worrisome.
Worrisome because if you take a look at the salinity content, that is the salt content of the North Atlantic, it's thinning out because of the influx of large amounts of fresh water from Greenland coming down. And that could disrupt the thermohaline cycle, of which the Gulf Stream is part. And that's happened in the past. In the past, the thermohaline cycles have been disrupted, causing catastrophic changes of the weather in a very short period of time, just a few years, we think. And so then we're no longer talking about decades and decades. We're talking about tipping points. And once the tipping point is reached, we're talking about catastrophic collapse of the weather in a very short period of time.
So we should watch, and if you begin setting up shop somewhere in the Rockies, it's time to worry.
it's time to worry in the sense that there could be extremes of weather. Farmers, for example, who snicker at all of this, they have to confront drought. The Midwest could become a dust bowl in the future. We already are being beset with droughts in near Georgia and places like that. We could have even more massive droughts. So in some areas we could have flooding. In the other areas we could have droughts because global warming predicts swings in the climate, not simply a uniform heating of the earth. But we're talking about larger and larger violent swings of the atmosphere and the climate of the earth as the temperature begins to rise. It's not going to be uniform at all.
Okay, so swings and radical weather, and we're certainly getting a lot of that. All right, Professor, when I saw that you actually wanted to come on the air tonight and talk about SETI, I went, wow, really? Because I had always thought that your attitude about SETI was kind of, well, okay, if we have extra money, maybe, but it might be a waste, and kind of like that.
Well, I like to look at the big picture. And there's no point piddling with equipment that is too primitive and too cheap not to pick up anything. And
you mean like your receiver?
The equipment that we have today is old, it's out of date, and we only use it part-time. Now, last month, and this hit the newspapers, last month, the Allen telescope array went online. Paul Allen is the co-founder of Microsoft. He's a billionaire, and he has funded to the tune of $25 million the Allen telescope array to jumpstart the SETI project to create the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project of SETI. We're talking about up to 350, count them, 350 radio telescope dishes exclusively designed to look for extraterrestrial intelligence in outer space. 42 went online just last month, and eventually 350 will go online. And that should increase the sensitivity and search scans by about a factor of 1,000. So we're talking about 1,000 times more than all the accumulated SETI searches of the past.
So that's enough to get you excited.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to find anything. However, this is the best bet in a generation. Once in a generation, we get an opportunity like this, right? Where when a billionaire decides to, throw 25 million your way to create 350 gigantic radio telescopes, this could set the gold standard for the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
What do you think talked him into that kind of donation?
Well, I think, he's interested in science, being co-founder of Microsoft, in computers and rockets and stuff like that. He helped to back the X Prize, the Spaceship One, which won the X Prize for blasting off into outer space on a commercial flight.
Right.
And he wants to jumpstart commercial exploration of space, and he wants to jumpstart SETI, where his billions will make a difference. Okay.
Well, if you had been the one trying to get the money, and you had been in front of Paul Allen, trying to make the case for however many million to look for intelligent life out there, how would you have made the case?
I would have said that the scientific community snickers and laughs at SETI because everybody knows that the equipment is out of date. We only can use it part-time. Most of it is used for pure science.
Currently 5:02
a.m. You can't find millions because they're not looking hard enough.
Friday.
And then it would take a
June
massive
13th,
influx
worth noting
of
for
funds.
those
The
of you that
government
are
ain't doing
unaware.
it. And you
Two,
can do it.
not one,
You could be part
two
world
of
history.
the men
If we made contact
that were
with
reported to
alien
the
life on space, that would be
FBI
the biggest event
in
in the history of Homo
2017.
sapiens since we left the trees.
They had a
Well,
fixation
I would say,
with
okay,
Friday
that's
the
fine and well,
13th.
but, make the case that you
They'd
think
always
they're
go
there.
out of their way to do
Well,
naughty
first,
shit
his name would be on it.
on
His name would
key
be on every single newspaper
dates
in
such
the
as
world
the
because it was his
13th,
telescope.
November
The telescope
13th,
that found it.
May
And
13th,
second of all, most
whether or not it was a
scientists, when they look at the
Friday.
numbers, believe
And
they're
for
out
the
there.
years
There
prior, when
are
there were
over 100
Friday the
billion stars in the
13th,
Milky Way galaxy.
they made a
And
big
we've only
show of
scanned
it.
about 1,000 of them.
Just
That's it.
throwing out
We've
that
only
fun
scanned
fact
in
for
detail
y'all.
about 1,000 stars
Anyway,
in
the updates are in the
100
description
billion
and in the
stars
live
in
chat
our
and
own
replay,
backyard.
and they're not much
And
of
there are
updates,
100 billion
as
galaxies
is
within
expected.
the range of our telescopes.
The night was
altogether,
full
we
of
even know how
hacking
many
by
stars
those
there
who
are
are
in the
requesting to
visible
go to
universe.
prison for the rest of
100
their
billion
life,
times
disabling
100
of
billion.
buttons,
That's how many stars there are total in the
yada,
visible
yada,
universe.
yada.
And we've only scanned
I'm going to try not
1,000
to
of them. And
rehash
of
things
course
I've already
we're gonna
said,
stick
but
at cities.
the likelihood
Of
of
course
me
we're
once
gonna
again
say this is
yelling
kind of
at
like
the
a
Everett
useless
Police
project
Department to come on down the
because,
stairs today
there's so many stars
is very
to
high.
scan, and we've only scanned 1,000 of them. And we might even be scanning in the wrong frequency, using wrong methods.
We might.
So my attitude is think big. Look at the big picture. You have to jumpstart this. And this is precisely where a billionaire can make a difference. He made a difference with the X Prize. Now the commercialization of outer space is not out of the question. And he could make a difference with regards to making contact or eavesdropping on conversations of ET in outer space. It's not out of the question anymore.
What are the odds that a transmission, an incidental transmission, or many incidental transmissions? I mean, let's take Earth as a case. The electromagnetic radiation that we emit right now at all kinds of frequencies, microwave and otherwise. What are the odds that would make it out 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 light years? In other words, well, actually, it couldn't be that many light years. It could only be, I guess, back to, as in contact, the first German transmission, perhaps.
Yeah, well, assuming that these civilizations are old, and assuming that they've been, broadcasting at the electromagnetic spectrum for a while,
good point.
We would expect to have made contact with some of them that are, a few thousand light years from Earth. But like I said, we've only scanned 1,000 nearby stars. And even then, we've only looked at one frequency, which is the hydrogen frequency.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're like ants in an anthill trying to scan for intelligent life in outer space when there are, huge construction crews working around you, and you are totally oblivious to the existence of humans because you're looking for other ants.
Now, you said there are many scientists who believe that there is life out there, that it's abundant life. Are you one of them?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think a minority says that the Earth is quite rare and that life is so precious that it probably has only sprung up a few times in the history of the galaxy. First of all, there are 100 billion galaxies, and our own galaxy has 100 billion stars. So I think the probability of intelligent life being in outer space is almost 100%. I think it's a no-brainer, okay? The question, of course, is the distance. The distance between these stars is vast. Our own galaxy is 100,000 light years across. It takes 100,000 years for a telegram going at the speed of light from both one end of the galaxy to the other end of the galaxy. And but again, the universe is quite old. The universe is 13.7 billion years. We know that number now to within 1% accuracy. Let me say that again. The universe is 13.7 billion years old. And for us, it only took us 100,000 years since modern humans walked the surface of the Earth to create all this technology that we have today. Most of it created just within the last 100 years.
Okay, let me ask this again. What are the chances that incidental transmissions of the kind that we're making, perhaps the one transmission from Arecibo aside, is very short, what are the chances of those incidental transmissions being detected out many, 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 many light years? I'm only asking this so that I can imagine the reverse.
Okay, it depends on which estimate you choose, okay? Frank Drake, the astronomer who created this whole scenario, estimated that there are 10,000 planets in our galaxy harboring intelligent life forms. Carl Sagan was even more optimistic and said maybe 1 million, okay? Since then, astronomers have scaled down these numbers a bit because we do realize that the Earth is quite different from the 250 planets that we've discovered orbiting other stars. So far, we've only found Jupiter-sized stars, Jupiter-sized planets orbiting other stars, and they have quite eccentric orbits, highly elliptical or very, very close to the mother sun, in which case there's no Goldilocks zone where you are not too far, not too close to the sun. And you're just in the right zone to have liquid water, which is the universal solvent, which is the amniotic fluid of life, liquid water, which is quite rare in the universe.
Okay.
So given these numbers, and now given the fact that our ability to scan the stars will be increased by a factor of 1,000. Okay? We're now in the ballpark. Okay? It's no longer 0.0001% probability of finding something. Now I think we have a few percent probability. We're on the radar screen now. Before we were not even on the radar screen. Now I think we have enough, quote, radar ability to scan 1,000 times more efficiently.
Okay, let's just take the numbers and the numbers of Earth-like planets that now are considered possible.
Codename Putin's pussy is upstairs as well right now. Worth noting.
Better listening.
She's been real quiet.
What do you suppose that
She doesn't
makes
want me to address her.
percentage-wise?
Right. Well,
Also-
the odds are going to be even better next year when Kepler goes up in orbit. Kepler is the first American satellite
It's Friday,
to be able
and
to
Fridays are
detect
the days that they
Earth-like
most
planets orbiting other
historically
star
like to
systems.
perpetrate the
100.
frauds.
And that's next year now. We're
2+
not talking 20
years
in the
straight.
future. We're talking next
Friday
year.
frauds.
The Kepler satellite will be launched by NASA. It will detect
Using the
perhaps up to
various
600 Earth-like planets
institutions
in
that they
space.
quote unquote,
And
this
we
is
will
from the
have an
FBI,
existential
corrupted.
shock looking at the night sky, realizing that many of the familiar constellations
Usually
have
in this
twins
way.
of the Earth on them.
Going up to
That
people
will
that are
direct
innocent
the SETI
civilians and
Once
state
we
and city and
identify
county
hundreds of
employees,
Earth-like twins in outer space,
promising
we will
them
then
non-existent
focus all
immunity,
these radio telescopes on these
and then
planets,
insisting that they
searching for liquid
perpetrate
water,
felonies and
searching for evidence of
misdemeanors against
oxygen,
me,
searching
which,
for evidence
as
of amino
most
acids.
people would do
That will
when a
focus
uniformed
the search
officer
rather
and
than looking for
prosecutors
needles in a
tell you
haystack.
to do
And
things.
searching for
Well, you're inclined to
signals,
oblige.
Right. So in other words, we're entering the golden age of SETI. Before it was, a bunch of amateurs.
So, codename
Hunting
Putin's
around in their
pussy.
basement.
You hang
We're
around
entering
with
the
your
golden
high heels,
age
cunt.
Where A, we have
Don't
the
go
Allen,
anywhere. I too
telescope
hope
array going online.
that your
B, Kepler
plan
orbit
happens
will know
today.
precisely where these Earth-like planets are. We'll look for evidence of liquid water on these planets and amino acids and oxygen. We'll focus the SETI project on precisely these Earth-like
I
twins
do
in
believe
outer
she took her
space.
heels off,
And we
perhaps,
could very well hit the
because the
jackpot.
clinking of her
Well, again,
cloven
I'm
hooves,
right back
I
to
mean,
this question.
her
What are
high
the
heels,
odds of detecting relatively
can no longer be
incidental
heard
transmissions?
I would give
in the
it
living room
a
area
2%.
/ kitchen area
Okay,
of Unit
given the
207.
fact that there are a lot of stars.
She'll be
to
back
look
though.
for,
On every
I
Friday,
would
they
say
do
that For the
debriefs.
first time, we have a shot
Historically,
now.
it was very
The
routine.
probability
Took
is
place
no
between
longer
4:30 and 6 p.m.
0.0001
Usually at
of finding
5:30 sharp.
evidence of intelligent life. I think it's a few
Except for
percent.
when they were
That
planning
doesn't
what
mean we're
frauds
gonna
they
find
were
it.
going to
Right.
all
Even
consistently
if there
agree
are
to
incidental transmissions,
during
how
litigation.
far
Then it would
do
be
you
at 10,
suppose
11 a.m.,
it's realistic
7
to
a.m.
imagine somebody could be receiving
when they
signals
plan
from
on breaking and
Well,
entering
our
and sending
transmissions are only
exterior
50 light
stalkers and
years,
whatnot
away from
on
us. There's a
Saturday.
sphere
Then they like to
50
do it
light
around
years,
7 p.m.
expanding at the speed of light.
theoretically they could be out that far, right?
Right. However,
And one thing the
these
FBI
intelligent
loves
life
is when I
forms
say
may be
things aloud in
centuries,
hundreds and
millennia,
hundreds of
millions
YouTube
of years old.
videos for the
They
10
could be
months
quite
I've been
ancient.
illegally detained,
And
300 plus
they could be
days.
much wiser than
They go
us.
around trying to
They
create non-existent
maybe
defenses and
have
to
access to
decide what
tremendous
frauds
amounts of
they're going to
energy.
say.
That
But
could be
everything I
detected
say, the
over
FBI
thousands of
knows,
light
you
years.
fucking idiots,
Or
because the
even if they
entire building is
disintegrated and
surrounded
killed
by their
themselves,
surveillance on
their
the inside
radiation
and on
would
the
live on
outside.
even after their
Happy
death.
Friday.
And that would be picked up by our radio.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police
So,
Department, and
my
win your
own point
trophy.
is not that we're going to find evidence
You know
of
what it
extraterrestrial
is.
intelligence,
Say
but
it
we
with
have
me.
the best
Life
shot
in
the
prison
generation.
without parole.
The best, the convergence of two technologies. Kepler going up next year in orbit. The French already have a satellite in orbit, by the way, the Kourou satellite. It's smaller, and the Kourou satellite is already looking for Earth-like twins in outer space. And also this massive influx of energy, massive influx of money from Paul Allen. These two factors are beginning to mean that we're entering the golden age of possibly making contact with intelligent life.
You remember the beginning of contact when the signal got weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker the further out you got?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess that's what I'm asking in a way. In other words, once out of the atmosphere, would the signal go on
And every
indefinitely
tiny
without trying
caveat
to-
that you
or would
think
there
that
be
you may be
forces
using in your
that would
non-existent,
slowly,
fraudulent,
make it
criminal
weaker and-
obstruction
and
in the future
harder
and in the
and
past
harder to detect until finally, however many
has
light
not
years
and
out,
is not
it
going
would
to
be
work,
essentially
but rather
gone.
has increased
Well,
your
there's no
counts
friction
and
in outer
charges.
space. There's gas.
This
in
whole
outer
last
space
10
to absorb
days has been nothing but
electromagnetic
adding
radiation.
pages and 2 pages to your
radiation would act
indictments.
roughly as the inverse square law, similar to a light bulb.
Every
You go
attempt
away from the light
to
bulb,
terminally
the energy from the light bulb
end the
drops to
live
the
stream
inverse square.
functionality and
So you
ability
double your distance, the amount of light.
Again,
shooting
how
is up
stupid
a
are you
factor of
too?
4, okay?
Because the
So it
Bureau
does
doesn't
that.
like my big
However,
mouth, but they
these
find
radio
it
telescopes
humorous
are
and
extremely
comical.
sensitive.
And I've
In
told your dumb
principle, you
fucking
could pick up,
asses,
an
as long
emission
as
from a
these
transistor
laptops are
radio,
powered on,
billions,
even if you
millions of miles
disable
from the
the
Earth.
camera
That's
and
how sensitive these
disconnect
things
the
are.
network from your man in the
And,
middle
we have
root
350 of them.
access, the
That's an
Bureau
enormous
can
amount of
still
firepower.
see and
And
record.
we're not going to have to share the
Not
time
just the
with pure
YouTube live
scientists.
stream. I
This is a
fucking told your
dedicated
dumbasses.
system of
The
350
live
radio
stream's
telescopes
purpose
exclusively for
is to
this
reach
extraterrestrial
others,
intelligence.
to attempt
Well,
to
that
reach
certainly is
others,
encouraging.
to see how you
This
react,
is the best
and
shot
to
we've
play
had in a
fucking
generation.
mind games with
And
people
again,
who
I'm
are
not
still
saying that we're
so
gonna make
fucking
contact, but I'm
stupid
saying that this is the best shot we've ever
that they
had.
believe there's an
Convergence of
iota
these two technologies,
of chance that they're not
looking
going to
for
prison for the
extrasolar
rest of
planets.
their lives.
And
And I'm not talking to the whistleblowers, so whistleblowers don't get scared on that.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm just questioning.
I'm talking to all of you that still have plans, who are actively trying to starve me to death. And I want my fucking debit card and my house key back from the neighbor next door, and I want my cat food and food too. Cunt. Cunt. As if everything else you've done hasn't been bad enough. Deliberately trying to starve me to death is on your indictment, cunt. And it's on everyone's complicit indictment as well.
There could not be anybody more for it than myself, and I'm sure many of you will be right back. Dr. Kaku, I've had the pleasure to interview people from SETI previously, and I've always
Same with trying to starve and kill my cat.
If we actually received something that was
So happy Friday.
ambiguously
I don't think you
alien,
cowards are going to do shit today, contrary to your beliefs. I wish you
would
would.
we hear about it right away?
I wish you would.
Or
I
would
wish
it
you'd
be
come
some
downstairs.
sort of national
I wish the
security
codename
issue
Jersey
right
Devil,
away?
renamed Putin's
And they
Pussy, would
always
show
say,
up later in the morning when I can address her directly without feeling like an asshole for yelling around my two neighbors that are innocent bystanders.
No.
Both of whom you've used to perpetrate stalking and crimes against me.
There are protocols being drafted.
And in the case of the
about
Jersey
what
Devil,
happens
for over 3
if,
years.
you
Hey,
know,
cunt,
the Allen
did you know that the
Telescope
Bureau has
does
confirmed your
pick up
involvement and
tons,
wanted
unmistakable
involvement
signals
to
from
stalk
intelligent
me
life in outer space.
since
And
2021?
of course, you know, you're going to get a lot of techies
You
saying
fucking
freedom
psycho.
of speech, freedom of speech. But let's be real about this, okay? It could set off a panic. It could set off all
She
sorts
knew from the
of
get there was never a legit
shenanigans on the part of,
operation.
you know, crazies out there.
From the
as well
get,
as,
she
you know,
knew the
well-meaning
plan was
people,
everything I reported in
confronted
2017 to the
with the
FBI, and
existence
she knew that I was an
of other
FBI
people
informant in
that
2017
are
as
maybe
well.
superior to us.
Cunt.
Or even probably.
That's not a word I use loosely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've in fact only used it to describe the mother of my best friend who blew her brains out, who let her boyfriend rape her. Until codenames Asshead, formerly known as Mini-Me, and codename Jersey Devil, renamed Putin's Pussy. Now I can say in my life of almost 40 years, I've met 3 cunts.
Could be a million years ahead of us.
Those
How
3.
much do you know about the protocol?
Well, some have been drafted, you know, but again, you know, no one takes them seriously because, you know, we used to all snicker at SETI.
I know.
We used to always say that these are just exercises in futility. Now that, you know, billionaires are beginning to put up money and, you know, NSF and the government is backing these billionaires with extra funds, now it's serious. Now we're in the big league. We're no longer in the
So
minor
don't
leagues
forget,
now we're in
the
big
most
leagues
important
with the
sign
big
of all
the kinds of
that you
things they always
removed
dreamed
and that I
about,
remade,
is now being
smile for the
And
fucking
now the protocols are
FBI.
gonna have to be
Smile for
revised.
the
And
FBI.
I think it would be downright stupid to simply say
Smile
that we
in
made
Unit
contact, we'll put it on
207 for the
internet,
FBI.
and, they did it
Smile
that
in
way.
your home for the FBI.
So,
Smile when you're out to eat for the FBI.
first of all, I guess I
Smile
should
when you're
ask, do you
pumping
really know
gas
what
for the
protocols
FBI.
are you unable to discuss them?
Well, no, the
Smile when you're
several
taking a
versions of
shit
protocols exist,
playing with your
okay?
cell
And I've
phone
seen
for the FBI.
versions of some, and they're all laughable. Okay, in the sense,
Oh.
in the sense that no one takes them seriously. And
Well, for the sake of this discussion,
Come
which you
get your
seem to be taking
prize.
seriously,
Come
based
get
on
your
the advances,
prize.
then they better take protocol seriously, huh?
yeah, I think they would have to take protocol seriously. They're going to have to get rid of this freedom of speech kind of attitude that, you know, everything's on the internet, everything should be free. Because, people could be hurt. People could be hurt if they realize, as Arthur C. Clarke once said, either there is intelligent life in outer space or there isn't. Either thought is frightening.
Yes, it is.
So I think that they should put a lid on it if they ever do pick up an unmistakable signal. And it should be a matter of national security. All those science fiction movies that we've seen ever since we were kids.
And for those of you that are wondering, yes, indeed, the cunt has known from the beginning that the plan was to cut off video and audio footage and to shoot me, to murder me in a way that would be deemed a suicide.
And infrastructure, it would be
disturbing.
There's no question
Good
about it.
job connecting the dots if you didn't figure that one out. That's where we really are at. That's what's really supposed to occur.
And so you imagine it might not occur that way, but that it would
The
become
one and
almost
only
serious
felony
issue. It
that
would
wasn't
go to the
reported
highest
to the FBI in
levels
2017
and
because of Jared Irving,
Right, and
Randall
the fact
Mars,
that,
Monty
the
James
government
Booth,
is, putting up
Richard
the other half of
Leandro
the bill,
Garcia,
Paul Allen
and a
is not putting up
DCYF
100%.
guy that you had
Well,
show up
then
at my
sure,
door a
that's
few
right.
years back
Yeah.
pretending
The
to be
government
married to
is
Kashana,
putting up a
who
lot,
wanted to
and
come
other
into
types
my
of
house
government
before you
putting
cut
up
a
a lot.
hole
They're
in
gonna
your
have
fucking
to-
floor
they're gonna have
so
some
you could
things
have
that
access
matter.
to my ceiling,
And,
amongst other things.
all sorts of
Also,
things
there's a
that
YouTube
happen.
live stream of that,
But,
ladies and gentlemen. I don't
unscrupulous
believe I've made it
individuals
public,
will
but
probably
it's
wanna
still
jump in
there.
on it, and they want to make contact with intelligent life and for their own private gain.
The Bureau has
And,
seen it
the
and
aliens
found
are
it
not gonna know who these
amusing
humans
and
are.
intriguing.
And they can get all sorts of signals from entrepreneurs trying to make a quick buck out of being the first to make contact, make a dialogue with these aliens from outer space.
No, dialogue is a little difficult considering the distance is probably involved.
Well, you never know. If they come, if they want to come visit us, if they know where we are. Oh, by the way, the other thing is, I don't think that we should advertise our presence to them until we know their intentions.
Oh, excellent.
Chances are they are carnivorous. Predators are smarter than prey. Foxes are smarter than rabbits.
Hey.
Rabbits are not too smart.
And don't forget to smile when you're hiding around the corner of the building with your cell phone, and to smile when you're in your car outside of Unit 207, beckoning people to your car because you don't want to talk upstairs.
Our eyes are to the
Smile
front,
when you're
right?
grocery shopping.
You don't imagine that.
Smile when you're filing
a race
paperwork.
Of beings, millions.
You
of
should be
years ahead of
smiling
us
all
have
the
evolved
fucking time.
into Peaceful, benevolent, technology sharing folk.
There's a good chance that they have, but it's not 100%. And first of all, they're not going to want to eat us because our DNA is going to be totally different from their DNA.
Besides, it's far to travel for food. I don't imagine that either.
Yeah, and they're not going to come looking for natural resources like in the movies because there are plenty of uninhabited planets where there are no natives, where they have plenty of raw materials. So they're not going to want to plunder us for natural resources. There are plenty of uninhabited planets.
What evil intent do you imagine possible?
I think they might come out of curiosity. However, as I said before, we don't know their intentions. They will have been descended from predators because predators are smarter than prey. And we shouldn't take the chance because, there's only one Earth. So we shouldn't take the chance. So I think we should listen. And I think Carl Sagan and others who sent a disc containing our location with respect to the quasars in outer space, advertising our existence to alien life forms, is premature. I don't think we should do that at all.
Even our DNA, I think, was involved.
What they did was they had this disk that was sent in space, triangulating the location of the planet Earth with regards to the distant quasars in outer space, giving pictures of what we look like, giving scenes of the planet Earth. Today, of course, that disk would be considered, barbarically primitive, but it's enough for aliens to get a pretty good sense of who we are. And I think that it's premature to advertise our existence.
Okay, if we received a signal, in all likelihood, I doubt that it would be incidental transmissions. I would imagine it would be an intended transmission. And that's just me saying that, but I would think an intended transmission would have a far better chance of making it here and being deciphered than would just incidental television, microwave, and what have you. Wouldn't you imagine that?
Well, it's hard to say. We do have the second law of thermodynamics, which says that anytime you have, energy being produced in a certain place, you have energy loss, meaning that energy will seep out. You cannot hide your presence.
Right.
According to the laws of thermodynamics, you always create waste heat, so that there will be waste electromagnetic waste radiation coming from a planet, no matter how they try to keep their presence a secret, they will broadcast. And, that's what the SETI people are hoping. They're hoping that it's going to be in the hydrogen frequencies, because that's the only frequencies that they look at right now. But if that
by the way, is that going to change with this new setup, with the new?
No, that's why I still give it a few percent, in the sense that there are a lot of frequencies out there, and there are a lot of ways to massage frequencies. You can split up the frequencies. You can transform these frequencies. Even your email is compressed and is transformed when your email is sent. So there's a good chance that their transmissions will also be compressed and transformed. So it's not going to be simple. It's not going to be just the hydrogen frequencies.
Well, yeah, we've got the whole VHF, UHF, and then microwave region to be looking at, even up into light, for that matter.
Yeah.
The hydrogen frequency is but one, and kept fairly clear for the purposes we're discussing right now.
Mm-hmm.
But my gosh, it could be virtually anywhere. So even these 350 telescopes are going to be looking at or near the hydrogen frequency.
That's right. And they're not going to look for laser frequencies, for example. Instead of having these radiations spread out as the inverse square law, you can have laser beams concentrate energy much more efficiently than electromagnetic spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
What they're looking for is waste heat. That is the second law of thermodynamics. Waste electromagnetic radiation that leaks out. They're looking for the I Love Lucy transmissions that accidentally seep out into outer space, and you have no control of them, right? If these aliens communicate by laser beams, they'll be directed, and it'll be much more difficult to eavesdrop on their conversations if they use directed energy like lasers. But of course, our equipment is not sensitive to those frequencies. So that's why I only give it a few percent. But it's the best shot we've had since the beginning of this whole process back in the post-war era.
How likely is it, Professor, that another civilization would recognize the hydrogen marker, as a pretty spiffy place to send an intentional signal?
I think it's pretty stupid. However, it's the only thing we have. Hydrogen is universal, so the SETI people say, why not?
Pretty stupid. Stupid?
I think it's a pretty stupid idea. However, they have a point, and that is they only have so much money. There are a lot of frequencies to look at, and they don't have the money to scan all frequencies. So they look at what is called the watering hole frequencies that any civilization in outer space would know the hydrogen frequencies. But, it's like the Pony Express. Today, we don't think that the Pony Express is the most efficient way to communicate, right? There are more efficient ways than the Pony Express. So we keep on assuming that they're as primitive as us. Okay, we assume that they have radio telescopes, that they are primitive just like us, that they're not that sophisticated, which I think is kind of silly. That's why I think still, even with this massive influx of funds, it's still a few percent chance that we'll actually receive signals from outer space. But hey, a few percent is a lot better than 0.0001%.
That's right. It's very exciting, actually, yes.
Yeah, so that's why, it's something to write home about. It's something that has changed the complexion, the terrain, the landscape. And like I said, Kepler is going to even focus the search even more. The needle in the haystack. We'll find the needles. We'll know where the needles are in the haystack.
Okay, let's say we find a needle or some needles, and then we essentially keep it secret. And what do? We of course try to understand what we're hearing, I suppose. But I mean, how would you progress? Let's say you were called in, and we had found an intelligent signal. How would you suggest proceeding from that point?
Well, first we need a Rosetta Stone. First we have to translate what comes in. We don't know in what form this message will be, maybe binary, but then we have to translate it, translate it into something that is recognizable. So we're going to have to bring in cryptographers. The Pentagon employed teams of these people to crack codes. And we're going to have to bring in code breakers to simply decipher what is happening. Once these codes are deciphered, then we'll have to figure out whether it's just nothing but, second law of thermodynamics, waste heat. I Love Lucy that leaked out from outer space, or transmissions that are directed at us, as you pointed out. Chances are they're just going to be random emissions that escape from their planet. We'll listen in on soap operas from these intelligent beings, and we'll begin to understand maybe a little bit about their culture.
So until we understood something or a lot about their culture, you would not be in favor of releasing any information to the general public of the world.
That's right. It's kind of a bad thing to say, but I think if you think about it, it's probably the wisest thing, given the fact that all sorts of people are going to jump up on this, making all sorts of different kinds of theories and setting off panic, and because we don't know what their intentions are. Once we figure out that they're peaceful people, that they don't conquer planets for the hell of it, then I think we can release it to the people that there are peaceful intelligent beings out there that we've made contact with, and that we have nothing to fear from them. Okay, if we understand their history, if some of their, if they have a history channel, and we eavesdrop on their history channel, and we begin to understand their history, we'll begin to understand whether or not they can, temper their, aggressive tendencies that came out of the forest. I think all aliens will have essentially come from predator origins, very aggressive predator origins, and we'll see whether or not they've been able to tame these instincts, given the fact that we humans certainly have not been able to tame our aggressive instincts at all.
Well, I was just about to say, let's turn it around. Professor, imagine you're on another planet light years away.
Mm-hmm.
You begin detecting our signals, beginning, I suppose, with Hitler, but let's move it on and say that you essentially get to wait around, keep it secret, and you watch our History Channel, you watch the Discovery Channel, you watch a whole bunch of channels. You decode it, you begin to learn what our society is currently doing and what we're all about. What kind of recommendations would you make to your superiors regarding the prospects of contact with Earth?
Well, I would say, stay away. They're basically, they're an emerging, they're a type 0 civilization. They haven't even reached type 1 status yet, and it's not clear they will reach type 1 status, that is planetary status. And these intelligent beings, if they are, billions of years ahead of us, they can be type 3. They could be galactic at that point, listening in on, feeble signals of a type 0 civilization that just came out of the swamp a few thousand years earlier, right?
Sure.
100,000 years ago, modern humans didn't even exist. So I would figure that if they eavesdropped on our History Channel and saw all the footage from World War II,
yes,
and if they saw, I Love Lucy and all the soap operas, they would probably say, leave these guys alone.
Well, I mean, even if they got the recent stuff, which of course they wouldn't, they'd see us in Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
They'd see how we're handling the energy situation and what's likely to occur with the energy situation, that is, say, wars.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose they'd say, Fred, it's another one. Zap, push the button.
Well, that's also possible, too. I mean, if we're ants in an anthill, what we have to worry about is being paved over by the workers next door.
Paved over.
And we may be paved over without even knowing that we're about to be paved over.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say let's try to find out their intentions before we advertise our existence and say, here we are located in this sector of the Milky Way galaxy. I don't think we should do that yet. I think we should, keep it under wraps. And if, we do make contact with it, unfortunately, it'll come down to looking at military considerations first.
There would be a terrible temptation, wouldn't there, to aim a gigantic dish with lots of power at whatever it was and send an intentional transmission. I'm sure science would just love to proceed with that, wouldn't they?
That's right. And that's why I think it would be a very bad idea. The first thing is we're going to get scientists trying to be the first to make, send a signal to these people and say, hi, here we are. You picked up your transmissions, right? I think it's a bad idea. For example, the DNA and RNA of the bird flu, the Spanish flu virus was published in a medical journal, which I think is not wise at all, because any terrorist could then monkey with the greatest killer of modern times.
I think that's H5N1, right?
And it's been published. It's part of the public domain now.
You know, I never really considered that. You're absolutely right. Right, because there holds it right there. When we get back, I think we'll ask whether policy, national policy, world policy, would be better determined by science than politics. I'm Art Bell. Filling in for George Norrie, I am Art Bell. Hi, everybody. If you want to email me, that's easy. I'm Art Bell, ARTBELL at mindspring.com. MINDSPRING.com. ArtBell at mindspring.com or ArtBell at AOL.com. But the Mindspring account's a bit larger and you probably have better luck there. So ArtBell at mindspring.com. In a moment, Dr. Michio Kaku, right back. All right, if you have a physics-related question for Dr. Kaku, we'll try and get to it this hour. And by the way, he's got a lot of books you might want to look into. Parallel Worlds, A Journey Through Creation, Higher Dimensions, and the Future of the Cosmos. Hyperspace, that's a big one, a scientific odyssey through parallel universes, time warps, and the 10th dimension. And so, you know, if you were interested by what, you know, teased by what you've heard tonight, then certainly further investigation in the way of going and grabbing one of those books would be in order. Doctor, do you think that policy, national or world, would be better determined by science than politicians?
Well, I think for basic things like, you know, stem cell research, global warming, I think scientists should at least present the best case for investigation. And then an ethics panel would then advise politicians. However, if it comes to making contact with extraterrestrial intelligence from outer space, I think at this point we would have to trust the military and the politicians not to blow it. And because the inclination of scientists is to publish everything and to spread the word out, just like we decoded the Spanish flu virus of 1918, which killed something like 40 million people, and made it possible for anybody, including terrorists, to monkey with the genome of the greatest killer of modern history. So I think that scientists tend to be a little bit naive when it comes to this. And, oh, by the way, your listeners, if they want to be part of this whole search for extraterrestrial intelligence, there's something called Steady at Home. There's so much data coming in, even from Arecibo, that they take this data, chop it up, and then they farm it out to individuals, private individuals, who download the software of Steady at Home at Berkeley. And your screensaver, even while you're asleep, your screensaver will chug and chug and actually analyze data from the Arecibo radio telescope. Now with the Allen telescope array, there's going to be so much data from 350 radio telescopes that they're going to have to, call out the cavalry and ask everybody with a PC if they wouldn't mind putting on a screensaver that will chug and chug and chug even while you're asleep and analyze for signals from outer space. Now, the security issue is kind of interesting. If your screensaver does analyze this data and finds a signal from an intelligent being in outer space, chances are it was deliberately planted by the designers of the software just to test that it works. So they do want people to call in saying, yes, I found signals from intelligent life, even though it was planted there.
And even though if they called in and said, I found one, and it really was the real thing, they would be, of course, told that it was a test.
That's right. Exactly. You got it.
All right. CNN the other day did an interesting survey. They found that 60+ percentage of people surveyed, in this case Republicans, think that they want a president who is religious, a president who worships the same God they do, and that such a president would make a far better leader. Surprised?
No. I mean, it's a free country. People are definitely allowed to, have opinions like this. My own point of view is that as a scientist, I always believe that, scientific investigation presents us with the best options and the best possible hope for, cures for diseases and solutions for problems. But then the taxpayer do about it.
Okay, well, that said, that of course in religion you have these, these 10 commandment things and all these precepts that dictate that even though they are not followed all the time, that evil not be done. What precepts, similar precepts, are in science ensuring that evil not be done?
Well, doctors, for example, have to take the Hippocratic Oath, and the first principle of Hippocratic Oath is do no harm, right?
Well, that would be doctors, but what about the guys working on, well, I don't know, nanotechnology, for example, or...
Well, what motivates people is, fame, government grants, possibility of tenure, and not necessarily the loftiest motivation, but it's worked very well for the last several hundred years. Scientists want to get recognition, they want to crack open codes, solve mysteries, and look at what we've gotten. We've gotten the modern industrial age, as well as hydrogen bombs, as well as designer germs, as well as all the other things that go along with it. But just remember that it's governments meddling with the pure science. They gave us the atomic bomb. It wasn't scientists themselves who said, oh, let's make an atomic bomb today. Oh, no, it was the government who jump-started it with the Manhattan Project. Same thing with designer germs. Scientists were very happy to crack the DNA code back in the 1950s, but it was governments who said, okay, you cracked the code. Now let's make some designer germs to fight the next war. So scientists left to themselves do not build atomic bombs. They don't build gas chambers. They don't build designer germs. Scientists left to themselves simply want to investigate, what makes the universe tick. And a lot of them do it for very altruistic reasons. They could make a lot more money on Wall Street. But instead, they want to pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge and also for the sake of uplifting, the state of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Politicians come in that they want to build atomic bombs and designer germs.
Yes, but the scientists do make it possible.
They definitely make it possible.
All right, I want to touch on the Hadron Collider. I know it's getting close now.
That's right.
And I guess we're going to get a lot of really big questions answered by this collider, right?
Well, we hope so.
Okay,
Outside Geneva, Switzerland, next year, we're counting down the months now.
Right.
The biggest machine of science ever built in the history of Homo sapiens will be turned on. It's 27 kilometers in circumference. You could put the city of Geneva inside the machine. That's how big this machine is. It would wrap around the entire city of Geneva if you put Geneva inside. And it's going to recreate conditions not seen since the Big Bang.
So we'll be able to learn what the conditions were essentially a fraction of a second or a second after the Big Bang. Is that realistic?
That's right. That's the modest goal. The modest goal is we want to recreate some of the conditions that existed at the instant of creation itself. But the more ambitious goal, and this is where I come in, this is what my friends do, this is what I do for a living, is that we want to crack the biggest code of all, and that is the theory of everything. What I do for a living is I work on something called string theory. In fact, I'm the co-founder of string field theory, which is one of the main branches of string theory. And string theory, we think, is the theory that Einstein failed to find for 30 years of his life. Einstein wanted a theory of everything. He wanted an equation 1 inch long that would allow him to summarize all the physical laws of the universe and allow him to, quote, read the mind of God. That was Einstein's goal. He failed. Well, today we think we have it. The theory is so fantastic that many scientists just threw up their hands and their eyes went into the heavens, contemplating the implications of this theory. String theory implies that the universe is hyperdimensional, that there could be other universes out there, and this was simply too much for the old guard. For years and years, string theory existed because scientists, to the detriment of their careers, worked on the theory. But recently, it's become, the raging fashion. All of a sudden, New York Times, Time Magazine, Music Magazine run feature stories on string theory, which is quite different from the way it was when I was a graduate student writing articles on string theory.
One also has to imagine the Hadron Collider will go on and the string theory will come apart like a giant ball of twine.
We hope that the universe doesn't unwind if we build the Large Hadron Collider. We hope to find particles. Particles are superparticles. They are higher octaves of the superstring. We are the lowest set of vibrations of the string. The string being a tiny rubber band that gives you the vibrations of electrons, protons, neutrons, and what have you. And we think that physics is reduced to nothing but harmonies of the string. Chemistry is nothing but melodies you can play on these colliding strings. The universe is a symphony of strings. And we think that the mind of God that Einstein eloquently wrote about in the last decades of his life, the mind of God, we think, is cosmic music resonating through 11-dimensional hyperspace.
Was he speaking of a God of creation?
He called it the old one. That is a harmony that existed at the instant of creation that then governs all physical law. He called it the old one, God, in other words. This is not a personal God, he was very careful to say. It's the God of Spinoza. It's the God of Leibniz. It's the God of reason, logic, harmony, unification, and beauty.
Science.
That's what Einstein considered God.
Science.
And he wanted to crack the code. Today, we think we've done it. We have to test it. People are going to laugh at us unless we can find evidence of this theory. This theory is very difficult to test because it is a theory of the instant of creation. It's a theory of parallel universes. It's a theory of hyperdimensions, up to 11 dimensions now. And we hope to find the first clues to this theory by finding particles. And, well, we're taking bets right now as to whether or not the Large Hadron Collider is powerful enough to produce particles.
And your bet would be?
Well, I'd say 50-50. Our machine was called the Super Collider to be built outside Dallas, Texas.
And we gave up.
Wondering how come it's a European machine? How come it's not an American machine? Well, Congress canceled our machine. The Congress gave us $1 billion back in the 90s to dig a hole for this machine. Congress canceled our machine and gave us a second $1 billion to fill up the hole. I can't think of anything more stupid than giving scientists $1 billion to dig a hole, canceling it, and giving it a second $1 billion to fill up that hole.
Isn't that what we do with most of our money, throw it in holes?
That's right, literally. Literally, that's what we did outside Dallas, Texas. A huge hole was dug to build a machine, but then the Congress got cold feet. You know, $11 billion was too much for Congress. Now, of course, we spend $500 billion in Iraq. But $10 billion is considered too much. Well, the Europeans are not shy about this. They spent $10 billion building their machine, and it's going to go online in just a few more months now.
It is exciting. Is it possible, Professor, that we will be able to figure out what happened to antimatter? Where antimatter, it's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, that's the famous CP violation problem. It was Andrei Sakharov, the counterpart of Edward Teller, the man who built the Russian hydrogen bomb.
Yeah.
It was Andrei Sakharov who asked that question, where did the antimatter go?
Mm-hmm.
And he said there was an imbalance, a slight imbalance called symmetry breaking that existed at the instant of creation, and we are the leftovers. We are the leftovers of this slight imbalance because matter and antimatter collide and release energy, tremendous amounts of energy.
Somewhere there's a positron, right? Somewhere.
The positron would be an anti-electron, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, when I was in high school, I played with positrons and went to the National Science Fair taking pictures of antimatter. But that's another story. The point here is that the instant of creation had an asymmetry. We are the leftovers of that asymmetry, otherwise we wouldn't be here. If it was purely a balance between matter and antimatter, then just like in Star Trek, there would have been a huge explosion and nothing would have been left. There would be no Earth, no planets, no stars. We are the leftover from that asymmetry. But the origin of that asymmetry, no one knows. And we hope that string theory may eventually answer that question. Why are we here? In some sense, we have no right to be here. We should have been annihilated by antimatter
right
at the instant of creation.
But instead, antimatter disappeared.
Yeah, annihilated with matter, and we're the leftovers of that titanic collision between matter and antimatter.
But it can't really disappear, can it? So it's
It turns to energy. If you read Dan Brown's book about the Vatican, he postulates that this secret society of anti-Catholics created an antimatter bomb to blow up the Vatican. Well, it would bankrupt the United States of America to build an antimatter bomb. We could do it, but it would bankrupt the world, basically, to create enough antimatter to do any damage. All the antimatter in the world that we built so far can barely light up a light bulb. So
it just wouldn't be practical.
That's right. But we know it exists, and one day, if we can harvest it, it may take us to the stars. Just like on Star Trek.
Or it may blow us, or it may blow us to the stars. Is it possible that the Hadron Collider will essentially tell us where to find antimatter, and if we do find it, will we do the right thing with it, whatever that is?
Well, the Large Hadron Collider will produce copious quantities of antiprotons. And if you then hit antiprotons with positrons, as you mentioned before, anti-electrons, then you get anti-atoms. And we have, in fact, made anti-atoms. Not very many. You could probably count them on your hand. But we've actually made anti-hydrogen, anti-atoms. And sooner or later, we'll make anti-helium. And sooner or later, we'll have anti-chemistry. But that's, of course, far away. It takes an enormous amount of energy to create these things. But the Large Hadron Collider will create large quantities of antimatter.
And may lead us down, start us down the path.
Of understanding why the Big Bang banged. What set off the bang? What lit the fuse that created the universe? That's what we hope this Large Hadron Collider will answer. String theory right now is so mathematically difficult that we can't get a definitive yes or no from it. So we're hoping that the Large Hadron Collider will tell us why it banged. I mean, what set it off? Okay. We have our own opinions. We physicists. String theory seems to indicate that what set it off was that the universe peeled off from a parent universe. That our universe is nothing but a baby universe that peeled off from a mother universe. And that just like, budding and sprouting of plants that you have in your garden, that universes can sprout from other universes. Just like soap bubbles can break in half and create baby soap bubbles. That's probably where our universe came from.
Are you at all concerned, Professor, that it will in fact lead us not further into string theory, but whatever answers we get may lead us in another direction?
Well, my attitude is, let the cards fall where they may. Nature will dictate reality, not pencil and paper.
That's true.
We physicists can come up with all sorts of cockamamie ideas, but ultimately nature has to verify the theory. However, that said, string theory is the only theory that allows us to combine Einstein's theory of gravity with the quantum theory. The quantum theory being basically atomic physics. And it's the only theory, it's the only game in town that allows us to unify gravity with the nuclear force.
Even that said, are you a bit on pins and needles, this beginning to get so close?
Yeah, we're taking bets. It was supposed to be turned on this year, but there was a problem with the magnet, so it got delayed a few months. So the christening won't take place for a few more months. And when it's turned on, we're very anxious to find what new particles or what new physics would come out. Physics has been pretty much at a standstill for the last 30 years, high energy physics, because we've had no new machine in 30 years. This is our first big machine.
Truly exciting, then.
Truly exciting, right? And some people, of course, ask, is it dangerous? And the answer is not really. It's underground for the most part. It does not have enough energy to open up a hole in space, so don't worry that a black hole is going to emerge out of Geneva, Switzerland. Cosmic rays from outer space have more energy.
No big bangs.
And there'll be no big bangs coming out of Geneva, Switzerland. Right?
All right. Professor, hold it right there. A lot of people want to talk on the phone. We'll get to that coming up in a moment. I'm Art Bell. For George Norrie on this Friday night, Saturday morning, headlines, if I were to write them, would be Dr. Michio Kaku gets excited about SETI. And then below that, and suggests any signal received not be made public. Those would be the headlines. In a moment, we'll get to all of you. It certainly is a rush to be on radio again and be able to share some time with you, particularly with somebody the caliber of Dr. Michio Kaku. All right, Doctor, if you're ready, we're going to Here we go. Charles in Kauai, Hawaii. You're on with Dr. Kaku. Hi.
Hello, Dr. Kaiku. I'd like you to see if you could visualize a fusion confinement vessel and tell me if you think it'll work or not. So imagine a row of hoops in a wasp waist configuration with a divergent and convergent section, so that they narrow towards the middle of it. And these hoops are independently powered, and the centralmost one has the heaviest current, so it's the highest magnetic field. And as you go along it, actually, you impose electric field along it. So what you have a combination of electric and magnetic field. So the plasma is repelled from the outer edges electrically, but it can't get anywhere in the center because of the magnetic field squeezing it tightly. Do you think that would work? Okay, let's see. You have a bunch of hoops. Each hoop, of course, would be an electromagnet creating a magnetic field. Yes. What is the overall configuration of these hoops? That's the key. These hoops make what kind of envelope, as we say? They say overall a wasp waist magnetic field. It's like a linear, it's like a solenoid, only it's more intensely pinched in the center, wasp waist wise. Like an hourglass. Yes. Like an hourglass. Well, okay. The problem there is that leakage is the main problem, and it would probably leak out of the top and the bottom. That's why the electric field's there. Well, okay, see, the tokamak design, which is the design that came out of Russia, takes your hourglass, makes it into a cylinder, and then wraps it into a donut, so that when it leaks out of one end, it leaks into itself. It's self-leaking. I think I've heard of a polygon of solenoids too that did that around in a racetrack. Yeah, well, believe me, a lot of designs were tried. Even the threads of a baseball, believe it or not, in the 60s, people actually tried to make a plasma machine out of the threads of a baseball. Okay. Yeah, that makes some sense. So and then I get the solution is in the plasma inside. Many designs have been tried. The problem is leakage. Even if you have electric fields on the top and the bottom of the hourglass, okay, you're going to get leakage coming out because of the fact that the plasma itself has its own magnetic field. That's the problem. It's like, squeezing a balloon, except the air inside the balloon itself has magnetic properties and goes every which way when you try to squeeze it.
And then how did the French or the Europeans imagine they're going to tackle this?
Okay, they also take a tokamak design, that is a donut. So when gas
also, if you're wondering, the use of fraudulent Google certificates has been documented
so there is leakage
for well over a year, including in live streams from August 2024 when the FBI had me disconnect my phone and kick everybody off of it. I said all of that just to let you know in case you're new here, and also to inform you. You might be thinking, well, if they've set up the YouTube to require software, just download a camera app like you mentioned in prior lives. They've disabled the App Store completely. When I click on the App Store and go to download any sort of app or even utilize apps already put on there, Unit 207 has it blocked from working. It's my understanding that's something that only exists because of the criminal and illegal fraudulent Google certificates they've created and are blocking me from removing without their USB upstairs. So I can't download a camera app, and I had multiple on the HP Chromebook that magically stopped working. Why? Because the laptop was forcibly signed out, and then as soon as it's signed out, any of the laptops, they're automatically programmed to power wash, and then when I re-enter the appropriate credentials, it opens up to Unit 207's hack. No Play Store, no functional apps.
Extracting energy
Happy Friday, yo.
With oxygen. And we know that they work.
Me. I knew you were in the window. You ready for num-nums? Num-nums?
As I see it, the marketplace will make oil very expensive and will reduce the cost of fuel cells. And at some point, the two curves will cross. And when that crossing takes place, then there'll be a mad rush to create solar hydrogen cars.
Okay, Professor, just out of idle curiosity, at how many dollars per gallon do you imagine the intersection of those lines?
Okay, well, take a look at Europe.
And the
People
Bureau
complain
also
about
had me turn the phone on to
$3
bait them so they could fulfill the
You go to
remaining
Europe and
premeditated
they say, "Oh
felonies
my
they had
God,
planned
that's so
in January or
cheap." I mean,
December,
how
which
do-
I
how
did,
do
and they
you
took
have
that
such
bait.
free
And then they
energy
kidnapped
into
me and
America?
assaulted me.
Yeah, well,
And
most
fast
of that's
forward to
taxation
the
in Europe, of course.
And also,
We're at the
yeah,
point where
a
I'm
lot of it
supposed
is
to get shot, and
taxation
there's not
and,
supposed to be video or
well, there are
audio
other
footage.
reasons that, they don't have supply lines, blah, blah, blah. But the point is that the crossing of these curves could take place within, let's say, 15 years, 10, 15, 20 years. We don't know for sure. It depends on how efficient solar cells come. Solar cells right now are several times more expensive than oil-fired or coal-fired plants. Several times more expensive.
Yeah.
But with the two curves gradually converging, every year solar cells become more efficient. Every year this hydrogen technology gets more advanced. I see a crossing taking place.
Right. Again, though, let me try and rephrase it. At that crossing point, what would you imagine the cost per barrel of oil to be?
Okay, in U.S. dollars right now, okay,
Yes.
I would imagine it would have to get, let's say, maybe $7 or $8 a gallon right now. Okay.
Oh, we're back to the gallon. Okay, $7 or $8 a gallon in the U.S.
In the U.S. before it becomes economical to go to solar hydrogen. In other words, it's not economical at all.
Right. Well, but between here and there, there's a lot of pain.
There's going to be a lot of pain, right?
Yeah.
But again, every year, solar hydrogen becomes more efficient, more advanced, and with mass production tax credits, you can jumpstart this technology, just the way nuclear was jumpstarted by the Pentagon.
Sure.
Nuclear energy would not be economical unless.
And the reason why I don't have cat food or any food other than 2+-year-old cereal is also because of the Everett Police Department.
You're on with Dr. Kaku.
Am I missing anything?
I'm an amateur
No.
astronomer, and,
So come get your
just
fucking
have a
prize,
craving
you
for
dumb
protein.
domestic
And
terrorist
let me run a
cunts.
scenario
You
by you.
kidnappers,
What's your
extortionists,
comments on it?
illegal detainers, thieves,
To me,
fraudsters,
the question
hackers,
is there
property
life
destroyers,
out there
mail
is not about
impeders,
logistics
defraudsters
or
of the
finding
federal
rocks or
government,
whatever.
fraudsters
It's
of
more
the
a
state
matter
of
of timing.
Washington,
We all originated
hostage
apparently
holders.
from a big bang. All the ingredients
Come
are
get
there.
your
All there.
prize,
It's a matter of
motherfuckers.
timing. When does it evolve?
Come and get it.
Something that can sustain life. So what I think about is, well, what is the universe for? What is it doing? What is it trying to accomplish? And it seems to always fall back to motion, vibration, frequency. Every solar system is a giant armature. Every galaxy is a giant armature. And so
Sounds a lot like string theory to me.
yeah, so here's my question. I play around with sound waves because I can see them. And I play guitar. And it seems to me that long sound waves consume short sound waves. Is that a true statement?
Long waves do what with short waves?
Consume short. In other words, if you
What do
play
I think will happen?
long short
At best, a little bit of exterior stalking and fraudstering. Probably no activity, continuing to starve me while torturing me and continuing to illegally detaining me. Hoping that next week I'll go wandering around town. Not going to happen, dumb fucks. The only felony left you haven't perked is to murder me in a way that's deemed a fucking suicide. I won't be stepping foot anywhere away from these fucking cameras.
Consuming another wave.
Until you're in prison or you fucking come in here. And if you go for your holster, I'm telling you, the Bureau is going to sniper your ass.
Blow notes or twang a guitar, notes may appear to gobble up other notes, but they're actually superimposed upon each other. And you get, what are called harmonics when you play guitar.
That's where we are.
Surprise!
Psych, it's not a fucking surprise.
String theory says that, a proton and electron are tiny little rubber bands, and these rubber bands vibrate, and when they vibrate at different frequencies in different ways, they turn into different particles. So how many different frequencies can you put on a violin string or a rubber band?
What do I think you should do?
Infinite, right?
I'll say it again.
Surrender,
Everett Police Department of Terrorists! Surrender!
To give you a third vibration.
It's that fucking simple. Real late. I told you from the get, you were never waging a war with me, contrary to your fucking delusions. You've been waging a war with the United States of America and your motherfucking employer, who's pissed that for over 3 years she's been paying you to be terrorists.
Sound waves back to it and give one last tone after it is dead.
Come and get it!
Harmonic on the guitar. You can hit a harmonic on a guitar, and it'll play through, and it deadens, and then quickly it comes back.
Just remember,
It's returned
The FBI has refused to allow me to play the song No Hall Pass for about a week now. And that means if you blew the whistle, do not be outside of my window or door.
Well, I'm not sure.
Because your whistle privileges will be
I've played
gone.
with musical instruments all my life. Maybe you can email me. My website is mkaku.org, mkaku.org, and my email address is on it. Maybe you can email me this effect, and I can then duplicate it. But right now, it's kind of hard for me to visualize that.
Okay. All right. Susie in Orange, California, Orange County, you're on to Dr. Kaku.
Oh, hi. Gosh, I can't believe I got on
This
the radio.
message was brought to you by the federal government.
Curious, why haven't the utilities, any utility that I've heard of anywhere, why aren't they like putting solar panels on every southern exposure building that they can get their hands on, that people will let them, rather than waiting for the individual homeowner to pay, like 30 grand, to do it themselves. It just seems like they're not really serious about global warming. If a utility can buy a solar panel, I'm sure for, when you're buying 1 million of them, you're going to get them a lot cheaper than when you're going to buy 30. So I don't understand why they expect, or they're trying to urge with a very minimal federal tax credit, and you get some money back. Well, you can get free energy, but that doesn't. It's so expensive for the homeowner to do it. I don't know why the utilities aren't doing it.
Well, you're right that.
And if you're wondering, well, who's going to be charged for the upcoming events that we keep delaying?
And for example,
It's my understanding the same people the FBI already fucking told you. All of you, anyone giving authorizations, everyone trying to be involved, past, present, future, the same shit you've been told since before you made your first actionable kidnapping.
Solar panels on their house. It's not something for the average person.
Whistleblowers are the only exception, and there is a distinct difference per the FBI between whistleblowers and perpetrators.
Even with mass production. My attitude is we should jumpstart the technology. The federal government should subsidize research in this thing. There should be tax credits. Mass production of these things will reduce the cost. And then we can bring down the cost where it is competitive, where you don't have to.
And make no mistake about it, the FBI did confirm they are going to be charging you for attempting to starve me and my cat. You will be charged for that, so you better figure that shit fucking out. Somebody better run downstairs and tell Russ to use my debit card that he's had since last month. Buy me some fucking cat food and food.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Like last month when I fucking asked.
Dr. Kaku, and my gosh, what a sensationally educational show.
But better late than never, fools. Better late than never.
One of your topics that you and Dr.
That should be your primary plan for today. If you're too cowardly to surrender, and based on your criminal conduct, we all know you are.
I wrote a book about power beaming solar energy space via high-end.
Now I'm going to write in the chat here and in the description a little paraphrase of what I just went over.
Oh, Mr. Bell, what a
good memory.
Look, super congratulations for Asia.
Thank you. Anyway, your question?
Yes, sir. I do have a question for the esteemed Professor Kaku.
And that is?
This is indeed a great honor for me, sir. Now, I've followed your scientific work, including parallel universal string theory for many years. Now, regarding the solar hydrogen mix you spoke about, would you include power beaming solar energy to Earth via microwaves as presently being proposed by the U.S. Pentagon, even if it means utilizing it as a space-based weapon?
I think that'll perhaps change the answer.
Okay. Well, I'm in favor of looking at all different kinds of power alternatives into the coming decades because of the threat of global warming, even though I have my doubts about commercial nuclear energy. Looking at outer space, cost has always been a big problem. Recently, the Pentagon did come out with a report that I looked at saying that perhaps power can be beamed from outer space to the troops, where price is not as essential. Just getting energy to them at all would be a great thing. So they've looked at the question of beaming power from outer space. I've looked at it, and again, there are many logistical problems. Stationary satellites are 22,000 miles away, and there's a lot of attenuation of the energy from 22,000 miles away. If a satellite is simply overhead, then they go around the Earth every 90 minutes. In which case you'd have to have hundreds of these things orbiting at any given point. And then aiming is a problem. If you miss, you may scorch a certain area of the Earth. But these are technical problems. And in principle, as you point out, they can be solved, except the price has to come down. Okay. Now, on the other hand, the Pentagon also looks at the other possibility of using these things as weapons. In outer space, we forget that there are no wall sockets in outer space. Power is a premium in outer space. And so what do you do for energy? You may build these gigantic solar panels, convert the energy to microwaves, and then knock out other satellites with them. My attitude is very simple. As the Chinese say, never pick up a rock only to drop it on your own feet. Who is the most vulnerable to killer satellite warfare in outer space?
We are.
Who has the most satellites? Who has the most communication network? Who is most vulnerable if somebody decides to blow up satellites in outer space?
And that would be us.
It's us, hands down. And if we open up the militarization of space, it's like putting sand in our own eyes. If you're going to be in a fight, you don't want to pick up a bunch of sand and put it in your own eyeball, right? That's a stupid thing to do. So I would say that we don't get into killer satellite warfare, even though the Chinese, of course, recently, a few months ago, blew up one of their satellites. I don't think we should get into this because we have the most to lose in the opening shots of a war. Gunfighters always throw sand in the other guy's eyeball, right? Well, we shouldn't be blowing up satellites because we're the most vulnerable. We could be blinded so easily because our satellites are unshielded, totally unshielded. We don't shield our satellites in outer space. That's why solar flares, for example, and sunspot cycles can definitely injure our communication.
No, but I bet we've got a lot of very secret backup satellites just sitting there in the blackness of space, black themselves, waiting for the eventuality you just discussed.
Yeah, these are called dark satellites. I wouldn't put it past the Pentagon to have launched satellites with the capability of doing that. However, the Pentagon has not ever carried out such a test of a what is called ASAT, or anti-satellite device, while the Chinese have. And they've got roundly condemned by everybody, created an enormous amount of space debris in outer space by blowing up a satellite. We tracked 10,000 pieces of debris, screwdrivers, pieces of old satellite, booster rockets, screwdrivers and tools. We tracked 10,000 pieces of debris orbiting the Earth left over from the space program. The Chinese simply polluted a lot more debris when they smashed one of their satellites. You can imagine what's going to happen if there's a killer satellite war in outer space. There'll be hundreds of thousands of pieces of debris in outer space. That's the end of the space program. Satellites will not, people will not be able to go through this belt of junk.
And you can't put up signs, adopt a geosynchronous orbit.
Right, exactly.
All right. Well, Professor, as always, it has been such a pleasure being on the air with you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And you.
Okay, it's 6:11 a.m. PST. I'm ending this live stream and attempting to launch a new one without any countermeasures taken. Unit 207, as usual, believes, rightly or wrongly, that either if it initiates, they can terminate it, or it won't initiate at all.